And there we go. I believe, my friend, we are now live on the internet, and we have not had an absolute technical disaster already. That is the good news. Welcome, one and all, to Friday night and battle streams in Middle Earth. With me and Mr. Chris Murfitt. Chris Murfitt, how the devil are you?
I am not bad. Yourself?
I'm very well, thank you. Don't make this all about me. How are you?
I'm good.
Glad to hear
Refreshed after a nice nap, causing some panic amongst Damien.
I don't mind a slightly late entry, but when it's 7:50 and I haven't heard from you in about 6 hours, you get a bit nervous, you know. If one of those, I'm seeing some people saying can see and hear you, which is wonderful. Audio video works. So indeed, let's crack on. Welcome. It's Friday night. It's battle streams in Middle Earth. Oh yes, this is of course our regular live stream where we hang out together and to hobby together and to just have some fun and enjoy the hobby. And of course, since its earliest days, the point of battle streams in Middle Earth. Oh, nice mug. Was to help you.
Thanks.
Clear your backlog. And the way we do it, lovely. And the way we do that is that we will hang out together. And Battle Streams Middle Earth is themed around this, dear lady, the Diagstini Parkwork Battle Games in Middle Earth. I don't know if you realise this. I know you've been watching for a while now, but we've actually we changed the word games to the word streams. And,
I had noticed that. I thought it was a bit strange.
you had noticed?
Yeah.
Oh, well done. You're the first, man. But yeah, that's how.
Yeah, but I don't know why the logo doesn't read that way.
It's because, and it is a think piece. I agree. The battle streams is in the Middle Earth.
No, that doesn't make sense. You just read it normally.
It's middle battle streams Earth. But indeed,
yeah.
We look for an issue of this Diagstini's Parkwork, and we kind of see what the game was like, see what the profiles were like, see what the scenery tutorials were like, and compare them to now. And we just hang out. And the idea behind it was that we would all hang out together globally and paint together and paint the same thing. So we always have a theme for the week, basically. And the theme of every chosen week was the models that came in the magazine. So as we work our way through the issues of the magazine, we would paint up all the models, not because we need them for an army, not because we need them for an event, just because it's gosh darn fun to paint models together. That's what we normally do. But a couple of streams back, we reached the end of a binder. I know. And we actually reached the end of the penultimate binder. So this is the last betwixt binder gap we have. And what we got into the habit of doing is every time we reach the end of the binder, because all Battle Games in Middle Earth was about the Lord of the Rings, we did a Hobbit themed stream where we looked at the history of the Hobbit releases, and so that everyone would have a chance to clear their backlog from their Hobbit models. And so we are between binders, and tonight is a Hobbit special. So Chris, do you want to tell them what our theme is and how they can get involved and so on?
It is this.
It's not that.
Not that.
It's not that. Oh God, it's gone wrong. That's super new. It's this.
Oh, we're doing that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll need to look that one out.
Oh, brilliant. I'm glad. This is.
It's gone awful
gone
already.
horribly wrong. It's not even a joke. I mean, what about the things we said earlier in the chat? You're going to need to go and reread that and reevaluate all the words.
Probably.
All right. Well, it'll be even more fun. But this is indeed we've reached the Armies of the Hobbit from the last edition. So we did An Unexpected Journey, the rulebook. We did the Desolation Smaug supplement. We did the Battle of Five Armies supplement, and we did There and Back Again. And remarkably, I didn't actually check the date on it, but There and Back Again, our last between binder stream, was somewhere in the region of 30 streams ago. And given there's 13 issues in a binder, you might think it really shouldn't be that long. But we've had loads and loads and loads of specials with things like the new edition. So yeah, the last one was episode 88, which was October 2023. So it was a year and a half ago, basically. So we did have a pause when Steve had all this stuff in the middle of the...
No wonder I couldn't remember.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe how far back it was, both in terms of numbers. So 88, this is 118, right?
Yes. That's what it says on the YouTube
it's
channel.
30 streams ago was the last one, and there's 13 issues of the magazine in the binder. So you'd think, obviously, we always use some specials. But I think it's normally around like 20 episodes per binder. But this one's been 30, so it's been a long time ago. But we looked at There and Back Again in the last between binder Hobbit stream, and tonight that brings us basically, I say bang up to date. You know, it was at least up to date until about 6 months ago. To the Middle Earth strategy battle game, the launch of the Hobbit in the Middle Earth strategy battle game. So we're going to have a little chat about some of that and some of the things in there. But of course, it's pretty new. People know this book pretty well. So I'll have a little natter about the launch of that one and maybe some other stuff. So, Chris, it is this book. How can people get involved tonight?
They can paint any model found in that said book, not the new one. That was just a tease. That book from 2018. So paint a model, put some paint on the model, finish base on the model, any model from that book, and post a picture on the whip thread on Facebook, or email Damien if you don't have Facebook.
Or email me. You can email. You can email Battlestream should you wish to.
Yes, but stick it on the whip thread.
Yeah.
And it's there. I've posted. Also, show us your snacks, because that's what this show's actually about.
Absolutely. So yeah, any model at all that has a profile in the Armies of the Hobbit is eligible. And if you're painting something that's not in there, put a picture up anyway, but you just won't be in the draw. The draw, Chris!
Draw?
What draw?
There's a draw. A draw to win a priority token. No.
Once upon a time. As if the thrill of painting a model for the fun of it wasn't enough. You can win tonight. Not these beautiful purple Battlestreams patron dice, but this, dear lady. Oh yeah! You wanted that game to end? Boom! That game's ended. Now, this is a black Battlestreams in Middle Earth dice that, as you can see, only rolls 2s and 1s, because that game is always going to end when you want it to. So yeah, the only way you can get your hands on one of these is to win the dice draw. So someone tonight working on a Hobbit model will win that very black dice, and you may then join the legends of the dice winning arena, and you could be as thrilled as. Have you not got one?
I've not got a black dice. I won 2 tokens.
Oh,
and then as soon as it came dice, things I actually use.
I was just looking at it. I was assuming you would have won one. You haven't got one. So it's
nope.
like look at Chris's sad face right now. That's the face of a man who doesn't have a black dice. But
it's even sadder when I partner Joe Holzman at Ardicon and he rolls his nice black BSIME dice in front of me.
Well, indeed, Joe Holzman is sitting pretty on 5 black dice, if you can believe such a thing.
He always sits pretty, so yeah.
You've got
there's a note to say I'm quite a lot louder than you.
Is there? I'll turn you down a bit. There are luminaries such as Mr. Harry Parkill, who has won 1 dice, and you can see how happy he is. But right at the top we have Joshua Crosby on 9 dice. Can you believe it? Ludicrous scenes.
9 is all you need.
Yeah, lucky for him. And he has won 4 of those in the last 9 streams. Absolutely absurd. So yeah, if you want to get in on that, paint a Hobbit model, get it in the whip thread on the Great British Hobbit League, and join in the fun and hang out with us. We've got oodles and oodles of stuff to talk about tonight. Loads of fun stuff to get us through this fine Friday night. But before we do, I'm going to say hi to Chris. We don't need to introduce Mr. Murphy, but Chris, you were very, very early BSIME guest host. I believe you were the 4th guest host.
It was the Halloween special.
Yeah, the 4th stream that we did back in October. Probably October the 31st-ish, I would imagine. And it's 6 months later. Where you been?
Gallivanting is quite often. Are you free that day? No, I'm in insert random Irish Welsh, English town, Scottish town.
Absolutely. Other people have rushed past you. For example, Mark Stone, who hosted his first guest stream after you, he's done 4 since. But Chris is always.
That's not surprising. He needs a lot of like positive reinforcement and things like that. He's very attention seeking.
But we kept trying to get Chris back on in a kind of, you get first refusal, and it's just the dates just never fallen. And so finally we are delighted to have Mr. Murphy back with us. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. Living the life, as they say.
It'll be fun, perhaps, that as we talk about various things that we've normally. I feel like we need to at least give you a 6-month life catch up. Everyone else gets the kind of what was your hobby journey to get you here, and then they've been on every 1 or 2 months. But maybe it's Chris, how's your 6 months been or something? But it could be an interesting insight into the 6 months of the middle strategy battle game, which have been completely uncontroversial.
Pretty much. Yeah. I've not seen anything controversial happening.
The phrase
but yeah, the last 6 months.
Fine,
was that end of October? So ran my own tournament, Stirling, in November. Success as always hard work.
Longest running event in the league?
Longest continuous running event, yep.
Very cool.
Other than break for COVID, but I think we allow that for everyone.
It's annoying, isn't it? It plays with the stats.
Yeah. Yes. December, went to the finale. You jokingly said, or maybe we'll play. My reply was only in the first game, because otherwise I'm doing terrible. Game 3 was it we played?
Yeah. And on bottom table, right?
Yes.
Where I was meant to be, but you were not.
Yes.
Yeah, good times.
I improved after that. I won all the rest of my games.
You're welcome.
Otherwise, played in the Scottish Masters, played in the WTC, played at the GBHL Masters and Commanders as a lowly commander, although I did win most sporting amongst the commanders, and me and my partner Stephen Denby won the Masters and Commanders, so I now have a nice... it's about there. GW Gold Ring Trophy.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
Very, very cool.
They donated prizes for the first place.
That's
so
good.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And then
is that the winners of the event, the Master and Commander?
So it was the Masters were the top 16 or 12 as a league, the best newcomer and the best from each of the areas in the past. Partner with a Commander, which was top 8 most sporting, the top 8 best painted from the league from last year.
Very cool.
So,
and you were the
I was in sporting side, yeah. And then one most sporting amongst the top 8 most sporting and best painted players. Were you the sporting one or were you the competitive one? I was the sporting one.
Oh, okay, all right. Because
Stephen got a bit of advantage that he got a competitive hobbyist.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've gamed that properly, haven't you? That's.
I've played in the Masters itself previously, so yes.
Getting Murphy as your
and one most sporting as a master as well. So
getting Murphy on your team as your rubbish sporting one is a pretty glow up, isn't it?
To be fair, for the doubles part we took was at Salt and Ravenhill, and then the rest of the Dwarfs from Erebor reclaimed, so an all hero force.
Very cool.
Turns out it was quite filth, but one shot in a Balrog, one shot in a Mimic, and Witch King on Fellbeast in one turn.
That's pretty cool. How'd you one shot a Balrog? Just tons of heroes.
Tons of heroes, heroic strengths, two-handed weapons.
That new heroic strengths at that point.
Yeah, doubles your strength.
Yeah. Very cool, man.
Makes a big difference. Yeah.
Okay.
And then WTC, and then I've got the Nations Cup in Poland next week.
Very cool. Amazing.
Plus lots of other GBHL events in between.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, it's a delight to have you back, and I'm sure tonight will be wonderful, and I hope that you're back again in less than 6 months, quite frankly.
I hope so too.
So Chris, are you on theme tonight? Are you working on anything? Oh, look at that! That is lovely. What a model.
Yes. He's been probably in that stage since that book came out.
Yeah.
I painted one other Gundabad troll, and yeah, that one's never got around to being anywhere near finished.
2017. There and Back Again was late 2016, so I wonder if they probably snuck into 2017. I reckon the Gundabad trolls.
Right, it was around about then. It was a bit after I got them, but yeah.
Yeah, they're very cool. I loved them. I've got 2 of them and loved painting them. They're brilliant models.
I've got 3 of them. I don't know why I have 3, but I do have 3.
Are you swapping the heads around?
That one is with the head swap.
That's what I did. I did scythe gauntlets with head, so he's like more armor, and then club with face.
Yes.
So then I presume you can't do anything with the 3rd one, can you? Because it just has to be.
He has a. Is he a club one? I think he's a club one, but I left the helmet. And
they swapped now, right? I want to say like last edition, it was club all day. This edition, it's scythes all day, right? Isn't scythes an extra attack now? I think.
Yeah, right? Something like that.
That's very cool on a big troll.
Although the club was quite good when I was using it a couple of weeks ago.
The club now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the club was great in the last.
The troll itself was terrible. I hardly won any fights, but if.
Big base as well.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Or maybe just rolling badly, I think, was its main issue.
That does mean that you can be entered into the draws on that.
Hey!
Imagine if you won your first black dice on your own stream. Incredible.
There'll be an investigation. Royal Commission.
Sorry, you're geographically distant to me. So you can tell me when to stop the dice, but you can't be accused.
I know it's like further than Guernsey to your house.
Do you want to try? We didn't plan anything. Have you got like a? What have you got? Have you got a paint pot? Brown paint pot?
I have many brown paint pots. What sort of brown are we going for?
You got Mornfang brown?
No, because you're going to pass it to me.
Oh, okay, perfect. You haven't got any Mornfang brown. All right.
No.
Here it comes.
I need some Mornfang brown.
Here's your pot of Mornfang brown. You ready?
Yep. Oh, there it is.
I suspect it's very slow. I feel like you reached into my head to get it. But we'll give it a go. We'll give it a chance. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah, it's not. You know Steve Crow with a bar of mint crisp, man. But enjoy the Mornfang.
Or Mark Stone. He was really good at it.
Stone was so good at it. He was catching everything. So good at it. So good at it. It's those softball rounder skills that he's got. Filth. So yeah, there you go. We hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Myself, I'm not on theme tonight. I am. I'll give you a little taste, a little preview of something. I'm going to be doing some green stuffing. Because I've been. You wouldn't believe where I've gone back to, Chris.
Hobbits.
I have gone back to the Shire. To do some more conversions.
You got confused when it was Army of the Hobbits.
Yeah, absolutely. I started having hysterical flashbacks. Have a look at this guy. So I've converted this dude, who is a flautist, a hornblower, little hobbit with a hat, blowing a little horn.
Quite a girth on that flute.
It's a big one. But I've converted 15 more hobbits. And I'm going to be green stuffing those tonight because I didn't paint enough hobbits last year, and that is because I've had a wonderful turn of events where Trokenburn are riding to war again at the doubles, at Warhammer World Doubles, which I think is now in 4 weeks' time. We won it in 2013, and they scheduled it the same week as Seven Stones last year, so that we couldn't win it again.
The fools.
It was filth, is what it was. Unbelievable. But they didn't do that this year, so we get to go back and try and win our title back from the Mundins. And we were going to do Hill Tribesmen. That's what we agreed to do ages ago. I painted all the heroes, haven't painted the warriors. I was kind of like, ugh.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just struggling with them. I'm struggling with them a bit. And I messaged Adam, knowing that Adam wouldn't have painted his stuff yet because he likes to paint his stuff super last minute. And I said, "You still want to do this?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Do you really want to do it?" And he went, "No." And I said, "I agree. I don't want to do it either. What else can we do?" And then we came up with the idea of hobbits, and he loves hobbits. He wrote the original Scar and the Shire supplement. I love hobbits. I'm still deeply invested in them emotionally after last year. I'm really quite keen to try out the Shire list. I think it's sleeper filth. I'm going to go out there. I think it's no one's talking about the Shire list, and I reckon not the way we play it, but I reckon around 600 points there could be something pretty tasty in there.
I think it's Battle of Greenfield is the sleeper.
I haven't looked at that yet.
But
but some of the stuff in there is pretty good, I reckon. And so we decided to do that. So we're going back. We're doing Hobbits. I had a whole bunch of pieces left. I was like, this is brilliant. It'll give me the kick up the arse I need to do my last set of conversions. And a whole bunch of conversions. I'm going to paint them over the next month. And go to Warhammer World, my first Warhammer World event of the year, which I'm really excited about because I haven't been able to go to that too. So, yeah, that's me.
Good. What are you eating?
I'm eating my stream snack. Haribo Buzzy Bees.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. What the hell are Haribo Buzzy Bees, right? You know what they are? Limited
Haribo.
edition. So when I saw these in Tesco, and I was like, it's stream week, got to get these, got to try those out. So yeah, I'm going to have a few of these. I've already had quite a few of these.
I've got some stream snacks that are gifts from Patreon.
You have indeed. So I've got those. I'll get on to your treats in a minute. I've got a Twinkie. My mum's got a lovely friend who lives in America. She came over to visit her and she bought me 2 boxes of Twinkies. Because somehow my mum's friend knows my rule about Twinkies. They have to be Americans. Just turned up with 2 massive boxes of Twinkies. And I was like, this is amazing. So I've got a fresh supply of Twinkies to have. And I've got a beer ready for Friday night. It's a cold beer because I don't know what it's like in Scotland, but it's bloody hot down here.
It's fairly warm here.
And yes, that is what's getting me through the stream. What about you, Chris? What have you got?
I have some Malco Sterner Caramel Cola.
How'd that get to Scotland?
Car.
That is courtesy of Jen's Elmos.
Train. Automobile.
How is it?
Not terrible.
That's all you can ask.
It can grow in me.
Did you get any licorice, or do you hate licorice?
I hate licorice.
Yeah, so you didn't get... We ended up with a lot of licorice left from Jen's.
Yeah, I refused to take that. That was...
You got some cola. That's wonderful.
And then I've got something that I said Christine was interested in trying, so I said I would save some for her so she can have a taste.
What is that?
I have no idea. Vingummy Spunk.
Is that a box of spunk?
It's been sitting for a while.
How is it? How's it taste?
Chewy.
Have you had that before?
Maybe accent.
That is, again, courtesy of Jen Zelmos. She sent us a fine selection of boxes of spunk, which I believe comes from...
Not bad, actually.
It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. It's nice you think, which I just think means you should always be willing to try things. You won't know until you try it. But not like licorice. I can confirm that the spunk does take better than the licorice. But yeah, thanks, Jens. And I've got to say, there's a few care packages out there in the world, but that's it. It's gone, Jens. Thank you. It's been distributed to the hosts. I have nothing left here. It's not a request. Please don't send another massive box of European candy. Yeah, the rest of the hosts have it all now. And thank you for that kingly donation to Battle Streams. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, so there we go. That's what you've got to get you through. While I've still got some hot tea, I am gonna crack into a Twinkie. But yeah.
Okay, while you do that, we'll dive into the chat.
Indeed, see you in.
Right, starts off with a handsome man called Joe Holzman saying good evening, everyone. And then carries on with a Richard Clammer saying evening. Then a Matt Butler for streaming a Wild Kitchen Live. Sorry. Be that disappointing. Maybe only waits for me. That could be there. Frederick Schultz wondering where I am. Where's the whip thread? Got the lovely Sean Clark saying evening.
Wow.
Ricky Drinks Paints. Best part of the month is tuning for these live streams.
Oh, thanks, Ricky. That's lovely.
Larry Miller. Might have to wait until I finish the songs before I start the stream.
The songs?
I think he's listening to your Patreon playlist.
Catching up on Battlestream's Patreon Alexa. Bingo.
Yes. Scott Newman's in. I'm in. Ashley Fisher. Mr. Greentree. The lovely Michael Haskell.
Oh.
Evening all. A BSIME live stream. Our own last homely house to dwell in for a short while all about the light fives with darkness. Very poetic there.
Are you calling us the last homely house?
Yes.
Wow, why?
You must be Arwen, I must be Elrond.
I'll be the Arwen to your Elrond, or the Arwen to your Aragorn. What's wrong? Is he saying what's happened?
I think just general things in the world.
General state of the world.
Yeah.
Oh well, you know.
It was COVID.
I want to say the words. It's not that bad, but it is quite bad, isn't it? Oh, I'm glad you can find some respite in battle streams, Michael. Lovely to have you, my friend.
Frederick Silk saying he can see us. We've now got the B-side music. He spotted us.
Lovely.
Almost perfect 7 minutes past. The B-side we know and love. Sam Page is in. Larry Miller's just on the Encanto song. Michael Dublé was worried for a minute that Damien lost another host. R.I.P. Steve.
I'm getting paranoid about
always
birthdays.
With us, never forgotten.
How many? We've got a lot of birthdays this week. I think you're gonna have to do a big birthday song for like loads of people. But,
do it in a Scottish Marilyn Monroe.
Yes, ideally that would be the best way. It was definitely Harry's birthday. Was it? Am I going mad? It was Sam's birthday as well, wasn't it? It was Sam's birthday this week and Harry's birthday. And it's Scott Newman's birthday tomorrow, I believe.
Oof.
It's just birthdays all over the place.
Matt Hudson's in. Oh, sorry, Tom Turtle as well. False start is a subtle reference to the accidentally released picture of the Warren Rohan book.
Or the Rohan book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said Warren Rohan, but yes. Matt Hudson, some horrible man called J-Mac, saying toxic positivity.
Oh, I got that. That's about. I don't know. Can I say? I don't know what. I did an episode of Cast It Into the Fire, and that was one of the topics we discussed. But
I listened to it. It was nice to hear drunk Damien on a.
You didn't listen to it.
I'd not.
It's not.
I did listen to it.
You didn't, because it's not out. It's not the one.
No, it was out and then it was taken off.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, it went out and came down.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because you were that. Your language was that foul.
That's not me this time. That wasn't me this time. It certainly
wasn't.
Oh,
you've been on the second one?
Yeah, second one.
That's it's the second one. I thought it was the first one.
No.
There's the second one.
See, I told you it hadn't gone up. I was then like, what? No way did that go up.
There was an episode I think posted today. Is that?
It's not. I've heard confirmation today that it's not going up, and we're going to redo it.
I'm going to have to get J-Mac to send me the audio then.
Yeah,
otherwise, I'll cancel my Patreon.
It was beautiful, beautiful chaos. That's how I would describe it. But yeah, so hopefully we'll have another crack at that one.
From one horrible person to another, Mark Stone says, "Hola amigos." Yen Elmo says, "Greetings."
Oh, that's
REMCO.
He sent you your cola.
Oh, is that Yen in the chat? REMCO or REMITCO. Good evening, everyone. Mark Stone says, "I have pizza." I doubt it's pizza, Mark. It probably doesn't have tomatoes on it. You weirdo. Steve Ryan says, "Evening all as well. Don't have many Hobbit models, but recently came in possession of a Thorns company from Hunt for the Arkenstone."
There you go.
That works.
There you go.
Larry Miller says, "You have plenty of troll dice, though." I think that's reference to me not having the black B-sign dice.
I've got troll dice. I've got one of those. Lovely dice.
Mark Stone really appreciated the troll dice.
Do you want to tell the lovely people about your troll dice?
I might have some here, actually. So for 7 stones, me and Mark went for the theme of the Trollship, so troll versions of the Fellowship, and we decided to go for troll dice. There we go.
Beautiful symbol. Beautiful symbol.
A little troll face, but it's not on a 6.
Oh, troll face on the 1. Unbelievable.
It's not on a 1.
What?
It's on a 3. Just for sheer randomness.
That is absolutely rank.
My original plan was to actually get dice made up with the symbol in the 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s, and not distinguish between them and just roll them on, and I realised that might just tip me over the edge.
How were they to use?
I enjoyed them because at least once in every game there was a crucial roll that somebody got caught out on because they rolled the troll face and thought they got a 6.
Right.
I think my favourite was Mark actually thinking he'd one-shotted an ent. And instead had only done 1 wound.
I mean, psychologically, that must be tough. Like just through conditioning of getting used to them being almost always 6s.
6, yeah.
Almost always 6s. Possibly 1s, but never 3s, Murphy.
I know. I had to pay a guy to custom print a blank dice on all 6 sides to get that done.
What do you mean?
Because normally dice are engraved and there's either a blank bit on the 1 or the 6 for them to print or engrave the symbol on. You had to get blank on all 6 dice and print.
Oh wow! I didn't even think.
Yeah, because Sterling Move bought a lot of dice over the years, so I have a good working relationship with one of the dice manufacturers, dice.co.uk.
So that's the whole, every side of that is kind of custom engraved, effectively.
Well, I went for printing because engraved would have cost about £400 for the 40 dice. And I decided that was maybe a little bit too much for...
Oh, that's amazing.
Meme.
Oh, wonderful. I love it. I'm going to try and throw something to myself, all right?
Okay.
So I'm going to throw a Star Mix Busy Bee up. Angela.
Impressive. Right, where were we? Larry says there was things saying I was louder than you. Larry asked if he can turn Damien down too.
Oui.
That's a bit strange that he just wants to watch you without listening to you.
Yeah, he's a professional.
Troll?
I was going to say bastard, but yeah, I can say troll if you want.
Joe thinks it's just my natural Scottish boom. Joshua Crosby, I know people tell me that 9 dice is enough, but I trade them all for 10.
That's funny.
Joe Holzman, as an aside, this Big Daddy pistachio is amazing.
Oh yeah, Joe's got the M&S Big Daddy bar tonight, which is one hell of a chocolate bar.
Larry Miller asked, is that the event that copied Steve, God rest his soul's event name? No, that was the other way around.
He's not dead.
The post-teen spirit, I also have a handful of troll dice ready to play their debut tomorrow.
Oh, you spread them around.
Oh, we gave them to all our opponents. I don't want 40 troll dice.
Right.
Post-teen spirit, guarantee I get excited by the symbol, then I realise I fell into my own trap. That's the way. Larry asked, is the third troll Gandalf or is he Mark's? The third troll is mine. The Gandalf troll is there. Matt Hudson says yes.
Yeah, I see the third troll.
Joe Holzman, just make sure you're in the final with Hudson, guaranteed win.
Oh, Hudson, we can't. Can we try, Chris? It'll be you calling it. Try and get Hudson a dice. He's become the new people's champion. So many finals. And on that
He's
note,
a bit toxically nice, I find. So I'm not sure I can
we should
support
also
that.
say in our community recognition segment, we'll say a massive thank you and well done to Jack Brown, who is one of our patrons, who, for altruistic reasons, people have been asking for ages, like, how many finals have I got to and that sort of stuff, and I don't have that data. And he's getting that data, people. He's going through every stream and making a note of every entry in every dice draw.
Who was it that did it for the Palantir?
Oh, Ryan Ratchford, was it?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. And he's doing the Lord's work. I mean, it's beautiful. I think he's up to about number 38. So well done, Jack. And he's going to create a great database for us to dig into in the future. But wow, and he's saying actually he's enjoying it because he's actually going back and watching the streams and kind of hobbying away to them and stuff. But still, I mean, what a hero! What a Warhammer hero! I'll send you I'll send a nomination next year for Warhammer Heroes for you, and I'm quite sure they'll throw it out because they won't understand. But thanks, Jack.
Right, where else are we? Mark Stone thinks the paint spot was better on the stream he was last on. I've already said that, Mark. It's okay.
Happy
you can get
Friday,
the praise.
my friend.
Happy Friday. Sadly, I've only got a glass of water. Richard Clammer, another connoisseur of the Three Gundabad Troll Club. He's one club, two scythes.
That sounds like a video I watched once on the internet. A much worse version of it.
Don't know.
This is true. I don't know which would be worse.
There was a games club in Stirling called Two Guys, One Paint Pot.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
They just got referred to as 2G, 1P. That was... Tommy Murphy, afternoon all, back in the family home this weekend, painting ceilings, minis. Unfortunately for the mother, should have invested in that travel paint case from Frontier. Joe Holzman, forget Battle of Greenfields, Golf and Ball can bring hill trolls. Yeah,
well, Golf and Ball, I think is another shout that I'm quite interested in, but I'm sure we'll get to
that. Ross Wostenholm, what a good looking Scot there. Thanks, Wee Wisty. Have you ever met Wee Wisty?
I'm not sure if I've met Wee Wisty. I've met what I can only presume must be called Big Wisty.
Yes.
I've met that Wisty. I'm not sure I've met Wee Wisty.
Interesting characters. Lovely characters. Joe Holzman, I can only assume it's because your mum's friend is a fan of the stream where you've discussed your Twinkie rule at great depth.
Yeah,
on many occasions.
So. She lives in Texas, and I think we're big in Texas.
Talking about big in Texas, Destrio the Dexterous, Estonian greetings all.
How's the timing on that?
Yeah.
Love to
Is that your mum's friend?
Perfect, man.
The Orthanc Cause Oracle, hey, brackets Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine.
Jasmine?
Yes. She also has some troll dice.
Did you say Orthanc
She asked for extras.
Oracle?
Yes.
Is that I mean, it's been a long time. It's like 5-6 years. Is this Jasmine's first stream? I think maybe. Oh, it's lovely to have you.
Richard Clammer, I need a birthday song. Mine was 24th.
What's that? The 20. I don't think we can do anything for the 24th. I think.
Post-teen Spirit, mine was the 11th of December. Oh, it's jumped. There we go. Steiner Carlson, evening all. Evening. J-Mac, I got too drunk, so we have to redo it.
There you go. See, I didn't want to say.
You could have said nobody would be shocked by that statement in any way, shape, or form.
That you, when thinking you were talking about that episode, said, because you got too drunk. And I was like, it wasn't me. Like thinking you had heard it somehow. I was like, that wasn't me, dude. But yeah, he said it now. I was trying to protect his sterling reputation as a non-alcoholic in the community. But yeah, we did it. And J-Mac got wrecked on it. And so the thing gradually descended into full-on chaos. And
J-Mac, you have to release that as a Patreon special.
And I basically left it with Alex, literally with his head in his hands, and J-Mac going, I think it's all right. And I was like, you guys make the call. Like,
I definitely need to hear this.
maybe it'll be an extended edition that gets released for the 20th anniversary or something.
Jasmine, those dice are the best, catching out so many people. Glad that they've worked. Mark Stone, the troll dice still make my brain itch. Joe Holzman, I think you should have done that. In fact, I might insist on it for Ardicon. That must be for the symbols and all the.
Blank dice,
Oh, Posting Spirit, I won my troll dice in the raffle.
Oh, very cool.
There we go. Sean Clark, Poor Hudson. Matt Hudson, fake nice is the worst nice. But you're not even fake, Matt. It's disgusting. James Wilson, evening everyone. No Hobbit stuffs for me tonight. Assembling Rohirrim and Hill Tribesmen.
Very cool.
Thoughts and prayers for you for assembling Hill Tribesmen.
See you in a year.
I had to do an army within 2 weeks.
Yeah, but you did like 50 or 60 of them, didn't
you? 70.
It's gross. Oh,
yes.
That's not cool, man. That's not cool.
Yes. The building, I think, was worse. The painting was quite fine. Fairly easy to paint. Nice to find features. Lots of browns, wash. You're sort of done. But the building them was
I just
terrible.
think they're still quite. I'm not worried about painting them because I've got 24. But I still think, however nice they are, painting 70 of them, they are detailed. I was like, no thanks.
They've been to 3 tournaments and I've never used them. I played my first game with them on Wednesday and they lost badly.
Were they meant to go to a tournament and you changed your mind or something, or what?
No, friend Marty fancied using them for a tournament and I was like, I can get them painted.
So they're not even yours?
So I did. They're my army, but you just borrowed them for the tournament. Okay. I was borrowing them again for the Nations Cup. Unfortunately, he wrote his list and I have to paint 2 more models, so I was like, for crying out loud, can you just... There. Right, what else? Richard Clammer, every time Chris says Joe Holzman, he now hears his Troll Holzman. I'll call him Troll Holzman. Richard Clammer from Joe, not an unfair assumption if I'm honest. Posting Spirit, maybe Jack can be my co-commentator and give little nuggets of dice off history as we see them play out.
Oh yeah, Sam does. If you stick around to the end of the stream for the real diehards, Sam Huddy's commentary on the dice draw, something else. Man.
Oh, right. I always forget Sam Huddy's Posting Spirit.
Yeah,
an absolute gentleman he is.
He is.
Old school Chris C.
Right,
That's an amazing tale about the troll dice, but I feel like you missed an opportunity to have a different style of numbers on each side, like 1 capitals and letters, a 2, then a 3, a V, a 6.
That would be gross.
I like that idea, though. I'll look into it.
Did you have to, given that they were blank, did you have to pay for each side? Or, do you know, like...
yes, I had to pay for printing for each side.
So would it have cost you more to have different symbols, or were
probably not actually?
You effectively paying for 6 different symbols.
Yeah.
So you
could, you could probably. Yeah, probably wouldn't have cost any extra to do that.
The path not taken.
Yes. I'll think about it for next year.
Bring back the Trollship. Mark was saying he wants to play more games and more tournaments with old troll armies, so...
I heard that as well.
Yeah, I think next year's the one, man.
You might actually learn the monster rules by the end of it.
Now that's not fair. Come on,
You'll never learn the rules. You might learn the old world rules.
I'll tell you what. Actually, I have to say that before he jumps in with indignancy. He knew the old world rules better than I did. I think he was much better at picking those up than I was.
Right, where are we? Larry Miller, Joe's comment about Golfy's army getting trolls made me look them up, and it turns out he isn't affected by fury in his own army.
Golfy
must be missing that.
Isn't affected by fury in his own army.
He must be missing a keyword or something.
Yeah, is it Mordor Orc Fury or something? We might have a look at that later.
Yep. Larry, I like those dice with non-organised pips. Jasmine has been on a stream before, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah, well, it's lovely to have you back.
Mark Stone, no pressure, but it's my birthday on Sunday.
There you go. So you got Mark as well. So this week, Sam, Harry, Mark, and Scott.
Mark's is too far away. He's not getting a birthday.
3 of those are hosts. 3 hosts. But you'll be doing the singing, so you can frankly say whatever names you want from that combination.
Okay. You'll probably have to write them down for me. Sean Clark called them more reason to release it. Not sure what we're releasing. Maybe the Kraken. Joe Holzman at Larry just makes me want to run that army even more. Sean, I think it's to J-Mac. J-Mac released the Drunk Podcast, you cowards. Mark Stone, can't believe I'm going to be 25.
I can't
think
believe
you've
that.
got that typed the wrong way round.
Oh, it's good.
Nobody likes you when you're 52, and they're still more amused by old world puns. What the hell is Guernsey? Oh, my friends say I should lick a cow.
I've seen the video. I should have sent it to you. It was a band who were called Blink 182, and it was Mexican covers.
So I Miss You, half in Spanish, right?
Yeah.
It was amazing. Tom DeLonge's seen it and shared it. It's brilliant. And I don't think they're called Juan 82. I think someone is sharing them. And Juan 82 is either the best or the most offensive name for a Spanish cover band. But it's sublime. It's so good. The mix between, like, genuinely good, right? The mix between English
I
and
listened
Spanish.
to it. I thought that was quite good. Yeah. J-Mac, perhaps I'll finish editing it then. Sigh. Good to get on with it. Richard Clammer, what I missed my birthday song. The last stream was before my birthday on the 22nd.
I mean, I have to admit, I think we've got 100 patrons. We normally get about 40 people watching every stream. Not everyone gets a birthday song.
I don't think I had the birthday song.
Sometimes it falls that way. And I love that people care.
Frederick Schultz, why is Damien showing the middle finger?
I don't know what that means. Am I showing the middle finger? Or is it something in the background?
I don't know. Mark, no more trolls.
Some more trolls.
Maybe he wants to play Ent. Larry Miller, I want to see you guys do a fantasy fellowship campaign with the Trollership.
Only
need to get to Bree.
Yeah, there it is. See that one lumbering over the horizon like a troll.
I'll do it with J-Mac. Joe Holzman at Mark Stone, I've never disagreed with a comment. More trolls are life.
To be fair to Mark, he has done an awful lot for the troll community in the last 6 months. You know, he took old cave trolls to Throne of Skulls and the Trollership of the Ring to Seven Stones. So I think he's just a bit trolled out. He's not anti-troll. If anything,
I don't know. Sam Huddy's got a good idea. Whoa, Mark, you haven't even done Trolling's company yet.
There you go. There's not the same height variation in them, though, is it? They'll all have to be ogres, right?
Probably. Also, for points wise, they probably all need to be ogres as well.
What was Gimli? Was he the snow troll, or was he an ogre?
Gimli was just an ordinary murder troll because he has a hand and a half axe,
right? So
he can go two-handed. The snow troll was Boromir.
I think I thought it was a snow troll because he's like bigger than some but smaller than others.
Boromir has a horn, so does a snow troll. So.
I love that you.
I don't know if you'd actually seen.
I love that you said that because you're worried people didn't get it, and you want to show how clever you were.
Yes. When assembled, I didn't put one of the horns on his head, and that's actually in his hand.
Beautiful.
And it's got a shield on his back. Mark Stone have played 11 straight tournament games with all trolls. He might as well even it up.
I'm telling you, man, he's damaged.
Larry was like, actually finished the Fantasy Fellowship campaign. instead of crushing everyone's hopes and dreams.
It's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all.
That's true. Like the Palantir episode 100.
I think that's relatively likely to happen. I think.
Well, as I told you, I just need the Make-A-Wish Foundation kid. That's
Jesus. Oh man. Can't do that.
I'll pay for his trip to Disneyland.
Oh Christ. Oh, that's not cool.
Anyway, Larry Miller, he's Angmar while his orcs are Mordor for some reason.
He's Angmar and his orcs. Yeah, so Mordor Orc shame. Mordor Orc Fury.
Old school Chris C. I must say Ruth did have great fun using the troll dice to take down the troll ship with her Toriel. She did actually roll really well with them. That Orcris being two-handed really put its weight in that game. Yep, we got absolutely torn apart in that game.
What did you do? How many games did you win in the end of the troll ship?
We won a few actually because we were in the second group. Did we win 2 other games on the first day and 1 other games on the second day?
Well, 3 out of 6.
To be fair, the last game we sort of decided not to go for the objectives, and because Larry had a marble.
It's a plan to goddamn.
And I barged through the entire army of hill tribesmen to get to Wolf.
As you should, my friend.
Yes, and unfortunately the game ended just before we could get it.
Oh. Classic Miller, ruining fun for everyone.
Yep. He was like not even charging in with Wolf, he was like running away with him like a big scaredy cat. It was very unsporting.
You know Larry, never playing into the theme of his forces.
I know.
No. Always desperate to win at all counts.
Pretty much. He's pretty filthy like that. Michael Dubley, it's my birthday also this year. Old school Chris C, mine was last year. Mark Stone, oof, I don't know which comment that was to.
I think that was to the 52.
To be fair, 52 is closer than 25 for him. Larry Miller, I can't believe we've never had a 2 drunk BSIME stream yet.
Yeah, I think we were probably quite close a couple of times in COVID when we were on the gin, but I don't think.
Yes,
I don't think.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen Steve lose sight.
That wasn't anything to do with the drink, then. I don't think we've ever.
Larry Miller, especially surprising considering this is something like the 6th time it's been hosted by a Scot.
Whoa!
We can hold a drink.
There's some bars going around tonight, aren't there?
Josh Crosby, you could have a mathematical symbol for each number, indices and roots, etc.
That would be fun.
You have an interesting term of fun. Mark Stone, drunk stream sounds like my time to shine, although during the pandemic I did fall asleep playing co-op Total War with Murphy. Yes, he did. that was a delightful battle I had to try and win on my own.
What kind of monster would fall asleep whilst playing a game with a friend?
Especially since he had all the hard-hitting stuff, and I had to basically pull my entire army back into his just so it would actually automatically fight rather than him actually do anything as he snores in my ear.
But look at the beautiful doubles team that it formed.
We were doubles before that. I don't know why it stuck with them. Ents do everything trolls do, just much better, but they're not as cute.
Not as cute. Who was that rank anti-troll propaganda from?
Mark Stone.
Oh.
He'd done so much for the troll community.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I'll take it back.
Yeah. Richard Clammer, hear me, Damien O'Byrne. This is the last time I go to Paris and watch the stream. Try other cities.
Is that because he hasn't had his birthday song?
Yeah. You know what, Richard? I might sing you a birthday song.
I'm fine with it. Just so you know, I think the floodgates will open.
That's fine. That wouldn't be my problem.
This is true.
For another 6 months.
It's not really
Larry Miller, did you get the frying pan fixed? I haven't actually glued that back on, but I thank you for finding the frying pan. Mark confirming the number of wins. Was a lick. Evening, fellas. Murstone, you be pleased to hear your dice have been used to devastating effect around these parts.
Lovely
This
to
is
have
great.
you, John.
I'm glad that they're annoying everybody in Chester.
I believe, and I'm only saying this because I've embarrassed myself, I believe it's Sholek. I
Sholek.
think.
That could be, probably. I need to up on my Polish pronunciations
As
for
do
next
I,
week. Larry, they weren't very good at getting shiny marbles off angry emos. Mark, I'm glad the troll dice have seen widespread use. Everyone can suffer the way I did all 6 games. I think he's also forgetting about the Champions Arena. He fell for it a few times there. JK, evening all. Sorry, showing up a little tardy to the party.
Not at all, my friend, not at all.
Hope it all is well for everyone. Yes, thank you.
It's Friday night. What's not to like?
Larry trying to define the fact that he's a massive power gamer. And then Rory Campbell, evening gents, time to continue the BSIME Thorns company.
Oh,
And James Wilson, why not just sing happy birthday, insert name here?
Well, I think that's less personal.
Oh, you've nailed the pronunciation, by the way.
Have I?
Yes.
I'll try.
Rory Campbell says we need 12 more Hobbit specials.
Wonderful stuff, wonderful stuff.
And then Larry says, hey, hi Larry. And that's me at the end of the comments.
Good job, my friend. I want some input from the community.
No.
You can affect my army live, all right? This is what am I doing? What am I doing in these days of technology? Why am I holding stuff up? What am I doing? Let's go to. Doesn't matter how many times I pick the wrong app. It's always the wrong app. Ooh. Right. So, I'll give you a good look at the one that I showed off earlier. It was, which one was it? It was the Hornblower, wasn't it? Yeah. Here he is. So this is the Hornblower. So that is Osgiliath Frodo with I think what was a some sort of like metal smoke chimney pipe thing I had from Tomarillion, but I thought it looked a bit like a flute. So I've actually got it. I'm not sure if it will focus in. It is coming out above his hands. There's a little bit sticking out.
Oh yeah.
Which I was quite pleased with. And then it's
sorry to see it. Yeah.
It's the head of Chris Murphy.
Oh, that's Bandabrass.
Very good. And I put that on because the metal hobbits are a little bigger than the like Fellowship hobbits are bigger than the Shire range. So people with big heads like Bandabrass Took and Farmer Maggot make good conversion heads for. So yeah, that's that one. But I've also done this guy. This is Punchy McGee. Which I was quite happy with.
Although it looks like he's broke his right.
Yeah, no, these are the arms I had left. So I've got Tolman Cotton's body, it's a Bilbo Baggins head, and then Gaffer Gamgee's hands. Alright, now my question is, I quite like the pose. What do you think of the box? Is the box silly? And this is for Chris and for the community. I'm sort of saying box or no box.
I think he needs to be raised up.
Yeah, well, that's what.
But maybe a table rather than a.
Yeah, you see, you're right. You're right, of course. But I see. I knew it. Oh, here's my stuff. It's not to say I don't have other stuff, but look, here's my reasonably sized stuff. Not sure if they're all here. There's some like stools in here. Like smaller things, right? His legs are too wide for all of them. Anything of a reasonable size, his legs are too wide for, and the only thing you can fit him on is too big. Riddle me that. So
just after going to repose his legs.
I can't be bothered to do that. But I am willing to cut him off this chest and put him on something else.
Could you? Yeah. I know you've green stuffed it, but the arm with the floppy hand, could you actually turn that the other way so he's doing a Matrix style?
Oh, come at me, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think I could turn the arm. I'd have to cut the hand off.
Yeah.
Do you want me to cut the hand off?
Yeah.
So I'll do it?
Yeah.
I quite like that idea. Do you want me to cut the hand off at the wrist and turn it round so it's a come at me, bro?
Yes.
Alright, I'll do that. Any chance you could solve the actual problem?
Do I have small tables? When do you need the table by?
Pass it to me. That would be amazing. I've got some other bits. Look, I knew I had more. I've got these. There's a little table. There's another chest.
I take it the little table's too little.
Yeah,
and the camera's just showing your naked legs.
Do you like?
Lovely toenails.
You know, kids painted them at Easter. I don't hate it. So yeah, what do you think? I think he should be on something, but clearly you have the same issue with the bug box that I have, which is why I asked.
Yeah, it just doesn't suit him. A table, I think, suits. I don't think a stool does either.
And he's meant to be at the party, obviously. He's at Bilbo's birthday party. But things have got a bit raucous, you know.
A barrel? Nah.
I think I used all my barrels.
People are saying put him on a hill.
Alternative approach. It's good that we're getting suggestions, though. So yeah, they're in. Okay, there's my problem. I need someone to help me solve it. But I like Chris. I like your idea, and I will change his hand position.
Oh, school Chris, he needs a cold shower now after seeing your ankle.
All right. I'm probably gonna break his.
Markstone table and stool. Don't think you can fit both on a base.
The 2-item approach is intriguing. I grant you. I got 1 foot off. Problem is these are such beautiful, delicate resin Hobbit feet. Oh, there we go. Right, he's safe.
Hey, now chop that hand off.
Is that the most important thing? Forget about the real problem.
Yep.
But yeah, affect my army live. Help me, team. Help me, team BSIME. Yeah. What was the point of that? Why was I showing you that? I feel like there must have been some sort of conversation in that one. I can't remember. Or did you caught up on the chat and so I was just saying?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What else was there? See, Scott Newman said he was very excited this morning with the hope of a birthday song, so you can't let him down.
Scott's a fellow Scot, so I won't let him down.
Craigie says the Hobbit looks like he's using a bong. Bonging some old Toby. Maybe he is. It's a party, isn't it?
You got any left to your smoke effects?
I do have a bit of it. Would you like me to find you a box from Wilson? Standing across 2 things, that's quite... Yeah, Ricky says the box is too long. So I knew it. Joe, if you could try and see over the fortress. Chris C thinks the box is fine. Bit of ankle hotness, table and stool. John says, Davo, can I interest you in 4 balloon weights to prop your laptop up with? To prop my laptop up? Is that? I assumed that was to prop my Hobbit up. Does my laptop need to go higher? Is there an issue with the laptop?
Did we see balloon weights?
We didn't see balloon weights, but John, of course, won the 4 balloon weights in the Seven Stones raffle. Haskell's got an overturned bucket or tub of some sort, perhaps a bench. Larry says put him on a raffle. And Rory says, I've missed something critical. Why is he still painting hobbits? I've gone back to the hobbits, Rory. I'm coming back. They're going to Warhammer doubles. Sam Page screams raffle. Sam says raffle where? I don't even know. I think they're just excited about the idea of the reel. Joe says, Ruru, you haven't seen the end of the hobby vlogs yet. Perhaps you never actually finished the Armies, pushed it back to this year. I was editing Mark Fest today. That next blog is nearing completion. Given the past, I really hate giving dates or anything, but I'd hope maybe by the end of next week that one might be up, which will be cool. I'm going to grab my box and see if I can find any other little bits.
Oh, from camera.
What?
Grabbing your box.
Whee.
Very rude. I'll keep you entertained while he runs off.
I'm still just at the other side of the room.
Alright, so hopefully you were entertained.
It's not like when I like to make sure that the chat is updated and then leave the room as a test for the guest host. We've obviously caught up. John's going, raffle, milk. Mark says at least you don't have to sit there shouting paint Gandalf. Ashley says, what's the box made of? Could you cut either end off, shave it out the middle and stick either end back on? God almighty, Ashley. We can't all make a computer monitor as a display board. Have a day off. Rory, how dare you finish Hobbits without Michael Haskell? I know, where is Haskell? What's he doing? He could be here. We've caught up, which is cool. Chris, what are we going to talk about? News, my friend. Stop. I think, thank you for all your comments so far, but we want to stop you. And now, shall we talk about new releases? Should we do that? Because stuff's out. I think the last stream was 3 weeks ago with Mark Stone, the Thursday before Seven Stones, when we got the news on the Sunday that things were going out for pre-release. So, most exciting news that we've all been waiting for was that almost all of the stuff finally went up for pre-order 2 weeks ago. And it's out tomorrow. So, release day tomorrow. It's release day eve. That's very exciting. And I've had an email saying mine is coming between 9:10 and 12 tomorrow, which is very exciting. So, Chris, I'm going to chat to you, but in the chat, let us know, what did you buy? Are you excited? What are you most excited about? And so on and so forth. Chris Murfitt, did you buy anything?
I did.
Whoa, what'd you get?
A match play guide.
Very nice.
Because I like match play. I ordered the new book.
The Armies Middle-earth?
Yes, ordered another Armies of Middle-earth as a gift for my friend Mr. Reed for cat sitting while I gallivanted with my wife to London and to Ireland for tournaments. So he looked in on our cat.
Are you not worried that he would get the book himself?
I contacted him beforehand to say I will get you the book.
It's not a secret gift.
And I ordered myself a beach bone.
Very cool.
What was also a nice pleasant surprise when I was ordering them on the GW site was that back in my birthday in April I'd been given vouchers that I'd loaded up and forgot all about because I thought I'll use them for when the book comes out shortly.
Oh, yeah.
So I completely forgot, so it was a lot cheaper on my wallet than I thought.
Very cool. Was that it?
Yes, I
Sweet.
decided to restrain myself a bit.
Okay, very cool, very cool, very cool. I've been asking everyone as they...
I won't get everything else that was released because I'm like that, but...
I feel like you've kind of quasi-answered this, but every host I've had on over the last sort of few months, I've asked what's been your favourite of the new reveals as they've come out. Now, obviously, logic would say that you're about to say Beachbone, but is it?
Hey, it's probably the catapult troll.
Oh, okay, cool. So, one of the... What was it? The catapult troll and the drakes, I think, that weren't on the list. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it.
So, catapult troll's the favourite.
Although the Corsair Ballista is beautiful.
Yeah. Are you a
And the crew are...
Corsair fan?
I do have an unpainted Corsair Force.
Do you think that's going to make you take the plunge?
Probably not straight away, but just because I've painted some of the plastics and I didn't enjoy it, so it's
I was listening to... What was I listening to this week? Someone was saying that they were awful, and I've never painted them, and from a distance, I'd never thought they were awful, but I haven't gone in and looked.
the cloths it's like same with the Harad models. The cloth just there's not clear defined ends between one piece and the other.
Okay. They're relatively dynamic for plastics of that era, aren't they?
Yeah, but I think it's the fact that you don't know what you're actually painting half the time when it gets to a point.
Very cool. So Catapult Troll is the highlight for you, but Games Workshop have had the good grace to not release the 150, 200 quid kit on the same weekend as everything else. It'll be one of those. I've said this before, I'm sure, I'm really torn on that because I've got a massive Gundabad army. I've got everything and it's all painted and I want one, but the idea of painting that just makes me feel ill and rubbish. And I've got a really quite good firm schedule of what I'm painting for at least the next 6 months, and it's one of those things where it won't be that, and it will be sitting in a box somewhere for a very long time. But I want it, Chris. I want it.
Yeah, Hera was another one that I and ahed about getting because I have the rest of it, although I haven't done the Rohan part of the War of the Rohan box yet, but I've got the other characters, so I thought it could be worthwhile.
So
getting hard, but I decided to hold off on that for good fiscal.
I mean, the thing is, none of it's limited. I think you could argue the dice are limited, I suppose.
Yeah. But, although, talking about dice, they've got rounded edges.
They have. They've changed them, haven't they?
Which I like, because I don't like I like rounded edge dice rather than...
I think I agree. I prefer rounded edge dice, but I still think these are the same era. They're still MESBG. We haven't had Dol Amroth ones before. I wish they were the same, if I'm honest.
Could be the start of a new era.
Yeah, but I don't know. I found that a bit. I ordered them and I was like, I liked that they had a consistent set of dice, like for all the races. For all the difference it makes. I'm not playing Dol Amroth, and most of the dice I've got sit on that shelf back there and never get touched. So, but yeah, it was a niggle for me. But I still bought them. I've got no plans for Dol Amroth. It's weird. I bought the dice, but I didn't buy Imrahil. Got absolutely no plans for. I've got no plans for Dol Amroth whatsoever. But I bought the dice because I was like, they will sell out. And maybe in the future I might want some Dol Amroth dice. But I got the 2 books, and then I got Beachbone, Bolg, and Hera, I believe. I think that was my lot. I might have got something that was returning. Oh yeah, that's what I got. I bought Beragond, and then and then I went to my Gondor case to put away my stuff from Seven Stones.
I
found Beragond. So what I've done is bought a Beragond to go in the Seven Stones raffle next year. That's bloody furious.
Oh, I've done that so many times.
I think it's one of those ones where it's like I didn't have him for so long, and clearly I've managed to get him at some point, but I've forgotten that I no longer don't have him for so long.
I think my worst one for that was that I'd bought it was a while back, it was Dane Ironfoot, Old Dane, the metal one, before the Forge World one came out, and I bought one and bought on eBay, and then a couple of days later a package arrived and I was like, oh, it's Dane. And then the next day a package arrived, oh, it's Dane. I'd got drunk the night before and went, oh, I haven't got Dane Ironfoot, and bought one. And then when we're sober, Chris the next day went, oh, there's a Dane Ironfoot, and bought one. And they arrived within a day of each other. I went, oh well.
That is wonderful. Gifts from past Damien and Chris are the best, aren't they?
Yes.
Oh, very cool, very cool, very cool. Any more on that? Any more on the? I know the vibes. Are people happy with the releases? Is it good that it's out? Yada yada yada. Is it exciting?
I think it's good that it's out. It'll be interesting how tournaments now play with the match play guide, increasing the pool of scenarios rather than the same old 6. Might see the end of mass hordes of armies.
What, because of the nature of the scenario?
Yeah, because at the current 6, there's no downside to running like 91 Mario Goblins.
Combat Lords of Battle, all is forgiven.
Yeah.
That was always
Keeps people honest.
I don't know if what your mileage is, but we were very much playing in the same era, in that Hobbit era. But Lords of Battle was a vital scenario in that era to protect against Lake Town and Goblin Town. That's how I remember it.
As a Goblin Town player, yes.
Yeah, it was.
I still took it because.
And that was in the era where we had 6 scenarios effectively for about 6 years.
Yeah.
And so you know, and people seemed happy with that number then, but it.
I don't know. There was a lot of custom scenarios back then.
There were a lot of tournament custom scenarios. But do you know what I mean?
I wrote a few that ended up as GW ones.
Well, there were a lot of them were. You get things like Contest Champions, kind of from Legions of Middle Earth, didn't we?
Yeah,
that would turn up and stuff. Storm the Camp as well, I think. But yeah, that Lords of Battle was always really important when it was one of 6, and I don't know if one of 24 if it's enough. But maybe there's some more. But I think ones that really, really punish armies with lots of easy wounds to give away are important.
Yeah. So yeah.
The Nations Cup is not using any of it, is that right?
It's not using any of it because, it's next week, so people getting them,
I think that's
the new scenarios and all the rest of it is probably a little bit too close.
It's a shame, but I think it's the right decision. As somebody's not going to it,
Also supply to random parts of the world might not be the same as it is to the UK.
So if that was, we don't know, and I don't think we'll ever know whether there really was a delay, of any sort. To be honest, was it? Maybe it was always meant to come out in May. Maybe it was meant to come out in February. Maybe it was meant to come out 3 weeks ago, whenever it was on that Sunday. I don't think we'll ever actually know. I'm sure people will claim they know and speculate that they know for years and years and years, but I don't think we will ever know. But as much as I think I was chatting to Stoney probably in the last stream, and I was disappointed that it wasn't out before 7 Stones, so we couldn't use it. We did have a rather lovely moment where we were at a tournament, we were running 7 Stones, and we were playing on the Sunday night, and it went live. And in the middle of a game, we got to stop, and there were 75 gamers having a lovely day, full of fun, full of fluff. That we got to go. It's coming out next week, and have a wonderful kind of cheer and joyous reaction, and spread some good news. So. As much as it was annoying not to have it at the event, having that as a thing to happen at your tournament, and everyone went off to the pub really excited and in a really good mood.
Yeah, it was like a sort of murmur went around the hall as somebody spotted it and said, and then other people noticed. Yeah,
it was cool. So that's cool. It's good. It's good that it's out. It's nice. And honestly, and I say this. I've said multiple times over the last 6 months. I get why people are frustrated. The reason I'm happiest that it's out is that now people won't be moaning about it. They'll be moaning about different things, but the moaning. There's just and you can say the moan is justified, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But it's still moaning, and the idea that you now aren't getting posts saying where's the 3rd book anymore, and I'm quite pleased about that. Perfectly reasonable to be annoyed about it. But I'm glad, there's now no reason to be annoyed about it.
I look forward to seeing pictures of new armies and things like that taking up the feed rather than...
I loved, and I'll never say the names, I loved that. I think it was on the Sunday of 7 Stones, so when it was announced it was coming out next week, and it was it was, because it was when we were walking to the pub and people were looking, and one of the, whoever posted it on the GBHL first or whatever, saying, look, it's coming out next week. One of the earliest comments was someone going, never let them forget how long it took. Never forgive them. Never forgive them. It's just dude, be happy. You kind of,
He's got a little calendar that he increases and it says days without forgiveness. And it just puts it up one by one.
Do you know what I mean? It's be annoyed. You can be annoyed because it's not out. I'm all there with you. You can be annoyed that it's not out. When it comes out, you can't be annoyed that it's out. You can't have new annoyance that it's now out. But that one tickled me.
Well, we're going to be talking about a book that was delayed from the release of the main game a bit later.
We are indeed, yeah. Not as much.
Yeah,
not as
that's
long.
the thing. That, not as much, but
Not
yeah,
as long,
there was
but-
a period that was like,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure it will come up. So yeah, that was pretty exciting, and the release, I think, was pretty good. Like I was there, and I think it went live at like 9:57 or something. It wasn't 10, and I went on and I got all my stuff, and then I
It was
relaxed.
very close to 10, I think.
Yeah, but it was.
I was hitting refresh.
It was before though, wasn't it? It
Yeah.
was close, but it was before. But then I got all my stuff, and then because I know what the community like, I kept refreshing it and I kept checking, and the match play guide was the first thing to go, and I think it went at about 10:25, and it was like, call me a lunatic, that's not bad for a niche game in a company that have become known for selling out super quick. Is that fair?
Or that was a ridiculous amount of time
Like,
compared to what the other releases have been.
yeah. It's like if you wanted it on Saturday morning, you could get it. And then I think the next thing to go was it Imrahil? It was one of the models. I think it was Imrahil. And he went at about 10:40, and at that point someone put a post up saying, "These two things are sold out already. Pathetic." And it was just like you're just waiting. You're literally sitting there. You must have been
I'm on the website just now. The only thing's temporarily out of stock in the pre-orders is the match play guide still, sadly.
That was
and
back.
the
That's gone
Oathmaker.
again because that was restocked today.
Yeah, and the Oathmaker.
Right. Yeah. But like that cracked me up that someone was waiting for the first things to go out of stock so that they could complain that they were out of stock. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, what is it? 10:45. All right, they're out of stock now. I can complain. It's like, just, I don't know, go out in the garden or something. Like, you can't. And at that point, it's like, I think people were responding. I think that's all right, if I'm honest. Like, you don't want it to go out of stock, obviously, but given what what used to happen to the dice, I don't think the dice have gone at any point. Maybe people are hating,
No, they're still there.
They're hating those rounded edges. But the dice used to go in absolute seconds, and they did change that. The last few sets of dice, like the Angmar ones and the Dale ones.
What is that I seen during the week? It was they actually took the website down because scalpers were taking one of the
heresy book,
heresy books.
Yeah. So
which that's a big decision to take your website off to stop scalpers. That's you would think, well, we sold them. We don't have any stock left. That's good, but no, they decided to take the website down to prevent it. That's I wouldn't have expected that.
No, that's good. I mean, I've got no dice in that game, and I'm sure.
Neither have I. I was just seen it, and that was just the interesting thing of the tactics of actually taking.
And they put a message up, didn't they, saying, this is the reason we're doing it, and it sucks, and it must be annoying for anyone who really wanted to buy it, and all that. And they were trying to do a global launch at the same time, which I think was always a bit doomed. But I don't know. But I thought relatively R1 went pretty well. As ever, people always find something to complain about, but the idea that you could still buy both the books and the dice for the first half hour. And
that set my alarm to get up.
Yeah. The match play guide
to make sure I was down and
today.
up and ready for.
I know they'd restocked the match play guide today, which is obviously 2 weeks later, I guess, and it's obviously gone again. But that's probably earlier than I would have expected them to restock that.
Yeah. If you're really desperate, there's still the EPUB version.
Yeah, this is true. It is. Yeah, it is available, isn't it? Yeah. But yeah, so it's good. So pretty exciting stuff, and hopefully people will start to get it. And I think because of that, our next stream is going to be the Armies Middle Earth special. So I haven't got a date yet. We'll probably 2 weeks again, somewhere around that. And that seems to make sense because most people who ordered it, most people who are keen to get it, are going to be getting their book in the next few days. And so within 2 weeks, I think most people who are keen to jump on it will have it. But I imagine the theme will be, what do you reckon, Chris? Is it? It's not. It's either anything that was released on that release date or anything that's got a profile in the book. Could give some comments, I suppose. Let us know. I suspect.
I could see arguments for both.
I reckon the more popular one will be anything with a profile in the book, right?
I would say that probably is more.
That allows more because there's no barrier to entry then if you just bought the book, is there? Yeah, I think let's do that. Let's do anything that's got its profile in the Armies of Middle Earth. Will be the next stream, which will be super cool. Anything in there? Might have the briefest chat around it. Anything in there that you're particularly in the book? This is Armies of Middle Earth. You're particularly excited to see you come back?
Probably my Bjornings.
Okay, that's cool.
Although I don't think they've changed too much, but I like that. Khazad-dûm is probably another one. I've got a large painted Khazad-dûm army that I haven't actually used in a while, so interesting to get them on the field. We've got quite a few armies that we're waiting for the Armies of Middle Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Fair, I have a lot of armies that were in the other books as well, and the legacies, but yeah, it's good to have more choice armies as well. I'm starting to run out of new things to try.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. For me, I don't think it will necessarily come as a surprise, but it's the Hobbits. And now I painted. I spent July to December last year painted Hobbits, then couldn't use them. So I should have been one of the angry ones, man. I was affected as much as the next person. I couldn't use my army, but having the militia, the sheriffs, and the archers back, and then having all the other heroes back is super cool.
Yeah.
So that's the other reason I'm super stoked about doubles, because we get to use a Armies of Middle Earth army. Well, not an Armies of Middle Earth army, Armies of the Lord of the Rings army that's boosted heavily by the Armies of Middle Earth.
Actually having some troops rather than a whole pile of expensive, not that great characters.
Yeah, I think, man, I don't think they're not.
But from what I've seen or heard, I think some of the new characters can be quite good.
Yeah, I mean, the ones in the Lord of the Rings book, man. Rosie's great, Maggot's great. The flower pots now are insane. Do you know that you can't destroy the flower pots anymore?
What's the fun in that?
That's huge. It's huge. And they now re-roll all failed wounds around them, not just ones.
Okay, that is big.
Yeah, I'm telling you, mate. I'm telling you. I'm
okay, maybe I need to change my army to Hobbits.
I reckon one of those sexy top table players, I reckon is going to win. Maybe not win. Maybe I think someone's going to find out they're better than people think they are and give it a go. And then they're not going to win, but they'll win an 80 or win a 90, I reckon, around about the 600 point mark.
What about 550?
The army rules are amazing as well, absolutely amazing. And you need about 350 points of heroes, of the really good heroes, and then you need about 200 points to make a massive horde of hobbits. So it's it's 500, 550, 600, something like that. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But I was looking at every hero, go, that'd be good. That'd be good. And it's probably one of those things that, just like I found out last year, it's all great having re-rolls to wound, but you never win fights, so you never get to wound. And re-rolling to wound when you need sixes isn't very helpful because you still don't get the sixes.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, man. That's my outside tip.
Your hot take.
Yeah, exactly. That is my hot take. Hobbits, top table, man. Top table. Yeah, so that's what I'm excited about. Kind of getting back on the table from that book. So I can't wait. I've tried to avoid the kind of grainy screenshots. Got no issue with people who do like kind of YouTube videos and page by pages. God knows I used to do it back in the day, but for me, I love the books and I want to sit down and read them. So I haven't tried to have it spoiled. So I don't know too many bits.
Yeah, I've left a lot of it out as well. Yeah. I've seen a lot of chatter on it because I've been a lot of
Yeah,
competitive
of course. Yeah.
group chats and things like that. So yeah, seen lots, but
And
yeah,
I'm kind of banking on the fact that it's arriving tomorrow, and Sunday's Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all the SBG fathers out there, all the BSIME fathers out there. Hope you have a lovely day.
I have to sing a song for that as well.
To me, mate. To me.
Happy birthday, happy daddy.
Mr. Daddy. Yeah, do it. But yeah, so hopefully I can see. We're going back to see my folks on the Sunday. See my dad. So I'm hoping a little bit of time in an armchair with a cup of tea and that new book seems not unreasonable.
That's unreasonable.
So yeah, shall we see what the nerds are saying about the releases?
Nerds, I think we've only got cool kids in the
We do have the coolest group. We've got 40 nerds in. It's lovely to see 40 of you watching along on this fine Friday night. We are. Here we are. Box, table and stool. Balloon weights. Raffle milk. Crazy suggestions from Fisher.
For anybody getting confused by raffle milk, that was a wonderful prize you could win in the famous Seven Stones raffle.
Indeed, the Seven Stones raffle has become it's not something you do at the end of the event. It's kind of most people's Monday.
It is the event.
Yeah, it's like kind of Monday night entertainment. Couldn't write it.
It sort of takes the pain of the event finishing away.
That's it.
It doesn't quite.
I should say this, I think, because it was so beautiful. But we had. I've told the story last year of what happened with the raffle when it was staggering that Tom Macklin gave Larry some raffle tickets. Larry put the raffle tickets in the raffle. Larry's own tickets then came out. Larry won his raffle tickets back, and then at the end of the day, the main prize of the DVD got snapped in half, got put in the raffle, and one of the raffle tickets that Larry had won with his own raffle tickets, having donated them to the raffle, having been given them by Tom Macklin, came out and he won it. Beautiful scenes.
That sounded like a Helm.
Yeah.
Helm.
just ludicrous, like ludicrous. And that was last year, and we were like, that is the best thing that could have possibly happened in the history of raffles. If you told anyone about that, they wouldn't believe it. And this year, I think we topped it. I don't even have all the steps in this story, but there were some raffle tickets that were basically, is it fair to say, won and then donated back to the raffle several times?
Yes.
There was
I think
a pile of raffle tickets that were then put
somebody
in.
Decided they won enough, put it in.
Yeah.
Was it Macklin?
Possibly.
Took them, won something that he wanted with them, put them in.
With more of his tickets. He added to the tickets, I think. This happened a bunch of times. I think the raffle tickets won a prize, right?
Yes.
Yes, because I remember one of the raffle tickets that was then in the prize got drawn, so the raffle tickets had won a prize as well. So I think we then put something else with the raffle tickets as a combined prize. So this had kind of gone back and forwards and was all very enjoyable. And Elliot Prowse had donated his toy Palantir. Of course, the tournament's called the Seven Stones. So it donated a Palantir, and it was the last prize left with the raffle tickets. And Andy Hamblin's number came up on these magical raffle tickets that had this wonderful journey. He got to choose between the Palantir or the raffle tickets, and understanding what the community wanted, he took the raffle tickets, and then he got to draw out one more raffle ticket, and I believe the phrase was, "You know what the universe wants to happen here," and the number that came out was one of the raffle tickets he had just won in the raffle. And he stayed where he was, and he took the Palantir. The Palantir, the last prize of Seven Stones. That's insane.
Yes.
It's absolutely ludicrous.
Like, it sounds like there wasn't that many raffle tickets. There was books and books of raffle tickets.
Thousands of raffle tickets. You would put that in a show, and no one would believe it. No one would believe it. And it was just wonderful, just absolutely beautiful. And you're right. It takes a bit of the downer off the end of the event, but just wonderful scenes, and everyone, as you said, that started with saying what's milk and all that, but there was the kind of, I don't know what to call them, the prizes you'd think are fake prizes or booby prizes but are the most desirable. So I know that John went up. There was some leftover lactose-free milk from the tea service that got put into the raffle, and John went and chose that instead of a £60 Gondorian tower. Macklin, what did Macklin win? Coke? There was a bottle of Coke, and then he choked it in front of everyone.
I took, to be fair, I took 7
little
Volunteers.
Beautiful. And people chant, the
The other
crowd.
thing I was hiding was the very nice Mario dice that I got from the Clublies.
Beautiful. I nabbed one of each of them. And like the thing, occasionally watch Alex's Hobbit Battle Camper vlogs about the tournament over the years, because he normally includes a bit of it. But people chant for the prize they want you to take. So the whole room is chanting milk. And there's
It used to be for a picture of Tom, but nobody wants that now.
There was a picture of Tom in there. There was the thong that Thomas Smith had worn the year before.
Macklin won that, I think.
Macklin did win it, and it was all he wanted. He was so happy. It was just beautiful to see this insane thing that is just becoming more and weirder with every passing year, and then having these ludicrously spectacular endings. It's just beautiful. So yeah, solid raffle stuff. Old School Chris C says, I hope you made a note of that, Larry. End of next week. I don't know why. I don't know what that's about. Joe Holzman says, I hate that I forgot to put this in my obligatory hobby vlog comment, but Mark Rims sounds like it should be premium content on BSIME's OnlyFans page. That is because in my last hobby vlog, the preview for Markfest did show that Mark Stone would do rimming in the next video. And I've edited together, and it's a beautiful piece of footage. It looks great. He's very good at it. Clearly not the first time he's done it. And so you've all got that to look forward to. Michael Haskell, Damien not liking giving dates. Now, what does that remind me of? Silence. Old School Chris Terrain. He's written in capitals, she terrain, which is what everyone cried. A piece of my old terrain was in the raffle, and the people were.
I could have picked that, but instead I picked some marbles.
That's offensive in its own right. It's a corner ruin that I made when I was 13 years old, and people were saying she terrain, shit terrain, she terrain, I believe it was. Larry Miller, release the Catapult Troll, you cowards. Jace Wilson. Okay, here we go. He bought both books and the dice, plus 2 boxes of Crabane. That's my kind of guy. To complete my planned 800-point Besiege of the Hornburg Army. You should read the... Is it Sam Harbison? Is that right? He does the blogs?
Oh, yeah. I've not read it yet.
He's done one about Besiegers of the Hornburg. And it's not really my cup of tea, because it's all geared towards competitive game, but it's beautiful because he effectively likes, do you like trolls? Do you like trolls more than this? It's like 6+ fury, auto wound heroes, banners, D5 models, like throws, this huge list. He goes, if you do, this is the list for you. And he calls it Exhibit A, and he then writes this huge thing. It goes into a lot of detail for an army he clearly doesn't rate, and it basically goes, unfortunately, Exhibit A. And any good take you could put on it. And he's absolutely right. I've used it because the troll is awesome, and collecting trinkets is for
That's why I was sort of quite glad that I painted it up and used it for some of the stones, because, I'm not sure I would make the table in any list I would take for a tournament.
I'm obviously at a very different point in my gaming career. I couldn't care less about winning. But I genuinely, when I took him to the GP, genuinely, hunting for trinkets is the best rules mechanic in the game. I think it makes my heart soar with joy about the idea, the desperate need to find a trinket every time one of those orcs kills a model. I think it was brilliant. So I love them. I don't think they're very good. I think the troll and the 2 orcs are very good and are an absolute bargain. But the army is clearly not very good, and is clearly worse than the Usurpers Veterus one. But I like the troll. I think the troll is awesome. But yeah. Craig Hughes bought the new book, Hera Mounted, and of $0 Roth models, but Impulse bought the dice. You and me both, my friend. Richard Clammer only got the dice and then stocked up on some big bases for my Dragons, Drakes, Watchers, Siege Weapons, bit time cash. If I get this new job I'm interviewing for, I'll pick up the book and the Match Play Guide. Good luck for the interview, my friend.
Good luck for that.
Sam says, both books in bulk for me. Had vouchers left over from Christmas. Lovely stuff. Steiner Carlson, it's fun. They're making new Hobbit minis. Last one's released were during the There and Back Again era, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. We probably had a couple dropped in the middle. What do you think? Keeper of the Dungeons feels
There was a
newer.
Keeper of the Dungeons, and
He was an old model though. He's an old sculpt, but he was brought back. What else we had? I think there's a couple. So we're talking about since the release of the Pelennor starter set, I guess. He's saying.
yeah, there's probably not been anything since then that I can think of.
Warbats, we've got Warbats. I think they might be the newest. I feel like they were
Yeah.
significantly later.
Dale, arguably, for
Yeah.
the Dale Captain.
Yeah, some of the Dale stuff. There's a few bits, but you're right, Steiner, for the most part. Joe Holzman says, take the plunge. That was a perfect opportunity to say walk the plank instead. Is that about the Corsair army?
I think so.
Possibly. Sorry. Ah, there we go. Michael Askell says, Corsairs take the plunge. Subconscious pun there. Entirely intentional. Sean Clark, that one Corsair with a bowl cut doing the MC Hammer dance. I don't know the one you mean. I mean, I know the MC Hammer dance, of course. You can't touch this, my friend. Can you name 2 MC Hammer songs?
No.
I thought you were a certain vintage. I think I can name 2. We've got
I'm
Pray.
of a certain vintage, but
What about Pray? You got to pray just to make it today. That's why we pray. Pray, 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 pray. No?
no.
Really?
No.
I thought most people...
That sort of
only
nonsense
one.
never made it up to Scotland.
Right. Well, the other nonsense did. His other one did, didn't it? To the best of my knowledge, those were his 2. I'm not even going to say the other one because it's so obvious. Larry Miller, I was just going to get the books and the dice because they're limited. But ended up impulse buying Imrahil when I learned he has an upcoming stream. Yeah, sort of 4 months away. He's there. Ricky Drinks Paints. I've ordered everything. Match Play Guide and Forge World stuff from GW. All new plastics from Element Games. But there's been a delay in stock and they say delivery in August. Yes, there was, wasn't there? Do you want to... Chris, do you want to take that? Do you want to take the controversy?
What controversy?
Maybe not. Well, as I understand it, because the ordering was announced on the Sunday at Seven Stones.
Oh, because it was a bank
It was
holiday
a
in
bank
the UK.
holiday in the UK. So supposedly, independent game shops couldn't order it, and so the UK independent game shops didn't get any stock, except some did.
I think it's... I'm not... Yeah, we'll never know. But I think independent game shops that are probably not aware of the Middle Earth probably didn't rush out to
No, you think
purchase things.
so? Do you think so?
Well, some that are more Middle Earth aware probably did.
Interesting. I have no idea. I don't
Because
know.
it's happened before for things. I've used friendly local gaming stores and they weren't aware that there'd be a big rush for things like the Werewolves was the one I missed out on.
Right.
Because they didn't put the order in straight away and then they sold out. So I do wonder if there is some of that.
I genuinely don't know. I don't have any information, but I find it weird that some of them got it and some didn't. But who knows? Like so many of these things, like I said earlier, we'll probably never know. But
Yeah.
the stories will run and run. We'll never know, but there'll be a lot of people out there telling you they know. So, as I said to, was it you? No, it wasn't you that picked us up. It's one of my favourite quotes from Seven Stones that just sort of, it sounds shitty now because I said it, but just really made me laugh over the weekend. Was we had some Palantir balloons, as you know, we had 7 of them, and one of them is next door. I've kept one, and we took them out. We got people who weren't at 7 stones, like you can kind of guess here, although you can't guess because again it's lumbering over the horizon. But we had 7 helium-filled black balloons. We always do a big group photo, so we went out on the Sunday to take a big group photo. Took the 7 balloons outside. 4 of them popped.
I like the fact that they popped in order.
Did they?
Going down the line.
Is that right? As the sun reached them. And then we rescued the other 3 and sort of rushed them inside. Now, I carried them outside. I think someone else did it as well. I think there were 2 of us moving balloons. I carried it outside. Now, I'm going to put my hands up. Didn't cross my mind. Didn't cross my mind in any way, shape or form. I was like... And then, here's the thing. I took them outside, past lots of people, put them next to lots of people, and no one said anything at all. And then 4 of them pop. And then 75 people went, well, of course they did. Black balloon, helium in the sun. Of course it's going to pop. And the quote in the car on the way on Monday was, everyone's a scientist. You know, suddenly, 75 nerds were going, yeah, that was pretty obvious, actually. If you put 7 balloons, black balloons outside in the sun. I was like, why didn't you say anything then? Why didn't you say it? Why didn't you say it?
It was like, why did the pop? And I went, oh, black balloon, helium. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that. There was like,
and I think those
because
words,
of the Fed,
got
but
passed around.
I wouldn't say it like because
everyone's going, yeah, black balloon, helium, obviously, pretty clear.
Yeah.
And I'm putting my hands up, going, I didn't know that. I'm not going to now go, oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I was like, really? I just didn't know black balloons and helium. I didn't know that was a thing in the sun. And, But yeah, it just made me giggle that suddenly everyone who stood next to them in the sun and was fine with the situation, riotous mocking of Damien afterwards. Riotous mocking of it. You know, I can't believe he did that. Ludicrous. Black balloon in the sun. Couldn't believe it. Everyone's a scientist, my friend. Everyone's a scientist. But yes, no idea what the link to that was. Something about we were talking about the lack of stock. Was it probably the idea of everyone suddenly? Yeah, that's it. Everyone knowing the answer.
Yeah,
for sure. But yeah, so who knows? So I am sorry, genuinely sorry to anyone who has like missed out because of that. It sucks. You know, if you missed out because you wanted to put an order in with your local gaming store, or you did and it got cancelled or whatever, that is rubbish. And someone like Ricky there who's saying delivery is August, that absolutely sucks. If it was me, I would cancel the order and go and get it from GW. No, would be what I'd do. But sorry, it sucks. Michael, got 2 books, dice, and some of the new models in the end. Disappointed I couldn't support our local independent store. There you go. Sean Clark, it's the start of a new era. The old world dice are exactly the same. He's confirming it's the start of a new era. Oh, I got the Wood Elf ones, so am I getting round ones? I don't really care about them because they're the only ones I've got. Am I getting round Wood Elf ones? Am I? Joe Holzman, I did exactly the same, Damien. Bought the dice and then a box of Rangers so I could get free postage. Solid, you've saved money there, mate. The only Dole Amroth model I own is the Imrahil on foot that came with a mag, and I have no current plans to get anyone. That's exactly the same for me, except, get this, I don't have the Imrahil. And so that everyone's excited about new plastic Imrahil. I am very excited in the next few months about going on eBay and buying that old metal Imrahil and painting them up on the stream in a few months' time. Sam had a quick read through of the Legacy stuff. Didn't see anything horrible looking. Do you think Reclamation of Moria looks tasty? Larry says, trying to find the models I was going to work on tonight. I found my Barrow Whites I couldn't find last Halloween. The circle continues. I did find something horrible looking, Sam. Gildor's Sword. Haven't had Harry in tonight, so the anti-Gildor propaganda will pass on.
Nobody cares about Gildor.
I know, right? I know. Is that Parkhill bloke? They were in my Dunland box, if you were wondering. No one was wondering. Although I'm now wondering why your Barrow Whites were in your Dunland box. I'm wondering more than I was wondering before. Sam, then we got to recreate the moment for journalistic integrity. Indeed, we did recreate it and film it for the archive. Sean Clark, best one I saw was someone saying the article still doesn't... It's true. That was the Sunday article. The article still doesn't give a date. I don't believe them. Oh, you're absolutely right. I love idiots. Where would we be without them? They're crazy conspiracy theories. I love that. As well, like people, less desperate people go, they never give a date. They never give it this. It's the Sunday.
Yeah.
It means next Saturday. This is what it means. There was also a guy in a post that I think has been deleted. This was about the legacy stuff, which we'll come on to a bit later. Again, as per my own internal rule, I won't say the name because they're not here to defend themselves. I don't think it's right. I don't know if you saw this, but someone put Games Workshop have said you can't use the legacy models in their tournaments, right?
Yep.
And the article, and do you know what? For the sake of this, I'm gonna read it so that I get the wording exactly right. Let's have a look. This one really tickled me. Okay. This is the same paragraph. The profiles and army lists are not intended for use in match play events and will not be legal for any official Games Workshop events, nor at events officially supported by Games Workshop. That being said, you can use them on your own tables, and event organisers are more than welcome to use them at their own events. There's a guy that replies to this, screw Games Workshop telling us we can't use these. And someone, like, I swear to God this is true. And someone commented on, they're not. They're not. They're saying they're not using them. They actually specifically say that you can use them at your event. And he said, yeah, but look at it first. They're not intended for match play. That's a direct contradiction. They're saying that you can't use them in your events. And this poor fool who'd never met a moron before, so didn't know what he was doing. He was like, but they're not saying that. It's like, if you just kept reading instead of stopped reading, you'd find the bit that says you're very welcome to use them at your events.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, why introduce the contradiction then? And it's like, this is not a contradiction, man. It's not a contradiction. It's just a few words. Like, it's cool. And just that idea that, can you imagine, like, some poor bastard has have to write that and go, and you're going, all right, just remember, it's really important. We're saying we can't use them, but you've got to make it clear they can use them. Yeah, that's really important. We'll make it clear. We don't have to write this in the article, but we will. We could just write they won't be in use at Games Workshop events, but we'll actually soften the blow a bit and just make it really clear, but feel free to use them in your events. Let's put that in. And some lunatic is just yelling that you can't, and they're arseholes for it. What can you do? But as I said, I think
to be fair, I don't think I can forgive GW.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. But I think I went looking for it to see what other people had written on it afterwards, and I think it got deleted. I couldn't find it anywhere, but it did. It was one that really, really tickled me to show that the level of ire that some people, that kind of idea of you clearly, my friend, you just want to fight. Like you can't be angry at that. Like it's just.
Sometimes I wonder the amount of people that have such upset about this game. Like there are other games.
Yeah. Or activities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's what my mantra's become of late. That it's like I'm very much in the kind of.
Is that why you started Old World?
I hate this game so much. I can't face it anymore. But it's like, if it's bringing you that much anger, I feel very, very lucky that it doesn't bring me that much anger. I love this game dearly. It brings me so much joy. It's like, imagine if it made you angry. That must suck for you, dude.
Yeah. And
what I found is when you say that to them, it just makes them really irate. When you try and be compassionate. I've said that to a few people who are like, I'm really sorry, man. It must be awful to be that annoyed, that upset by it. I hope you find your peace. They don't like it. But yeah, that one made me giggle. I think there are legitimate complaints like the delays, and then I think there are non-legitimate complaints. In the immortal words of David Brent, some of the complaints will be false. My green stuff, I think, is drying up. This is pretty awful. I think the heat is sort of curing it and causing quite a disaster. And it's not sticking to anything anymore. But yeah, that was a good one, Sean. The article still doesn't give a date. I don't believe him. Marvelous work. Larry, I'm fairly forgiving when it comes to delays with things. Things get in the way. You can't hold it against creators. Good work, Larry. The Double says the match back play guide was back in stock today. It was. Joe Holzman. Imra Hill was in about an hour ago. They've obviously restocked, and then everyone who missed out first time has kind of jumped on it, I think, which is cool. Sam says both, and remarkably, I remember that. He was talking about the theme for the next issue. So we could do both, I suppose. We could say anything that's in Armies of Middle-earth and any of the new models. Which might
I suppose there's, other than Imbrahil was going to get something.
As what?
Yeah, the others are probable. Imbrahil will get his special.
Yeah.
The others will not likely.
It'd give Bolg a chance, it'd give Beachbone a chance, the Ballista, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I think that's probably quite a good one, actually. Joe Holzman, I'd want the profiles one. I've bought none of the new models. Yeah, there we go. That's what I was thinking. Larry, it's terrible that GW didn't make enough of these highly in-demand items. It's a sign of how dead the game is that the dice are still in stock. Such a good sentence. Sam, maybe characters who haven't got the ability to forgive or forget. He says Gollum, Azog and Thorin. That is good. We could celebrate the Armies of Middle-earth with all the characters who we'll never forget. Or maybe all the cowards. What if we had a theme just focused on cowards? That would be that'd be fun. I think that'd be quite similar to Sam and James's traitors theme, possibly.
Yes.
What can I do? Sean Clark, I played my Burnings a week ago. I've missed them a lot. Oh, that's cool. Christy, I'm excited to see Tom Bombadil and Goldberry coming back. My Road to Rivendell list is going strong. Yeah, some bonuses for that in the PDF as well. Larry Miller, I've still not looked too much at the new profiles beyond Legacies. Wait until I can sit and read through the book. You're like me. Oh, God. Sam says, I'm a lot more accepting of Bombadil after seeing the preview a while ago, so you can enter control zone. Yeah. Larry then says, you could enter the control zone last edition. You just had to ask nicely. Sam says, problem was I never asked nicely, I just swore. Larry says, I've heard Rangers are quite OP now. Yeah, a lot of chatter about Rangers this week. Can't be Fight 4 because they're better than Minister. Can't be Fight 5 because they're worse than Elves. What are we going to do? Sam says, I also managed to avoid the leak, saving it for Monday. Event tomorrow. Carrie's birthday on Sunday. Oh, hide the book. Chrissy, I hope Ruth has remembered something. Larry Miller, also, what is Chris drinking tonight? Did I miss that? It was a glass of water, I believe.
Don't worry, Larry. It's in the fridge chill. I'll go get it soon.
Is that your sweat?
Yes.
I've just realised. I didn't get any sweat. What's that about,
Did Larry
Larry?
not give you any sweat?
Larry didn't give me any sweat. He's given me sweat before. It's a very strange conversation for people who don't know what's about to happen. Yeah, where's my sweat, Larry?
I'll go get my sweat. I'll keep him happy, otherwise he'll just whinge and whinge.
I think if it helps, he'll whinge and whinge anyway.
I know, but he might whinge about something new.
He won't. He'll whinge about something old.
He'll never forgive me, either way.
Never forgiven, he'll never forget. Old School Chrissy, who would we put as our top 7 SBG fathers? Wow, that's a huge question. Let us know in the comments. I think there's going to be some suggestions from people below, so I'll wait for that. I think Denethor's got to be number 1, right? Larry Miller, the tickets won the Coke. There you go. Thanks, Larry. Sam says, Damien, you're leaving out one of the chief characters in the ticket story. Coke. I want to hear more about Coke. Chris C. Notables include Elrond, Thrain, Thror, Gloin, Gaffer, Bard, Thranduil, Denethor, Harmer, father of Haleth. Who else I missed? Larry thinks it's Azog. He was very caring. Joe thinks it's Theoden. Azog is a great shout. Brand from Larry. Theoden was not a father. I mean, he was a father. His father to Theodred, wasn't he? Like, Theodred! What's going on with Theodred? Got a new Theodred in the book. No sign of a new Theodred model yet. Interesting. I assumed we were going to get a reveal of that this week. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Hopefully soon. New Theodred. Why? It's cool. Dane. Frederick says lactose-free milk is great. Well, that's what John thought when he won it in a raffle. And an opened thing of lactose-free milk as well. Joe says Theoden was. His son was Theodred. Larryman says Helm. Larryman says Frecker. Sam says, just hoping Chris doesn't cave to evil and make forged Palantirs to bring along next year. Oh, is that a suggestion? Chris C says, of course. Joe says Baragon. Chris C says Baragon's a cracking shout. Larry asks what he's meant to make a note of. I don't know. Christopher Murphy. Sam has said, just hoping Chris doesn't cave to evil and make forged Palantirs to bring along next year. Oh, he's talking about your raffle prize. I see. Oh, yeah.
Well, they're genuine Palantirs.
Yeah. Chris wouldn't do that. Chris has got
they're genuine. That's why they were a top raffle prize.
Yeah, of course they are. You can't just give away some marbles. You don't give away marbles. It's ludicrous. They talk about the best fathers in Middle Earth at the moment, Chris.
Denethor.
Yeah, exactly what I said. That was my top. Some good shouts going in, like Azog. Michael says, I did have a good raffle run this year at Stowe's. Lovely few days down south, as always. Thank you, Michael. We couldn't run the event without you. You are a hero. As are you, Mr. Murphy. Your delightful wife, Christine, who gave up her weekend to help with the refreshments.
Yes. She's a wee star. So I've just had the spunk, so I'm going to wash it down with some sweat.
It's never not funny. Is this your first taste of sweat?
Yes.
Well, the floor is yours, my friend. You need to set it up for what it is as well.
I've had something similar in Spain when I was been in the hospital for dehydration. That's a well, last ingredient is concentrated grapefruit juice, the one that's got a higher content in it is salt. I think that's all you need to know about Bacardi Sweat.
Can we tell them about Bacardi Sweat? What is it? What are you drinking?
It was a gift from Larry. As you can see, it says Bacardi Sweat there. Or actually there. I don't know how Larry likes to drink sweat, where he found sweat, why he's obsessed with sweat. But yes, it's been a long-standing feature of Larry, and it could explain a lot about Larry, actually.
You say you don't know, but it's all very believable, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't have to struggle to imagine why Larry would be obsessed with drinking sweat, do you?
I think he even found an advert for us from like Malaysia or somewhere, or Indonesia. Or
it's it's Asian, isn't it? Is it Korean? I want to say.
It's a product of China. It says on the wee sticker in English.
I thought it tasted like lilt.
Could be. It's got that. It does have concentrated grapefruit in it, so.
Lilt doesn't exist anymore, right? Lilt's like
Fanta
tropical or something, isn't it?
Fanta, grapefruit, and something.
Well, it's gone mad. Brexit Britain. Is that it for your review of Bacardi Sweat?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what the Spanish dehydration drink I had to consume in vast quantities after being taken to hospital with dehydration in Spain.
I think saying that it tastes like a drink you had to drink in hospital.
Well, I didn't drink it in a hospital, but they told me it was on the list of things I should drink when I came out of hospital.
It was because you'd sweated out all your sweat, so you had to take on new sweat.
It was because I had labyrinthitis.
Was that where you liked David Bowie too much?
It was a bit like that. I was just dizzy and felt constantly dizzy, so I was therefore throwing up, and then lost all the liquid in my body and couldn't keep anything down. So that was for the WTC in Granada.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, so I didn't make the tournament because I was in the hospital the night before on a drip.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, and then meeting the wife, she came across, and we had a lovely holiday planned after Granada. We'd booked a nice hotel in the mountains overlooking a nice lake. We still went there, but I basically lay in bed. And Aquarius, that was what it's called. Not Hot Point Aquarius, just Aquarius, the Spanish drink.
Very cool.
It was like, there was an orange flavoured one and a lemon flavoured one. That reminds me a bit more of the lemon flavoured one. But yeah.
What was it?
I couldn't drive for, it was about 3 months or something afterwards.
You couldn't drive for?
No, because they just kept on randomly feeling dizzy. Yeah.
And what
other things that caused dizzy was like scrolling through like web pages or spreadsheets too quickly. Also made me feel dizzy. So yeah.
And what did you do to cause it? What brought it on?
Somebody at work had a really bad cold, gave it to me, and then it caused inflammation of the inner ear. So it's like an inner ear infection. Wow. And some people are affected it for like years. As I was told, I was like, please no.
That'll be fun, won't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Cool story.
Yeah, so Christine's got lovely pictures of me like the before and after the dehydration. So always get travel insurance. Top tip.
Oh, for sure,
yeah. Went to the hospital, didn't get charged.
Yeah.
Got seen straight away, no issues. Yeah. But, yes.
That's pretty cool.
No, it wasn't. I've never felt so ill in my life.
Yeah.
It was me that said, I need a doctor. It's not often I say that.
Yeah.
So it's usually someone else goes, Chris, you need to see a doctor. It was like, no, I need to see a doctor. Yeah. It was probably the worst I've ever felt, ever. Yeah.
Well, it's all right now, though. I mean,
yeah.
You know?
Oh, it was quite good. The Scottish team, I did have a full medical team with me. Because out the players was the guy Sean, who was the anaesthetist.
Oh, really?
Siraj, who a GP, yeah, and then Jeremy, who was a surgeon. So I had 3 trained medical professionals on the team with me.
I had that. Remember last 7 Stones, so 2024, when we were playing football, and I dived and I landed on the ball, and I remember I really, really hurt my ribs on the final day. And Jay was there, Jay Achara was there, and I was like, dude, I can't bend over. I'm in so much pain. And he was basically like, are you coughing up blood? And I was like, no. And he was like, okay, your lungs are right. So that's the one. It was like, if you start coughing up blood, I was like, thank you, I'm glad you're here. I was like, I'm not coughing up blood. I was like, then your lungs probably not collapsed. I was like, cool.
Jay was at that tournament, but he hadn't arrived yet because he missed his flight because somebody took ill at the airport, and he.
Oh, he helped him.
He helped him and basically missed his flight.
Oh, civic duty and all that.
Yeah, but I think the airline he was with, I wouldn't name names, an Irish one, wouldn't give them their money back because he was helping save somebody's life.
He wouldn't give them it back?
Nope.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
I assume that was going to be a happy story, but they did give them the money back.
No.
That's wretched.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
But anyway, after your top. Simon Larry says it's Japanese originally.
Larry suggests that warbats are the best father in Middle Earth. Can't agree with you there, Larry. Sorry. He also says they came really late, so I don't see why that's relevant. Steiner says, I forgot the Defence of the North counts. Steiner then says warbats as well. Jakey says, it does go like that, just normal in tune. What was I singing? Pray. I think that's about Pray. Joe Holzman says, too legit to quit. And it's spelt with the digit 2. I don't know. I'm going to go out there and say, I think that's an MC Hammer song.
I Google that.
Old School Christy says, we're all too polite. So here comes the balloon chat. James Wilson, how about next year you do 99 red balloons? Could do.
Too Legit to Quit is a song by MC
Yes, it
Hammer.
is. Joe Holzman, I wouldn't have thought of it, but it makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's pretty much where I was. John says we thought Lily was upstairs plinking away with a BB gun. Larry Miller, to be fair, I was doing riotous mocking of Damien before the balloons popped. He says it's not about the balloons popping, just in general. And then in between all those, Frederick Short says, video frozen, tech still moving, now back. Okay. And I think that happened a couple of streams ago. I saw us freeze on here, but I believe the video freezes, you can still hear the audio, and nothing happens with the stream, which is fine. Old School Chris C, Wood Elf Dice, is that Lothlorien or Mirkwood? Yeah. Larry Miller, the Watcher thinks... Oh, that's good. The Watcher thinks Reclamation of Morio looks tasty too.
Boom.
Joe Holzman, Larry Miller, have you been taking notes from the Steve Crow RIP book on storage? That's about his things being in the Dunland box. Larry Miller, what's happening there? I think I bought them when I was working on my Dunland Battle Company. They just ended up getting stopped halfway through and left in the box. Josh Crosby, I bought everything except the Ent, and I missed the match play guide, but I'm terrified I haven't saved enough money for the Drakes I'll need. I think Josh Crosby is planning on getting a lot of Drakes. I think he's thinking like 1,000-point army of Drakes. Rory Campbell, some men just want to see the world burn. Joe Holzman, Crosby, tell me about it. I'm more than a little worried about how much money my Dragon Emperor plus Drake's army. Is that just the Dragon Emperor and 18 Drakes? And my Catapult Troll sent me back. Joe Holzman asks Chris, and we're going to be very careful here on our pleasant, family-friendly stream. Do you suffer from the same condition as Prince Andrew?
No, I do sweat.
You do sweat because Prince Andrew, of course, famously doesn't sweat.
Yes,
he remembers.
I do sweat, but I do enjoy a Pizza Express.
Don't we all? And we remember. With that, there's a link to a kind of I won't go into the dark parts of that story, but the idea that you could remember going to a Pizza Express 20 years ago is truly remarkable.
It's the dough balls. You always remember the dough balls.
But today, the link to it was for any fans of the pop punk movement out there. Blink-182 released Take Off Your Pants and Jacket, which is a fantastic album name and a fantastic album, 24 years ago yesterday, which made me throw up in my mouth because I remember that coming out about a month ago. And I can remember when that came out, so it was 24 years, 2001 I think. I got it. I walked down to the shop, which is what you had to do. You remember this, Chris. And I bought the CD from a shop called Affordable Sounds in Tring, and then I went and met my mate Andy, and we went to the Crown Pub in Berkhamsted, and we had a pub lunch there, and then we went back to his house because he had ordered it from a new startup company called Amazon, and they hadn't delivered it on time.
Wonder what happened to them.
Yeah, I know, right? And that clearly wasn't taking off, and so he didn't have it. We went back to his, we listened to the whole thing there. Track 14, I think it is, was an acoustic track called What Went Wrong, and I text my mate Chris, who didn't have it either, my best mate Chris, and I said, it's freaking awesome, and there's an acoustic song, can you believe it? Different Chris. Okay. And do you know, I can remember all of that. I would bet my house on the fact that all of that happened on that one day 24 years ago. I don't know where I put my belt this morning. It's ludicrous how specific that is up there, you know. Like it's crazy how much that stuff stays with you. So maybe we should all give Prince Andrew a break. Maybe it was a particularly special Pizza Express and it has stayed with him. Larry Miller, I'll never forget that you made me wait for the sweat. Also, you had your sweat, Damien. Who made him wait for the sweat? Did you make him wait for the? Oh, I don't know. I've had my sweat. Apparently, okay, he's not sweat rich. Richard Clammer, looking forward to the new Theodra model showing the book. Yeah, we talked about that while Chris was away. Chris had a look at elation when he said it was his first time trying it. Josh Crosby, what about the Orc father in a Rings of Power episode? I didn't see the episode, but I saw a meme about it. He was good. He was a good dad. Just wanted to care for his kid. Just wanted to look out for his kid, man. Larry Miller says Japanese originally. Sam says advert endorsed by Chris. Sweat. Tastes like diarrhea. Larry Miller, I'm glad the Picari sweat is bringing back happy memories. And Sam, presumably in reference to the J story, a classic lesson in life: never help anyone ever. Michael Haskell says, I'm going to have to draw a veil over proceedings soon. Very tired after an intense working week. Been great as always. Great to have you, my friend. Joe Holden says,
have a good night, Michael. We'll see you next week.
That wasn't asking Chris about sweat. That was in response to you complaining to Larry about having no sweat. Yes, him saying like Prince Andrew. Yes. Larry Miller, I can confirm Chris does sweat when you play as Goblin Town with Allfoot White Council. Oh, there's one from the past. Jack Brown is in. Hello, just arriving. Going to find some dwarfs to build. Jack Brown has already. You've had a big shout out for your sterling work in collating the winners. So thanks, Jack. Good to have you in. Matt Hudson says put that on a mug. Stephen. I think Matt Hudson's talking about the same thing. Stephen Ryan says maybe we should all give Prince Andrew a break. Somebody clip that quote. And Joe Holzman says, wait, there's a new Theodred model. I have thus far avoided spoilers from the new book, so I wasn't aware. Indeed, there is a new Theodred model in the Theodred Guard picture in the new book, but there has not been a reveal of the model yet. Feels like one of those sort of Hera things where they obviously assumed that the model would have been revealed before the book came out. I don't think it's as niche as when they deliberately hid Bill in Quest of the Ringbearer. Do you remember that? They made a point of saying that they were like waiting for the Forge Web Bill was in the Quest of the Ringbearer book, and it took people a few weeks because they didn't spot it, whereas the Theodred model is a little more obvious. And Josh Crosby, I've always given Prince Andrew. Josh Crosby says, I've always given Prince Andrew a hard time, but Damien has taught me around. Oh God, this might be worse than the Witch King stream that never happened. Right, we've caught up. Chris, we got two main topics.
No, you just missed the next comment. What army do we think Prince Andrew would play? He strikes me as a Desolator of the North kind of guy.
I think
I could make a comment, but I'm not going to in case I get sued.
I think we should stay away from the Prince Andrew content. Wonderful. So, we normally, the whole point of this was meant to be to talk about the kind of Hobbit. And we did talk about doing that, but then obviously there's a couple of things that happened. One, Chris looked at the wrong book. And two, some very, very exciting stuff happened yesterday that we think people might be more excited to talk about. So Chris, if you pause now your chatter for the love of God about Prince Andrew, and just tell us any comments about the launch, anything to do with the Armies of the Hobbit launching in 2018, so that book and your memories of that time and anything you want to say about that. And Chris, we're not going to go through the book because people have been using it for 6 years.
Yeah.
We don't need to do a retro deep dive through this book. But I don't know, you were there, you played through the whole Hobbit era. What, just, have you got any thoughts on that period and what happened and so on and so forth?
Well, it was delayed coming out. It wasn't released with the rules. So there was a few things. Was it Druzag? Can enrage bat swarms and was it giant spiders? And one of them wasn't in the book. I think it was giant spiders were only in the Army of the Hobbit book. So they had to release a little PDF or a rata thing to say here's the rules for a giant spider, or it was something like you have to wait till the book comes out because there wasn't any profiles for giant spiders in the Armies of the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, you're right. There was a period where spiders went missing.
Yes.
And wasn't there also a Heroes and Villains of Middle-earth PDF? Is that the right era?
No, that was...
I'm thinking about the...
That was Battle... Was that Battle...
No, it was the
that was Army of the
Unexpected
Hobbit.
Journey stuff. It was like the Goblin Town stuff got a PDF for some reason to make it work with the new edition.
It was the Army's PDF.
But it was just the Unexpected Journey stuff, and I can't think why that would need it. And like the Desolation and Battle of Five Army stuff wouldn't. This is going to be the sort of thing that like Larry will know or something. Do you know what I mean?
No, it was. I think it was when the Army of the Hobbit book came out that the rules, the short rule book, didn't have all the stats for the models, so they had a PDF come out. Because if you only bought the Radagast Escape from Goblin Town set, you didn't actually have the stats for the.
It's not that. It's like 2018. It's somewhere around the launch of the new edition. Frederick Schultz just said, yeah, there was a Hobbit PDF before the 2018 book. but stuff like the previously Lord of the Rings spiders were missing. So was it all the Hobbit stuff? Maybe was it all of it? So Richard Clammer's just found. Oh, that's it. That's it. Larry's nailed it. That's what it was. It's because the rule book went, the Unexpected Journey rule book went, and those profiles were only in the rule book. That's what it was. That's why it was just the Unexpected Journey stuff. Thanks, Larry. Larry's found that. Richard Clammer's also found something really useful, which is about saying get them by. But that was the bit we were missing. That's why it happened. The profiles were in the
I'm
rule
surprised
book.
I've forgotten. I thought I would never forgive them for that.
So yeah, you could use There and Back Again, the profiles, until it came out, but There and Back Again only had the Desolation and Battle of Five Army stuff, and so they put a PDF out for the Goblin Town thing. Yeah. Oh, okay. That was a surprising factoid dive there early on. Sorry.
So yeah, Army of the Hobbit had armies from the Hobbit in it.
Didn't quite a lot of them. The ones you've been using for 6 years. And it was.
Yeah.
It came out on the day of Throne of Skulls. I remember that really clearly, which would have been early December. And the edition came out at Nova, which I want to say was August.
Yeah,
So
it was a couple of months.
I reckon it was like 3 months or so that we didn't have Armies of the Hobbit.
I remember if it was out in time for Stirling.
I'm sure it came out the day of Throne of Skulls, because I remember I did a little interview when they were doing the Warhammer TV thing, and the book was there. And I remember, so I'm not sure if it was in use. Maybe it was in use because it wasn't a massive jump. You already had the models. I don't know, but that was the day the book came out.
Yeah. Yeah, I had good use of it. There was some interesting items in it, some not so interesting.
Was there much change? I know there were profiles changed. So we're talking about the change between There and Back Again and the Armies of the Hobbit. That was what's going to be updated. Now I think what's really
important. There wasn't too much. I don't think there was.
It's only about a year, 14 months or something. I'm pretty sure this came out in like November 2017.
That came out Ardacon, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just after Ardacon. It was revealed. It was they had the book at Ardacon, but it was released in like the November.
Could you not buy the Iron Hills at Ardacon?
Yeah, you could buy the Iron Hills, but not the book, and they had the temporary rules. And so as we talked about how great this book was in the last Hobbit stream back in episode 88, but it was interesting that it was out of date 14 months later. It was replaced by Armies of the Hobbit 14 months later, and I don't know about you. I don't remember there being much outcry about that.
No, because we thought the game was dead. I think was the fact that we got a new book was amazing, and then the fact we were getting a new edition was.
You think that's the?
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
That was very close to the point where the infamous Speak Friend in Question happened, where we're going to stick in this together. We're going to keep as a community, keep this game alive.
Oh, yeah. I know, that was a Palantir. That was a guest.
Was that a special Palantir? Yeah.
That was late 2015. So they did the Palantir in, I think it's November 2015. Then the job adverts went up the next week.
It was almost comical timing.
Yeah, and then maybe it was the year off. Maybe it was 2016. 15 was the awful year. Was it late 15? I think it was late 15. They did and then a year later, I think the book came out, which is late 16. I think it was. I fucking wrote about this. I got I get the 15, 16, 17 really mixed up for this. I went and fact checked it recently. Right, let's have a look. So, so that Palante you're talking about is late 2015. That's when the jobs come out. There and Back Again comes out in late 2016. So yeah, I guess it was out for about 2 years then. Yeah, I guess it was 2 years, rather than I thought it was just over a year, because it was like December 2016 that There and Back Again came out, and then August 2018 that the new edition launched. So yeah, we had it for about a year and a half or so. Which now if Angmar was less than that. The Angmar book was 3 months or something, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know, 18 months seems like the sort of thing that if you did now, there'd be outrage about. Is that fair? But
I don't know, because certain, like 40k, you're lucky if you get 3 months before the new
possibly.
thing comes out. But
and I think you're right, maybe it was the excitement of there being a whole new edition for it as well.
Yeah.
But there was a couple of key changes. I remember like the one that stands with me is the Troll Brute went from Fight 4 to Fight 5. Which I was really happy about, because he was he was drawing with Iron Hills dwarfs, which based on the film was just stupid. So Stumpy went up to Fight 5. And
did Megalith disappear on that one?
No, Megalith went for There and Back Again.
Yeah.
And it was just, I think a lot of the champions got tweaks. A lot of the champions got little, attacks here or special rules here, that sort of thing. But obviously, all the main work had been done for There and Back Again. That was all based off the fully finished extended editions of Desolation and Battle of Five Armies. But yeah, so we had that book, and it I will never, I'll hold this book so dearly close to my heart, because the reason we're still here playing this game is because of this book and because of what they did in this book and the success of this book. It really, truly relaunched the game. And then Armies of the Hobbit kind of superseded it and replaced it, really quite soon afterwards. And yeah, was then of course the version that you've been using for the last sort of 5 years. But yeah, I don't think it was little tweaks here. I don't think it introduced like many new armies or anything like that sort of thing, or new ways of collecting them. You can't scare me, I can hear you. Oh, beer delivery, thanks. You alright?
You got a beer, she still loves you.
That's it. I am absolutely sweating as well. But yeah. And the only other thing that I thought was worth mentioning was that as we extolled the virtues of in the last stream, There and Back Again had 24 scenarios. 24 scenarios from Desolation of Smaug and Battle of Five Armies. You what?
And I was saying Battle of Five Armies.
And there were 8 in Unexpected Journey. So there were 32 narrative scenarios for the Hobbit trilogy in 2017. And then from 2018, there were 11. So the last version of the game, we've had 11 Hobbit scenarios.
I think if I've played any.
What's that about? Now, I think a couple got snuck into Fallen Necromancer, right? We definitely got the... I know one got into Fallen Necromancer because I wrote it.
I played that one. That was probably the least enjoyable
one. Good scenario. So the Gandalf v Thrain one is in there. And I think, isn't there also the Capture of the Grey Wizard? Didn't that make it in?
Sounds familiar.
I think there was a couple from that era. Are they the later ones? Yeah, Capture the Great Wizard's in there. So, Exploration of Dolgord, Attack on... Oh, so we do... Yeah, no, we do get some in here. It's 20. Watchful Peace, boring. Clearing the Nest, boring. Well, Clearing the Nest is kind of vague Hobbit era. It's like Legolas and Tariel against.
Yeah.
There's a few Legolas and Tariel ones, and you get one of Gandalf going into Dol Guldur the first time, so not the time you see in the films.
Was that the one with the Witch King statue?
No, that was Radagast, wasn't it?
Is that a Radagast?
That was a Radagast at some point. Then you get Attack on Rosgobel. So that's Radagast and the Spiders. Exploration of Dol Guldur, which is the Radagast one, the Witch King of Angmar one. That's 2. Thrain the Broken. Such a good scenario, that. Designer's note. This scenario was originally created as a fan mason. Oh, that's interesting. Capture the Grey Wizard. Make Haste to Dol Guldur and the Fallen Necromancer. So there's actually quite a few in there, to be fair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's definitely 6, and you could argue maybe another 3 that kind of Hobbit adjacent, I guess. So
Yeah.
there was. I suppose there's a few. That was more than I was expecting in there, to be honest. But there wasn't a lot of wasn't too much Hobbit love in the last edition. I think it's fair to say. Certainly compared to Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, because we never got a journey to Erebor.
No, that would have been good.
Yes.
But I think as well, maybe it was fair. The Hobbit era, 2012 to 2018 was the Hobbit, and then they went back to Lord of the Rings, right? For the most part, which I think more people wanted. So from 2018 to 2024, they largely focused on the Lord of the Rings, to great success.
Yes.
But so that I don't know. That's all I got.
Although they went to done a Hobbit sort of supplement with Defence of the North, and then that was it for a long time.
But that's not the Hobbit though, is it? That's still War of the Ring.
Very
era,
Hobbit
right?
adjacent.
It's everyone thinks it is because of the Dale in the Iron Hills, but it's the Lord of the Rings, isn't it?
And Bjorn, and yeah.
Yeah, it's all set in the Lord of the Rings time period.
But I suppose it's all the sort of things that came from the Hobbit set in the Lord of the Rings time period.
Yeah. And certainly a lot of that, I think they used some of that concept art that Weta had produced during the Hobbit trilogy for the, I don't think it was ever meant to be filmed or anything, but they talk about it on the DVDs. They have Bard there as Brand, I think he is. In these mocked up Luke Evans, I should say, as Brand. In front of Erebor and stuff. It's really cool stuff that was. I don't think it was ever meant to be in the films, but was like concept art they did. Don't really know why. Maybe early script versions might have shown a kind of flash forward or something. I don't know. But there's some cool stuff you can find.
I don't think I've seen that. I'll have a look for that.
Yeah, it's on. I think it's right near the end of the Battle of Five Armies. It might even be in like the Dale documentaries. You probably, to be honest, these days you're probably easier finding it just googling it. But there's like concept art of him dying with Dane dead next to him, or Dane standing over his body. And there's definitely, I remember there's a shot of Luke Evans in front of a huge army of Dale, in front of Erebor. It's just about like there's a few pieces of concept art that they have of that period. And yeah, I want to say it's on. I think it might be on the on like the second disc of one of the films. I don't know if it's on Unexpected Journey for the Dale, or if it's on Battle of Five Armies for the kind of, Siege of Dale. It's on one of them, and it's like there's a documentary about Dale, and then they talk about it there as kind of, they just sort of say what happened to Dale in the War of the Ring, basically. And they're basically doing that whole kind of, if the Battle of Five Armies hadn't happened, then they wouldn't be there in the War of the Ring. But in a really kind of bizarre surprise twist, they've got concept art for it, which is cool. But yeah, I think is that it?
Yeah, I suppose mentions of Azog's signal tower and the Gundabad's troll catapult.
About what?
Rules for them, but never got a model.
Oh yeah.
Braga was the other one, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously the cat. It's interesting because they're all in 3 different places now, right? Because you got the catapult troll's got its model. Braga's survived, but as of yet doesn't have a model.
The model.
And the catapult and the siege tower has been taken out the back and shot.
It's not. Yeah.
I'm also.
To be fair, every single siege tower that's been now. Do you really think it's fair to have a gigantic fortified tower protecting your very expensive things that you don't want broken up?
That's Damien's favourite song for the last 6 years. Oh, nice signal tower. Where's it say in the profile you get a free mountain? Cool. I was quite pleased to see that gone. I think it's an awesome thing. I think it's super cool for narrative. I think it'd be wonderful to have narrative scenarios that you play over it. I just don't think I don't think it works in match play. Unless you make it bloody clear for all the opportunists out there that it's flat. I suppose you could just do that. You could just make it absolutely clear. You know, it's 7 orcs and it's 4 banners, open brackets, designer's note. This does not come with a free mountain, in case you thought it did. Like something like that. You could go down that route, I suppose. But, yeah. Who knows? So, our joy for the Hobbit has been entirely superseded by the fact that yesterday a PDF dropped that has driven the community wild with excitement, and which people have been waiting for a very long time, and which I think people have some very strong opinions about and might want to chat about. So, we're going to turn our attention to the Destination of Smaug narrative scenarios. Who saw that coming? So finally, at last, having not had these Hobbit scenarios, we do have them back. It's our second set of Hobbit scenarios. That's cool, right?
It is.
I presume you've read them all in depth and compared them to the previous versions.
I've not compared them to the previous versions because I can't find that piece of paper that disintegrated. But yeah, I looked through them. I think they're an improvement on what I remember some of the old ones.
I haven't read them. So we get 3, as always. We get Bilbo against the 6 spiders on a 4x4 board, which I played in the past, was really, really cool. It was a really good, fun scenario. So assuming it's pretty much the same. You then get the Flies of Spiders Part 2, which is 10 Mirkwood spiders against Leggy, Tariel, 10 Rangers, and the Company. That's where they're all attacked. And then the third one is Lake Town Escape, which is Legolas on his own. It's 2/3 Legolas. This is a bit of me, this PDF. Against Bolg, 24 Hunter Orcs. I haven't read this. That's pretty cool. And I do think that is from... This is called Lake Town Escape. And the historian in me is thinking... We didn't have it in Armies of the Hobbit. So I think...
It has been before, I think.
Yeah, well, I think it's a There and Back Again one. There is one... there's Lake Down Chase, which I don't think was it.
Was it not?
Is it? No, because Lake Town Chase, I'm pretty sure is Bard trying to hide from the Lake Town Guard. Lake Town Chase is a really cool one. The Lake Town Chase is, Bard and Bane, and they have to sort of sneak around a bit. There's Assassins in the Night, which is the 4 dwarfs, Legolas and Tariel. I think it might be new.
Yeah, it must be.
Exciting twist. Obviously, do tell us if we're wrong, but that's more exciting. I think this Lake Town Escape scenario might be brand new, which might make it. And again, shout out if I'm wrong. We've had Fellowship, 2 Towers, Return of the King, and Unexpected Journey. It might be the first new narrative scenario we've had for the edition.
No wonder the work crowds were going wild.
Why is no one talking about this? This is huge. Screw Goldfimble. No one's shouting we're wrong. So it's just Legolas against... Should we read it?
Oh, why not?
It's just Legolas against Bolg, Fimble, 24 Hunter Orcs. It's on a 4x4 board of kind of covered in Lake Town. There's a bunch of sections. It's divided like...
It's got deep water.
Like 4 strips. It's deep water. The evil player splits their Hunter Orcs into 4 groups. Obviously each group in a different section. Bolg is deployed in section A, which is going to be the furthest away from Bard's house. Thimble is C, and Legolas is obviously at Bard's house. The good player wins if every evil model has been slain. Evil wins if Bolg escapes via the western board edge and is not seriously injured. Western board edge seems to be where he starts, so I presume he has to do something else. Or I suppose just wandering off.
Reading ahead, he's not allowed to leave while he has all his wounds remaining.
Right, okay, so he's got to get a bit battered.
Yes.
Cool. And the sentries, cool. So Legolas has got a... I think this is quite cool.
Legolas has to murder everybody.
He's what? Yeah, he's got to murder all of them, but do it sort of secretly without alerting them. He becomes Megalus. We get the return of Megalus for this scenario. 3 attacks and fight 7. And Bolg has 3 fate points in this scenario, as he always bloody should. Additionally, while he has all of his wounds, he can't leave the board, and he has to charge Legolas. But he has to charge Legolas unless he's got a single wound. At which point
I just agree with you with the 3 fate points. I feel Hunter Orc, Azog, and Hunter Orc Bolg should have 3 fate points.
But there's not a different one anymore, right?
Yeah. But then when he gets his heavy armour, like Azog, he then goes down to the 1 fate.
I'd agree with that. If there's 2 profiles, then I think they should. Like King Under the Mountain and Thorin, but there's 1 profile at the moment. So I think they should be one. It could be cool for a scenario. Like, if anything, I suppose he flies in this. I think he should be 3 base, and then scenarios make him 1. But I think that's a brand new scenario. I don't think we've ever had this before.
Well, sentries are quite fun. I think.
I like sentry scenarios.
The only time I've played against sentries was against Cal and John, where they're Ents.
There's a really good scenario in the Fall of the Necromancer book that uses the sentry rules. You should. It's got like Gandalf and Thrain sneaking.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You should
it came out of my mind because it was that bad.
You should give it a go. It's good. This is hilarious because I brought this up as a humorous joke about the PDF from yesterday, but we've got a brand new scenario that no one's talked about. I think that's cool. Unless I'm being an idiot. But I don't remember that scenario before.
Neither do I.
And a whole brand new Legolas scenario. Happy birthday, me. I did pull up
Happy Father's Day to you.
I did pull up the Unexpected Journey one because we were talking about the Hobbit and what we had. We get roast mutton, so it's the 3 trolls against the company. We get Escape from Goblin Town. In the Unexpected Journey book, I think we had 3 Escape from Goblin Town scenarios. Now we've got 1, which is like just a 4x4 thing with the Goblin King when they have to get out. And then we've got Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire. So I think fairly standard ones for Unexpected Journey. And 3 for barrels. Are we missing anything from Desolation there?
There was...
Are those the 3 you'd expect?
Try to think, when was the barrel run? Was that?
Yeah, that's in Desolation. There were 2 barrel scenarios in there and back again.
Because I remember the original release with the Feely was injured, and then Azog and a whole pile of Hunter Orcs start next to him, and then Tariel has to come and save him with Tariel and New York, Legolas and the Rangers come to save him. But the only chance of you actually surviving is by jumping into the deep water and trying to take a swim test every turn, because you cannot survive against Azog and the Hunter Orcs.
It was Azog on the White Warg. It's the Desolation, like instead of Bolg, and it was Narzo who was shooting him.
Yeah.
Early versions of the script that they never addressed. So that's cool. So yeah, I guess there's no barrel scenarios because they don't sell the models anymore. I reckon that's why they're not in there.
Maybe, yeah.
It's a beautiful set of models. So good.
I have a set somewhere unpainted.
Yeah, I've got exactly. I've painted Plastic Thorin's Company, Resin Thorin's Company, and Champions Variable Thorin's Company. I haven't got to the barrels yet. I can't go back to.
Yeah, I've not finished all of the Resin Thorns Company, but I think I've got about 3 left to do.
Very cool, very cool, very cool. I guess maybe Hunter Orcs attacking actual Lake Towners. Maybe I would have. I think I would have expected to see more like the 4 dwarfs and the Bard's family against the Hunter Orcs than just Legolas.
Yeah,
I suppose. But yeah, a brand new scenario is pretty cool. If someone's got a super cool 4x4 Lake Town board, that'd be cool to see someone play that. I think.
I've got a 4x4 Lake Town board, but it doesn't have much water on it.
Sure, it do.
No, I got because it's done for more competitive play, but Lake Town buildings are cool, but lots of deep water makes terrible for some armies. So got a mat, which is basically all planks, and done it in patches of water.
Right, okay.
So it's sort of reverse.
Right, okay. So like a leaking floor.
Yes.
That's cool.
So it gets the effects of Lake Town, but actually playable.
Very cool, very cool, very cool. So yeah, we got that. Should we see what the nerds have said about any of that stuff, and then jump into a little natter
any other sort of news? Yeah.
Any other news that's going on. So we're gonna after we've caught up on this, we're gonna have a chat about the legacy PDFs.
Oh, it's flicked itself to top chat rather than live.
We were at Josh Crosby's comment. Joe Holzman, I don't know, they sometimes surprise us with the new models. They did it with Bill and they did it with the alternate Thorin's Company. And Joe saying, because this is Desolation of the North, because as someone who doesn't sweat, he could avoid the heat of Smaug's flames. Rory Campbell, who knew we would descend into Prince Andrew hot takes. I told you to stop talking about Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew has unsubscribed from Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Oh God!
He was a patron.
God, we're not back down to under 1.5k, are we? Tell your friends to hit subscribe, man. You don't need to tell your friends about the Patreon. Our patrons are lovely. We got tons of them. Just get us some more subscribers. YouTube doesn't.
Are you talking to Prince Andrew?
Yeah. Get all
you
the
want Prince
royals,
Andrew's friends to subscribe.
YouTube doesn't seem to like showing channels that are full of 5-hour videos to people. Who knew? Have you found it yet?
Yes.
Larry Miller.
Never forget that GW made us wait for the Armies of the Hobbit. Never have.
Oh,
Joe Holzman. Rory Campbell, to be fair, we're never that far away. All it takes is one sweat-based comment, and there's lots of them with big lads around, and we're there. Post-teen spirit, cheers, Larry. I'm ashamed to say I'm momentarily forgotten. Larry Miller, because they're only printed in the old drill book, so this about the PDFs, which Carm's got his official bits. Joe Holzman, Dolgadur, oh, you mean Amon Lank?
Oh, that's a BSIME bit of history for you.
I thought he was talking about Lancashire to begin with. Old school Chrissy, silly Damien, you don't get a mountain, you get a tower. Larry Miller, also designer's note to say the flags aren't an airbrush. That's from the...
That's a raffle.
Somebody thought they won an airbrush at the raffle. No, it was a box. It's some Azog's tower flags to go in.
Absolute rip-off, that raffle.
Larry Miller, with the way the current lists work, they could lose the fate in Azog's Legion. And JK, going to have to jump off, would love to stay, but driving from Devon to Darlington tomorrow. Great stream, and we'll catch up on Sunday.
Cool.
That's a hell of a drive to go to somewhere like Darlington.
You might be Darlington people in. What are you doing?
They'll agree.
Oh, do you know what? This is only.
And that's it on the chat.
Oh, good work. I found better things. I've gone digging in my box of my Tom Aurelian box, and I think I found some better contenders. I think I've actually got. I'll show you the new stuff, right?
Good, and then I can tune more of these Sterners caramel cola they've actually grown in me.
I think I've got a favourite. I'm not just going to say that I'm going to ignore you or whatever you say and pick the one I want, but let's see what you guys say.
Message me which one you think's your favourite so I can reaffirm, so you can feel good about yourself.
Oh, what? So I can prove that I'm being honest?
Yeah.
All right, hang on. I'll do that. I just need to do this. I need a 25mm base as well to show you what they're going to look like. Why is it? I don't know if you find this as a hobbyist that when you don't need them, bases are absolutely everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as you need one, that base doesn't exist anymore on the Earth.
Or they seem to shrink. You're convinced that you had a 50mm base or a 60mm base, and then it's always 10mm shorter.
I think they go to the place where plectrums go. No, I have a 25mm base. Right. So, assuming that I think people didn't like any of the previous ones, was that right? Did we have a favourite?
Somebody liked the box, but I think most people said
the big
box could get in the bin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I need to text you.
I need to find my phone.
But you can't. I have to promise to text you it, but you can't look at it because it will influence your judgment.
Okay.
All right. I've sent you it.
Put my phone away.
All right. So. All right. So here's our little dude. So I found a couple more treasure chests. So I've got a 25mm base here. So this would fit on. And he would fit on there. Could have a treasure chest at the party. I've then got a second treasure chest, a more sort of traditional shaped one. He could stand on that, but the flat feet might look a bit weird.
Yeah.
On a curve.
Yeah, I need to cut those toes and grip them round.
I could do that with some hot water. I could bend it. We've then got three very similar things. Now these are little baskets of food. Now it's also worth pointing, this is important, I have some of these on the party board. So this one I think is fish over here. This one is some sort, I think maybe corn or something with a little blanket over it. And then this one I think is meant to be books. So little baskets of things that all fit on quite nicely. And would fit on thematically on the board as well. And then he could stand on there. So I've got three options for that. And then I've also got this, which is a small wooden bench.
I think that I think is better.
You think wooden bench?
Although maybe increase the leg size.
I mean, he's a hobbit. That's just the size of his legs, man. I can't do anything about that.
The bench legs.
Bench legs. Well, I'll give you another teaser because completely unconnected. I've also made this hobbit having a little dance, and you'll notice he's standing on one of these benches.
Crack him off that bench. Put him on that bench. Put him on one of the stools.
Well, no, I don't think it's a problem to have double bench. There's a lot of benches at the party, right?
Right, okay. But bench, I think, is Yeah. Bench.
Were you leaning towards bench?
Yep.
Christopher Murphy, check your messages.
He says treasure chest.
It does not say treasure chest.
It does say
It
bench.
says bench, right?
Wooden bench.
Wooden bench. I wanted to make it absolutely
Just in case
clear.
there's another bench.
Now, let's see what people are saying. Clamour, defo the bench. Sean Clark, bench 100%. Ricky drinks paint, bench 100%. Jack Brown, I like the bench. Old school Chrissy, bench is perfect. I'm going for the treasure chest. Bench it is, right?
Damien's still a rebel.
Yeah, take that, society.
He's a punk at heart.
Right, we're doing the bench. Live hobby, this is cool. Alright, so I'm going to glue that down. Sweet. Good work, team. I really didn't expect tonight it to be in part you guys saving and improving my board. This is cool.
Don't forget to change his wrist around.
Yeah, you're all kind of stakeholders in, isn't it? Sweet.
We've all invested enough time watching your vlogs painting hobbits.
Yeah. Well, if we're going to do this stuff live, I like where we can to actually, involve people. It's quite cool, isn't it? Right, let's get that down. Where's my activator? I don't think I brought my activator in. That's nice.
I've got some here if you want.
Have you?
See? No, he doesn't want it. Of course you would, Joe.
New. I don't have any.
I think that
activator.
length of box wouldn't look out of place in a doghouse.
I don't have any activator. Did you say you had some?
Yes.
Can you pass it over?
Yeah.
Yeah, cheers. Oh, cheers. That's pretty good. Thanks.
I don't know how I used to survive without super glue activator.
Not quite. I am... Alright, I'm watching it. Let's see how we did. It was better. It wasn't bad.
I keep on missing it.
I'll tell you what the problem is. And it's not your fault. You haven't been trained in this. You're putting your hand out too far. So, do you see what I mean? You're doing this, so you're kind of punching me in the head, but your hand never arrives. Whereas you need to give it to me.
I just have really short arms, like a
see
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Give it to me where your shoulder is. Like, just pass it. If you just pass it out where your shoulder, yeah, about there. Just hand it to me there,
Okay.
and let's see what happens.
Oh, I need to get it though. Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Right.
Thanks. Now that, I reckon, is going to look pretty good.
I'm watching. Oh, not bad.
That's pretty good. Yeah, there you go. We got it. That's the one. That's the single. Wonderful. And how weird is it? I mean, obviously it's weird. Obviously it's not weird because it's the same. But this looked quite a lot like the can you were holding, right?
Oh, if you look at the white top and you don't look at the other side.
I think size-wise, all the activators.
Pass it back again.
Pass it back again. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
You know where you're getting it from, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it got caught somewhere around the Watford gap.
Yeah. Which I discovered was nowhere near Watford.
No, certainly not. No.
Oh, I'll pass it back to you.
Oh, thanks. I panicked for that one. Wonderful. So, I don't think. I'm just jumping back. Is there? I think we were caught up, right? You don't. Yeah, we
Yes.
were caught up. This moment. What was the belly laugh? A designer's note to say the flags aren't there. That made me belly laugh, Larry. Jakey jumps off, and then everyone says bench, which is cool. Joe Holzman preferred the original reasonably length box. Larry then says that was pretty good, to be fair, and Larry's never used Activator. And I think you'll find it's called the Gap of Watford. I don't think you'll find it is. Larry, of course, a Watford resident.
I think he's trying to make it sound like the Gap of Rohan.
I think that's exactly what he's doing, my friend. So,
but as always with Larry, it's almost funny, but not quite.
In other news, we're going to talk about the legacy PDFs. We did a legacy stream a few streams back, where we did when the legacy models were announced. I say it's a few streams back. Was it? Maybe it was like December. Was it a kind of? Was that when they were announced? Yeah. It might well have been like last year, when we found out they were going. Let's have a look. God, it was 6 months ago. Goes mad. It was. Oh, it's the of course it is. It's the Michael Haskell strip. It's the Throne of Skulls one. It's the guest appearance from Michael Haskell. So it was episode 106 in November, and we did the stream about and the theme was the legacy models. So whilst we're going to do an Armies of Middle Earth special, I don't think we're going to do a legacy PDF special, because we've kind of done those models. But as if by Battle Stream's magic, they arrived yesterday. Early, right?
Out of the blue as well. Yeah.
Well, where's the praise for that, miserable people? Where's all the Yay Games Workshop? They gave us stuff early. God, honestly, you guys don't know you're born. But yeah, so we got the PDFs, and we thought it'd be fun to take a little wander through them. We are not, as ever, going to do what lots of people out there are doing, and are very welcome to doing, where we go through them in like full detail, read everything, talk about what's going to dominate the meta and all that, and yada yada. But we've also not remotely had time to do what we've done for Armies of the Hobbit and Armies of the Lord of the Rings, and prepare our top 5 favourite things. But for now, maybe get in the comments. There's still 33 of us with us on this fine Friday night. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking with us. And let us know what you think of the legacy PDFs. Are they awful? Are they brilliant? Is there anything you're delighted to have back? Is there now anything that you're wanting to try? Anything you weren't expecting to get? All this sort of thing. Anything you want to say? This is our kind of topic. I guess our biggest topic of the night will be about that, and sort of about what they've done to the game. How do you want to do this, Chris? How are we going to... We've obviously got 2 PDFs. They're not that
roll
long.
a dice, see whether we go good or evil.
Love it. If only we had a dice showing station. Oh God, it's gone. It's actually gone. Stupid dice killer.
Good thing we checked now.
Unbelievable. Oh, it's not back either. What? Oh, there we go. Alright. Should we use the BSIME dice?
Yeah.
What do you rate? Is it good or evil? So 1, 2, or 3 evil?
It's going to be evil.
Oh God, I've sent it to the place. I've sent it to the bad place where Liv sent it earlier. Oh God. Oh no. I sent it to the place where I condemned my daughter for sending it. Oh, it's... What is happening? Why is that? Where's that music coming? Can you hear that?
I can't hear any music.
Where's it's the legacy. Oh, you can't see it. Oh God, where is it? Look, it's the legacy PDF. It's the legacy stream music starting. It's all gone mad. It's all gone wrong. Can you see down there? Can you see the dice? It's here.
You can see a black square.
It's on a 6. Look.
I think that was placed there earlier.
Black dice. Rigged the whole thing. Right, let's try again. Oh no, what's happening there? Alright, here we go. Oh, fuck's
Told you it was going to be evil.
Of course it is. Of course it is. So we could actually ask them to focus the discussion there, I suppose. Let's start with the evil one. Obviously, if anyone's done anything about that, we will read your comments. But anything specifically about the evil PDF first. I've got it. What do you want to do? Do you want to give me your thoughts? Do you want to just kind of scroll through it?
Yeah, we can go through it quickly. So it's the named ring wraiths first.
Yes.
No options for Fellbeast because there isn't a model with the Fellbeast. Poor Jamie, having converted all those named ring wraiths on Fellbeasts.
Does that take them out of the game, do you think?
Maybe some of them. Other ones probably still useful, despite that.
I heard a lot of, well, not necessarily a lot of people. I heard a comment, or I read a comment about how now that basic wraiths are 2 attacks in some of the fighty things, these now look weak by not being 2 attacks.
Yeah. Also notice all the black darts are down to 6 inches.
Oh, really?
Like the Shadow Lord had they never said it was a printing mistake, but he randomly had 6 inches. But yeah, they all do have like slightly different spells as well.
Yeah, doesn't each of them? I think each of them's got a spell that the others don't have, or something.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Oh, it's that way. Certain ones might still see use. Shadow Lord still has his same ability.
I think they're good for.
And the Betrayer as well for poison.
They're good for fluff right now.
Yeah.
Which I think is alright, isn't it? Like having them as options.
Yeah.
Thematic options.
And then we've got Goroth and Zagdush. They're pretty much the same as before, I think.
How much are they?
85 and 60.
So that they're all going up, right? Is that are we seeing like
yeah?
A legacy
They're not
attack?
3 might either. There's 2. Although Goroth's got 2 fate as well as he's come here maggot rule.
So there's the kind of idea that what people were potentially expecting was for these to all be a little weak or a little expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and is that what we're seeing?
I would say they're reasonably priced. Everything is still not quite got used to the new meta. Things are, after playing so many years of 3 might named heroes, that's not a thing anymore. So it's, getting used to those sort of different season points. They don't seem too badly priced.
And also, like, I don't know, my take on that slightly is that if you're if you were gonna if a Goblin Town Goblin was 3 points too expensive, that's going to cost you across the game. If your Orc hero is 5 points too expensive,
You're down an Orc.
Yeah, that's all right, isn't it? It's not game breaking.
Yeah, then there's the Black Guard, which I don't think have changed much.
Chris, you're a genius.
I know.
I think this is. I can't believe this has worked, to be honest. Cutting a tiny little hand off this Hobbit dude, and reversing it. But I think that looks absolutely great.
Well, when you said he was fighting McGee, and then I was like, I'm not sure what that wrist is doing.
Yeah.
It just needed change slightly.
That's pretty cool. And now he gets to go on his new bench. What a transformation for the night.
If you win Best Painted, it's just due to that. Best Army.
I don't know quite. I can't win Best Army. I'm not. No, I won't put it in. If that makes sense. It's one.
Okay.
It won it at Throwing Skulls. I'm not. I've said before that I wouldn't do that, so I've got to stay true to myself.
Just do entirely new. Just bin the rest.
Well, I got 15 new Hobbits. I might put the new Hobbits into the the Warband competition or whatever.
Yeah. What else is the Blackguard say? Morgul Stalkers, 10 points. They gone down in price. Not sure. They're about that before. Cardouche
doesn't
looks
seem crazy,
pretty
does it?
similar.
Yeah, Cardouche. I couldn't care less that he was legacied, but I think he was quite popular with people, wasn't he? I think he's been around in the game long enough that people were quite fond
He
of him.
allowed you to keep Fury, even if there was things around that could drain stat well. Flame Burst was quite useful. Orc Trackers have gone up a point. Although they now get Mountain Dweller.
What is that? Is that the one that you do all the jump tests? One of them's like, isn't Mountain Dweller like you can re-roll almost anything or something, and one of them's just
That's
jump
Cave
test.
Dweller. Mountain Dweller, I think it's just rocky terrain.
Oh, it doesn't slow you down, does it? It's better than you think it is. Yeah, cool.
Great Beast of Gorgoroth has had quite a few rules changes.
Yeah, I heard someone saying it was really good now.
Basically, the orcs and the Howdah can't be targeted separately.
Okay.
So basically, the Howdah has 9 wounds, and you get a shooting attack for every wounds that the Howdah has. And the commander, every time he would lose his last wound, you instead take a wound off the Howdah. So, like, the orc captain's basically like 11 wounds.
That's cool. And also, for the modelling point of view, you just glue them down now.
Yeah. And when it died, you couldn't separate the orcs either.
I've got to say, I had a experience at Ardacon last year which really made me twitch. It wasn't last year because it was the last Alliance year. Nothing made me twitch last year. Everything just made me sad. Where I was playing a guy with a Great Beast, and he didn't have the orcs in it. And I can't honestly remember his logic, but he was like, they fall over each other or something. So he had the models with him, but he was like, I'm not putting the orcs in it as they fall apart. So it was then basically drawing line of sight from orcs that weren't there. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it was like, I don't think he was gaming. I don't think he was trying.
Yeah,
to be
the way they
awful.
fit in, they couldn't fit in with bases. But then when you try to work out line of sights and people can see through, you can't really do it because they don't have bases.
It was probably that. And so there was like no one in the Howdah, and then he was pointing at the orc who didn't exist at the back and saying, "This one's going to shoot at him," and I'm going, well, I don't think he can see him through these 2 invisible orcs, and it was really awkward.
Yeah.
And I just found the whole thing quite frustrating. So that actually, I think I said I'm back on that Legacy stream. I think the Great Beast was one of my absolute worst losses. I was really sad to see this go to Legacy. And
I got one. Was it Christmas time? I'd won a Dane in the tournament, and I didn't really want another Dane like on Pig. And mate Dave Reed was after a Dane on Pig, and I was like, "What you got?" And he was like, "I've got a Great Beast that I'm never going to do." And I was like, "Swap you."
That's an awesome.
Yeah.
Because
It does 3 impact hits as well now. The Great Beast.
I've had it in my nearly to paint box for literally about 5 years, if not longer. Like, I love it. I got the new cast where it's, it's the body with 2 legs, and you add 2 legs as opposed to 2 calves of the body, so it's much better.
Always a strange one that the body was like Forge World resin. Yeah. They changed it.
What you say? Is it a chariot now? Oh, it's a war beast. So it does the
war beast.
So it tramples with 3 strength 6 hits.
Used to be just 2.
Is it fearless, or are they fearless? Are war beasts fearless?
War beasts don't take terror tests to charge because you just move them in.
You can use it in Legions of Mordor and Army of the Great Eye. That's just the big soupy ones, isn't it?
Yeah, Army of the Great Eye is
it's the new one, right?
Armies of Middle Earth one of all Mordor.
I mean, I think that's good. I think that's cool. I like that. Happy to see it.
It's always a cardful piece. Groblog's back. But this time his crown gives dominant 2 rather than +1 fight value and 4+.
That's kind of cool.
He's got 3 fate now instead of 3 might.
Mm-hmm.
Ashrak is back. He's got Compel now instead of making spiders invisible, but he can still upgrade spiders to get venom, and he can still paralyse people.
And he can take
gets
spiders, which you can't do
Yeah.
at the moment, right? Because they're not in the Moria
Yeah.
list. So he can be included in the Moria list and bring spiders in for you.
Yeah, so it's Moria rather than Depths of Moria. So I'm not on the Balrog
okay,
list.
so that's the Armies Middle-earth one.
Yeah, the one with dragons and
Yeah.
drakes and Druzag.
Okay. Black Shields
Our
are
ever
back.
favourite Black Shields are back.
What's the basic Black Shield like these days? So he's 8, because they were awful in the last edition, right?
They're still awful.
Still awful.
They're not strength 4 anymore. Yeah. Black Shield Shaman has lost Shatter. He now has Tremor and Collapse Rocks.
That's a huge step down for the little guy.
Yeah, you might not see him as much now.
Black Shield Drum, which was historically, I don't think it was last edition, but historically just a vastly better version of the Moria Drum. Like in the 5 sourcebook era, I think it was the same cost, and you could move it. It was like
yeah.
and
then the last edition, the Goblin Drum became better because of the Balrog Legion.
Yeah, and it got cheaper than the.
Yeah.
It went down to 75, didn't it? Yeah. Run and Drum. So it's +1 courage test, -1 courage test to the enemy, 18-inch banner, and it counts as a banner. It's pretty good.
Yeah. The fact it counts as a banner for VP purposes is it's an expensive banner at 75, but gets you those points for those scenarios.
Wild Marauders. How do they work these days? Shoot phase.
Looks like it's the same as before. 3 goblins mounted on a warg.
So do they spill out? Is it a cover? Oh, is it on the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Dwellers back, 80 points, fight 7, strength 5, 3 attacks, 3 wounds.
Dominant 3,
similar.
but then it has a monster, so that's not much difference there, I don't think. Vrasku, 2 might, 2 will.
It's interesting
Expert
I know they're getting rid of the might. It's interesting they're putting it in like Will and Fate, isn't it?
Yeah, on some of them get it, some don't.
He gets sharpshooter now, so that's cool. It's just like any shooter is a sharpshooter, basically, aren't they?
Yeah.
Army of the White Hand muster of Isengard, so that's cool.
So he's not on the scouts lists.
He's gone.
Even though I think he originally was a scout captain.
Yeah, that was his fluff. But that would my potentially filthy army. The return of Filthy Damien is I can't remember which one it is. It's Army of the White Hand or Muster of Isengard. It's whichever one has Saruman and the Berserkers.
Muster.
And you can now take Vrasku. Everything's coming.
You're going back to.
I'm tempted. I think it's like, it can't work at Ardacon because they've changed the points. I think it's 800 points was the list I wrote. That was like that's like 2014. It's not as good, but it might work. You know, like Farurka filth.
Yeah.
But 700, you get to one of those weird things where with your captains and all that. Your warbands are full and stuff, and you can't spend the points. But if Vrasku's in there might be an option.
Moha gets bonuses when he charges.
Yeah, I heard he was really good.
He gets -1 to his dual rolls. So he's like old two-handed. But gets to reroll failed to win rolls.
I mean, that's a decent trade-off, though, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when you consider if you put him in Uglok Scouts, then Uglok can kill a guy for +1 to wound, and then you have a orc in there as well, so he gets +2 to wound.
Rerolling.
Yeah.
What I meant was the -1.
With 3 attacks, trap them, 6 attacks +2 to wound, rerolling.
But -1 to his dual rolls are pretty good. That's a pretty heavy tax, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you support him with other people, then
He's got 2 might to boost it.
yeah, he doesn't have to do it, but yeah.
It also feels like that kind of like once a game, massively one shot something important.
Yeah,
Chuckle
if you have some other heroes in there to help win the fight. And then ferals.
This one interests me for old time's sake. Because I know someone said, I think it was Matt Hudson, said they're filth again, and I doubt that's true. But
I've got Hatred Man. Unfortunately, Muster Isengard would get Hatred Man anyway.
So that doesn't
The
stack.
defense 5 against shooting.
Yeah, so they're
They've
the
got light
same.
armor.
They haven't. This is interesting because I think this sort of stuff's interesting when you actually compare them. And I don't care about most things, but they're the same stat line across the board. Intelligence 8+ because they're maniacs. They've got better because they've just got Hatred Man. They're exactly the same. Well, they get Hatred Man now.
Yeah.
So they're certainly not worse. But
There was always the argument they were a bit overpriced in the last edition.
Yeah,
so.
well, in the last edition, the Hobbit edition, they went down a defence and they went up a point. And that was wretched. That was absolutely wretched. It's like you can...
And now, I suppose they're slightly better because they've got light armour, so they're actually defence 5 against shooting.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're better. And they get Hatred, but they get Hatred in one of those army lists anyway.
Muster Isengard.
Yeah, you're right. They're definitely better.
Although adding 2 attack models to Army of the White Hand is not actually that bad.
Yeah. I'm tempted, man. I'm genuinely tempted. Give him a
The Wondrous chat's going to light up when Damien's going.
I'll try it for old time's sake. I thought Ardacon would be such a good time to do it because it's literally the only tournament where is it
a GW affiliated event though? So.
Oh, is it affiliated? Do you think?
I don't know.
I don't think it is.
Just
anymore.
think of that statement.
I don't think it is anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think they give them prize support anymore, do they?
I don't know.
But like that, it's pretty much the only tournament of the year where I kind of care about winning. And I say this is the guy who took Hobbits and got the wooden spoon last time. I don't really care about winning. But it's like because it's the team thing, I wouldn't mind giving it a go. And when it was 800 points and like my old list kind of I was like, I think it's all right.
Berserkers are quite good in the new edition.
Exactly, Berserkers are good. Saruman's much worse, but he's not much worse for the. He was much worse in the last edition for what I needed to.
But he's probably as good, if not better, than what he was in the edition you played.
Yeah, that's kind of the thought process. But the big thing is the loss of compel and immobilize as being the one shot. You know that used to be such a massive trick to like half the fight value and kill anything, and now you can't even channel it. So that's a big problem. But yeah, I'm tempted. I am tempted, and I've got 21 painted ferals that I haven't used in 7 years. That'd be fun to get that out.
What we've got next? Riding Wolfsbane.
He used to be a regular for me. Strength and strike. So he's got a strike in there from Fight 5. That's handy for Dunland. It's a brand new Dunland army, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 2-handed weapon, which isn't a bad thing.
Yep.
These days.
Still 2 attacks. Mighty
Does
blow.
Mighty Blow.
It's 12-inch stand flask. Pretty cool.
Goro Fireskin. I think he's dropped a might, but he's gained a fate, I think.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Still got his 3 defence and 3 attacks.
See, they're all very similar.
The one thing for Thryden and Gorolf is the heroic strength, and then being strength 5 means they go up to strength 10.
Yeah.
Which is big. Frida Tall Spear, all the 2s.
As well, right?
I think our other rules are pretty much the same. Well, the other thing is that looks like Huskarls are elite.
Yeah, that's a rule I think. I don't know. Maybe not everyone. I'm probably being unfair here, but I think that's quite easy to forget that rule.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of buried in the stat line, you know, the elite and the leader thing.
Yeah.
I was
you more notice it when you see a hero has that rule rather than you see it on the actual troop.
I was playing around with Shire lists and like sheriffs are elites. And, you know what I mean?
Are they?
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
what? And the only ones who can lead them are the 2 sheriff heroes and Will Whitfoot, which makes a lot of thematic sense.
Yeah.
But that means in the Shire list, the only ones who can lead them is Will, because he's the only one. Like the 2 sheriff heroes aren't in the Shire list. So it's kind of it's cool, but it's worth noticing. And from me as the deeply thematic player, that works because you can only have 12 anyway, because there's only 12 sheriffs. So Gorolf was 70, so I think he hasn't gone up in points. So I don't think, you know what? For all people were saying, there might be some things, but some of these heroes, it's not like everything's been nerfed or made more expensive.
Yeah.
Right? It isn't the case.
Dunlendon Warriors, pretty much the same.
It's a whole different type of Dunland army, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got a full, like, one of those Dunland armies that I haven't.
Tim Garlett was very happy to see it back.
Us girls, I think, are pretty much the same.
Castellans, still a 10 wheel, and Will of Evil. It's all cool.
Aradrim King, they've got a bonus bit. Tribal King, if the model's your general, it gets 3 attacks and gains the General Hunter special rule. That's a nice wee change. The Golden King has changed.
Yeah, he's on a sensible base. I'm going to say this.
He's still got the annoying, like, -1 will when you take a courage test, but he's got, if you lose a fight, you spend a will point and you don't get struck.
Yeah, it's cool.
And before anybody asks, that includes brutal powers.
And I'm going to say this because otherwise Larry will inevitably write a bit. I know Larry was delighted that, and it's true, someone has had to cut him off his old base, put him on a new base for a model that isn't in the game, effectively.
Yeah.
But, props to GW for doing it, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have to do it. They didn't have to put a picture there or whatever. But I like that. I think you can. I don't know.
He's on a 50 mil base actually, not even 40.
Yeah. My take on this. I don't know, man. These aren't half-assed profiles. These look like they.
There's been
a change.
Thought put into some of them.
I think this is. I don't know. I think these look like they've been given exactly as much thought as all the other profiles. And then maybe
part of me wonders then if, like, did they make all the lists and then have to go, what are we going to have to prune?
I think that might be it. I think the change has come after the fact, because there's no, for all the people have been moaning saying how crap they're going to be and how half-assed they're going to be. They're nothing like that at all.
Yeah,
it's great.
Watchers, Bracken are pretty much the same, still burly. Watchers now have light armour, so defense 4 against shooting.
That's another one that I think is very easy to miss. Light armour.
Yeah.
Very, because it doesn't. It sounds. You've been so used to reading armour in the game
that you just almost ignore what armour they're wearing unless they're taking a swim test.
Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't. It just didn't matter. It's never something you have to pay attention to.
The Watcher is 10 points because I have to have either twin blades or a bow.
Cool. Mahuda back.
Yep. Camel. Same as before.
Yeah, big impact hits.
Mahood Tribe Masters the same. Mahood Warriors are the same. Mahood Raiders are the same. Half Trolls Dominant 2. They can take a 2-handed weapon for free rather than have to pay for it. That's quite good.
I'm sure the Ranger Outcry group are looking at that profile.
Half Troll's always been a higher fight value.
No, I just mean the whole thing, right, for 5 points more.
He doesn't have Might, Will or Fate.
This is true, yeah. That's true.
Or a bow.
But don't bring reason into it.
I know.
Candace Chariots, people will be pleased to have those back.
Yeah, they've changed the way the chariots themselves work, if I remember rightly. They've got a whole new rework in the rules.
Yeah. 2 strength 4 impact hits for a Candace Chariot. Canned guys, sadly, I don't think we're seeing the return of the mercenaries. With their wonderful mercenary.
Sad times.
That's how you nerf everything. Make everything in the Legacies PDF a mercenary.
1 in 6 chance that it disappears at the start of the game.
Get on like Camille. Yeah, well, fine. Candice Horseman, Candice Charioteers. You not just had
Candice Charioteers are now like a combined profile.
Yeah.
So you can just shoot the one wound guy off the top, and
I
then
think that's good. They're doing it. It's the same as the Gorgoroth thing, right? I actually I prefer that. I think it is neater. I think
it's gone back to like the old Warg Marauder days.
Yeah, and I think part of this was actually for a problem they've solved elsewhere now. But how many issues were there with models like that with Sorcerer's Blast? What happens if I blast this part of the Iron Hills Chariot? You know, where does the thing go? And I think from a cleanliness point of view, just making all these things X wounds and one model, even if you lose a bit of crunchiness in terms of models getting off things, I think it's better. But obviously the change to Sorcerer's Blast has dealt with a lot of those already. Oh, the Corsair Reaver, back for Longy.
Rules have changed.
Their rules always change.
Yeah, so Fearless now. What is it? Take an intelligence test if there's not a bosun within 6. Test is passed, all is fine. If it's failed, choose another friendly model within an inch of them. They suffer a strength 3 hit. After the strength 3 is hit, then the enemy must charge an enemy model if able to.
Absolutely awful.
If there's no other friendly models within an inch that it fails its intelligence test, then it does nothing.
I mean, they're just rotten, aren't they? You're never taking those. They're dreadful.
On a turn in which this model fails its intelligence test for the special rule, it must reroll all failed to wound rolls making strikes and gains +1 to wound when making strikes. And their intelligence 8+. Yeah.
Wasn't there an arsehole reading of this? They had a similar thing in the last one, was like, if they fail their test, they get to re-roll wounds. And people were saying the bosun makes them automatic pass, but they still wanted to take the test so that they would fail it and get the re-roll to wounds when they moved against the opponents. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It was the idea of
there was something like,
I'm going to pass the test, but I still get to make the roll to see if I get the other bonus. Go, get in the traffic. Like, what are you doing? But yeah, I think that's too awful. Razgush is back. Gets to fight 6. That's pretty cool for an orc. Still got an elf.
Goes up. Yeah, when we come to his list, he goes up to fight 7 against elves, which is nice.
Oh, typo. His war gear is Bonebreaker. His special rule is Bone Breakers. How can Bone Breakers be a unique hand weapon, Christopher Murphy?
That's true.
Disgusting.
We'll never forgive them.
We shouldn't. Definitely not. 3 attacks, so he's pretty cool. And doesn't he get +1 fight?
It now affects enemy models that are engaged, because elven spears are now a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mudskar.
Sad to see those two go. They're very new.
Razgush, I do.
Yeah. It's a cool
I
model.
like Razgush. Really nice model. Same with Mudskar, actually. It's a really nice model.
Yeah.
I think it's more of those models going as the...
I think they're just not main lists. I think that's the thing. It's like we don't need that army list or whatever.
Yeah, they're not out of any book. They're GW made. Golfing Ball.
He does all right, you know, particularly with his list.
Still got one of my favourite rules.
Impressive girth. So 5 plus fate. He's got strike. He's still a bit rubbish, isn't he? Fight 4.
Yeah, he's fight 4 with strike, 4. Which is even worse now. It was bad before.
And no fate. No fate.
Yeah.
But he is only 45 points.
Mm-hmm. The last time I used him in an Angmar list, I wish I just took an ordinary orc captain.
But wait till his army.
It is a great model.
Yeah. It's cool. Spider Queen back. People will be happy with that. Fight 6 for the Spider Queen. Still 2 attacks, still 3 wounds. Gets strike, dominant 3. And can still spawn off broodlings.
The broodlings now get swift movement.
Cool.
So they're not slowed down by woods.
And they don't count for breaking, so they're like bonus models. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And they're both beasts, so they can't run up and grab objectives.
Yeah. Then we're on to the army lists. So we get Fell Beings, which is the Razgush one.
Yep.
So Razgush.
Don't think it's changed much.
Hatred Elf, Woodland Creature, and +1 fight value against elves. Pretty cool.
Then Assault and Lothlorien.
Which is this nerfed? I mean, it's been nerfed in a billion ways, right? Between the profiles and stuff.
Don't think it's got the restriction now on the number of goblins.
No, we're not on here.
To orcs.
No, the army may not include more goblin models than orcs.
Oh, yep, missed that bit. So it still has that, yeah.
But it's now...
It's probably not as bad now because you can't have invisible and raged.
I can't remember
giant
what it was
spiders.
after the FAQ, but it's lost like the re-roll for the casting, right? Was that still there?
Yes, that's gone.
They don't have that now. They've just got the outnumbered one. That seems a lot more bearable, I think.
Yeah.
That was one I remember. Like I know that got a lot of hate in the last edition, but I remember me and Adam at doubles at Warhammer World playing at Ardcon, and we had the Defenders variable one, where it's like take Iron Hills and make your Iron Hills army worse. Take Dale and make your Dale army worse. And your special rule is if one of your heroes is about to die, they'll get a heroic combat.
Yep.
They won't win. Do you know what I mean? It's like that. And then we played Assault on Lothlorien against Jay and Camille, and we were all just laughing, about their rules. It's like, this is absolutely absurd that these two things exist and are meant to be equal. It's just ludicrous. But yeah, that looks much more palatable now. And the thing is, I was genuinely... This is a bit like the Rangers of Mirkwood for me. I was always drawn to that quite thematically. I liked the models in it, and I liked the theme behind it. But I could never take it because it was too horrible to play against and everyone hated it. Whereas maybe now that's a new era for that.
The other thing is hunting spiders and giant spiders. The Mirkwood hunting spiders down a fight value, so they're no longer fight 4.
They're the little ones,
so
diddy ones.
Yeah. And bat swarms round up rather than down for your fight value, which...
That whole list is a lot more palatable.
Yeah, little tweaks. Army Dunland is pretty much the same, I think.
Rohan, 6-inch banners and a war cry, presumably.
Yep.
Trident, 12 inches, +1 to even making strikes. People will just be happy having that back, I think.
Wildmen of Dunland now get flaming brands.
Yeah, well, they get the Wildmen in there, don't they?
Yeah.
That's the big thing. So they get access to spears.
They had Wildmen before, but it was...
Yeah, it's crazy tramps.
Yeah.
And now they can get spears in that army.
Then there's the Variags of Cand.
Oh, I've seen this one. This one's caused a stir. Because the Candish King has to go on foot. But the Candish Chariot is a 35-point hero of valor.
Well, you just take Candish Chariots to lead your troops.
A load of cheap Candish Chariots to lead all your troops. The good news is this is a PDF. You didn't pay any money for it. And they might well replace that at some point, I suspect. I find it remarkably easy to get over that.
But yeah, the general gets an extra might point, counts as a banner for victory point purposes, which is cool. And then the Candish
one of the
Fury.
special rules to be all your troops become Candish mercenaries. It's pretty cool.
Then Farharad, which had a bit of improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Still got their Warrior Pride. Get +1 fight value if your general kills a hero. Within 6 inches of them, it's cool. And then they all get a 6-up save. Which is nice.
Yeah, it's good. Ravagers. Now this is the one that I'm quite excited about. This is Goldfimble's list, right?
Yes.
Which is super cool. He gets a heroic combat every turn.
For free.
If he's on a warg, 2 attacks, that's pretty good. And while
I think if he's got a hill troll next to him is probably the better use.
You've drastically spoiled my thrilling denouement there, but yeah. Whilst Goldfimble's alive, you get +1 courage test, and what models get +1 to win when making strikes against outnumbered in combat. That's good. And you can take hill trolls. Where's that come from? So that...
The hills.
Yeah, quite. That's the list. That's the Legacies list I'm most excited to use. I think because I've got a couple of hill trolls, but I wasn't necessarily that keen on the Birdo one. But I've got some Warg Riders, metal Warg Riders painted recently. I've got the metal Orcs, and I've got Dear Sweet Goldfinball painted up. And I was like, I'm keen on that. I don't think it's crazy good or anything, but I think that would be a fun army to take to a tournament. It would be really cool.
Yeah, the Golf and Ball free heroic combat is like the Sharku one in the Wills of Isengard. He loses so many fights, which is even more annoying because he's getting a free heroic combat.
It's great. It's great when you think about it. It never ever works.
It's great on a Lendl.
It's great on 170 point awesome heroes. It's awful on a 45 point subpar orc captain.
It just gives you 2 chances to get your general wounded in a turn when he loses that fight.
Yeah, this is true,
And then the last one, Spider Queen's Brood, which is quite cool actually.
No, Spider Queen, Spiders, Bat Swarms.
Yeah, spider web markers.
That's cool.
And then they all get pounce, and then the Spider Queen can pass wounds off onto other spiders within an inch.
That's mean.
Instead of her just getting immediately targeted and shot to death.
That's cool.
And she can keep her might if she loses a move off.
That's really cool. I saw someone write an army list for this, which I think was a Spider Queen, a Bat Swarm, and then 80 Wargs or something. Like it's like Wargs. This one, it cracks me up about the state of the internet. Like instantly, I laughed. I think we should give Harry and the management committee a shout out for. They're saying they're going to do a PDF. They're going to do an FAQ for this because people, GW I don't think are going to. That's what they've said. They don't do it for Legacy. So, well done for them for being proactive on that. And I said to him, he sent me the thing before he posted it saying like, we're going to put this up as a heads up and all that. I was like, yeah, it's cool. And I said to him, I was like, you don't know what you're letting yourselves in for. Like in this day and age, like, when you hear about, and I've chatted to Jay about the FAQ inbox and stuff, and I said that I look forward to I think I said your 174 questions about camels 10 minutes after the PDF gets put up. And I love the fact that straight away it was, this needs FAQing, they can't pick up objectives. The spiders can't pick up objectives. The wolf pack has the exception that says they can.
I think Clary made a good point. Spiders haven't learned how to play fetch.
Yeah, well quite. Was you say that was Larry?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But it was like there's a few things. Firstly, it can't possibly be an FAQ. Like, you thinking about it quickly doesn't make it an FAQ 10 minutes in. And the other thing is, what if it's not a like, it's not, there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't need an FAQ. It's like they've just not put it in. Now, it could be a mistake. It could be an error. But it could also be
it's that statement that these are not designed for match play.
Yeah. Or like, we don't want spiders picking up objectives. If you play with spiders, you might. That's one of the. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and I just hate that idea that culture exists now, that is like, we are going to tear this thing apart and theorise about everything that is wrong with it, and then claim that that's an FAQ that needs sorting. I don't know. I think it's the wrong approach to it myself. But otherwise, let's play devil's advocate. If you want to play your Spiders army, you probably want to have a chance of winning all the scenarios. So there we go. That's the evil one, right?
Yep.
I'm going to say straight out, my highlight is Goldfinball and Goldfinball's army. I'm really glad. That's the thing I'm most likely to use from there. I would then say I'm pleased to have Vrasku back, and Vrasku and the Ferals, I think, have got some utility that I might put back in. And finally, for fictional future Damien, I'm really pleased with the Great Beast of Gorgoroth. And I think that could be cool. Mr. Murphy?
Well, I've got a fully painted Far Harad army, so it'd be quite nice to get that on the field. I also own an unpainted Unlending army, so it'd be quite nice to actually use that after spending a fortune buying it over lockdown. Why is the balloons going off in your screen?
Balloons?
Yes.
I have no idea.
What was on the Zoom's call? I don't know if it's shown on YouTube. But yeah, the canned as well. On some canned that I've just never got around to actually building or painting.
Shall we jump in the chat? See, we ask people to just talk about Evil, and then see what the guys are saying.
That's probably the best way to do it.
Go from there.
Right, so talk about Watford Gap and the gap at Rohan.
Strong gap. Defo bench.
Discussions on when Legacy stuff was announced, something like September, October.
Yeah, Joe Holzman, that one.
Larry Miller, still think you should have brought Steve back to life for the Legacy stream.
Hashtag he's not dead.
Joe Holzman, Leggy can be eligible for 4 streams this year, but we can't get 2 Legacy streams in different years.
Yeah, but I think that's a false equivalency, because we haven't had 4 Legolas streams. We've had 4 streams where Legolas.
You're asking people to be sensible.
I'm pointing out. I think they know they're not being sensible. Like Legolas being eligible for 4 is not the same as having 4 Legolas streams.
Larry Miller, I believe the Legacy PDF is coming when I see it. There's no date in the Warcom article. Joe Holzman, I've written a new list this evening from the Legacy's PDF. Golf and Bull on Marg, 7 Hill Trolls, Mordor Orc Shaman on Marg. Strong.
Does the
strong
Shaman
list.
do anything? The Shaman does nothing. Does it?
He won't run away.
He won't run away. This is true. Is that spare points? Is that what he thinks is the best use of the 45 points or whatever it is?
Probably the best use. Oh, it's even more than 45 points. He's on a Marg. Could have took an Orc Captain.
The captain must be better, wasn't it? What's the thing of the Shaman?
Captain would be better. It's Joe. Joe doesn't like winning games. He gets scared
Didn't we?
when he wins games.
And we found out that the Shaman's Fury won't affect Golfing Ball, right?
Yes, because it's Mordor Orc rather than he's Angmar.
That's rancid. That's terrible.
I'm surprised it wasn't Angmar Shaman.
Yeah. You'd think.
Josh Crosby, I'm happy to have the Legacy's profiles and so ready to use all the models I have in there.
I mean, Josh
He does have a few.
Josh was the real life person that I've known that was most affected by this change. There's an awful lot of fictional people out there who are just about to start Far Harad armies and that sort of stuff. But Josh was the one that, I mean, like Dunland, not Arnold, what was it, Dunland, like Harad, like, I'm just trying to think now, I've lost it. A lot of the stuff was in there, thing for him. His stuff was hit pretty hard.
I have a lot of stuff in Legacies, but I also have lots of stuff that's not in Legacies, so I wasn't.
And we'll talk. I think. I mean, I don't know if it's the point now, but instantly you can see. I think they're fine, right? I think.
Yeah.
The overwhelming response is that we're going to use them, isn't it? Like.
Yeah.
Don't know about your
like
event.
that glass cabinet there.
Yeah.
Like the small IKEA one. That's all Legacy stuff.
I mean, I'm not the best barometer because we'll let people use literally anything at 7 stones if they want, but we'll use
literally anything.
Yeah, pretty much. I think there was I won't say who it was in case they bring it back, but someone wanted to have an army with multiple Tariels in it, like just because I like Tariel, and they were like, "Can we do this?" I was like, "I'll probably say yes." Probably.
That's not a bad army, actually.
Yeah, well, exactly. It'll probably get you a nomination, right? But like, and the GHL have said they're going for a kind of, even before they've seen them, it seems to be a kind of
up to your TO, yeah.
Yeah, but they're in. It's an opt out.
Yeah.
They jumped ahead of including them, and it was like there's going to be an FAQ for them, right? And I think that the reaction in the last couple of days has been, I'd say, overwhelmingly positive, hasn't it? So
yeah.
And that means they're back for the whole edition. Which
next edition, then they're gone, sadly.
Yeah,
but
next edition's the problem.
That's good. To be fair, not having an update in an edition is something that happens to most lists.
And, I don't want to be the misery guts on this, that's not my style, but we don't know if there's a new edition.
I've got a feeling that my last one, they must have announced about the Legacies just before the Halloween. Because I'm having flashbacks, me saying about what's your hot take on the news about Legacies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, it would have been. I mean,
that's why I been brought back for Legacy talk.
It was all. I think it. Yeah, it was because it was all.
Yeah.
It was around the new edition stuff. Was the idea that there'd be a new edition was announced the day before Ardacon, and it was whatever Hobbit Day is. That was the new starter set was announced. I think that's September. It was Bilbo's birthday, wasn't it? That day.
So something like
That's
that.
in September, and then I think it came out around then.
Yeah.
Here's a clamour.
Right.
2 things stuck out for me. Lawmaster for Floyd is a reasonable rule now.
That's not evil.
Yeah. This might have been before we demanded it be evil. Spider Queen's a safe might. She loses her outmove rule, so that's cool. We'll have a chat about Floyd in a bit. Larry, I was sad Razzie had to go. Really happy with him. Fight 6, 7 in his fight against Elves. His list is still there. Still feel he had the well we were ways against Elves. Players to go really hard is that list before the edition launched.
He's right about Razzie's list against Elves. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I went to a doubles tournament. Was it last year? The year before? But it was 2 singles. It was like a singles list, and then you played the last 2 games as doubles with your partner. But you had to combine your list together. And we really wanted to take the Razgush lists, but you had to combine together. So I ended up taking Felbeans and Mirkwood. So I ended up having the Spider Queen. And I think I took, to fit in the points, I had something like 7 or 8 Bat Swarms just to use up the points, because I basically had 1 warband to then combine with the Razgush list, because that's what we really wanted to play, was the Felbeans of Mirkwood's list. But
cool.
Yeah, we got to play an elf list, and it just tore them apart. It was beautiful.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. And I like this Sean Clark saying, "This is magic. This is amazing musical interlude." While Dave looks, so they could hear the music, man, which is interesting. And then Sam saying, "BSIME has background music now." James, nice to see Can getting some buffs. Larry thought that Razgush might just get it chucked into the Mordor list without his own list. James says, nice to get Can getting some buffs at last, or bonuses rather than.
Yeah.
Sure. Joe Hosman, does that count as an extra view for the Legacy stream? Yeah, probably. Jean Clark says there's a bit of tissue Larry says, glad the Dwimmerlake isn't crap anymore. What? How's his rule changed?
It's now, instead of spending lots of will to
achieve very little.
Yeah, it's an intelligence test.
He does. At the start of the move phase, before heroic actions, Dwimmerlake can spend a will point. If he does, then until the end phase, whenever an enemy hero within 6 inches of him declares a heroic action, they must take an intelligence test. If the test is failed, it's cancelled. It's not bad. That's a complete change on his historic rule, though, isn't it? No more of this doubling up might, will, and fate stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, a will point to force an intelligence test. That's probably good against evil armies, not so great against good ones.
Some of the dwarf heroes have not got a great intelligence.
Some dwarfs are stupid. And yeah, he says it's cool that the evil ones have a special spell. Matt Hudson, all been given 1 attack, so support, but only cheaper. The new spell is cool. Aura of Command for a new spell is cool. Have they got a new spell? What's that?
Oh, I think it's one of the new ones.
Yeah, well, yeah. I say so. He's got Aura of Command, which they're saying is a spell that he didn't have before. That's cool. Jack Brown, general Legacy's reflection is that I like that it means there are current rules for more characters in old narrative scenarios. Obviously, you could play with old, but nice to new. Yep. Larry, Zagdash's fun is he's not a Morannon, but is in Gothmog's Legion, which is now all Morannon.
That's true.
Josh Crosby watches a car on the Morgul Stalkers and the Great Beast, the most valuable for him. Glad they're back. Jack bought named Ring Race partly for fluff and partly so they add more distinctiveness and great ability for narratives to emerge around them based on the performance and go. Yeah, I like that they're not awful. The ones I really want to do at some point, it's a fictional army in the future, was I wanted the Dark Marshal and the Knight of Umbar on horse leading Black Knights, Morgul Knights.
Yeah.
And I thought that was cool. Like having, I didn't care what their rules were, what their names were, but having like armoured Ring Wraiths as an aesthetic, I thought was really cool. So, you know.
The lack of Felbeast is slightly annoying to me. I've converted the Dark Marshal and the Felbeast and a Camillan Felbeast, but
they're just now just different.
They're now just different Ring Race.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing that I think as well. Like, you know, you could always change the rules, but the idea they were in our era, man, in the Hobbit era, right? The named race on Felbeast were just so good, like so good. And now you've got this idea that you can have a ring wraith on a Felbeast, or you can have a cool character for ring wraith, but he has to be on a horse. I think that's quite cool. That's a good decision to make. I think. But yeah. Larry Miller just spotted Goroth got a cheeky dominant too. Oh, that's cool. Josh Crosby, please put your hobbits in, Damien. I kind of want to compete against it. Oh, you're going to doubles. That's awesome. I might enter something into the painting competition. I don't mind doing that, but it's the best army thing that I'm kind of like, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's against my moral code.
Well, it's also for Adam's half as well.
He's not doing it. It's all my stuff.
Oh, is it all your stuff? Right, okay.
I said to him, I was like, because he's like super stressed, and I was like, this is up to you. If you want,
you might still get a judge's choice. That's the other,
possibly, but I don't know. It won't be on the table anyway. But I said, and me, like, I'm not being an arse here, but maybe it won't even get nominated, so maybe it won't be an issue at all. But I was just like, I said to him, I was like, no pressure on you, dude. But if you fancy trying out the new Hobbit army, and I know how much you love Hobbits, you can bring my Hobbits. And he was like, that sounds amazing. And then he got a little carried away, and there might be new fancy dress. So I
don't think Adam would suit looking like a hobbit.
Well, maybe he's not a hobbit. I can't tell you how much we always like playing together, but we were both a bit stressed about it and both looking at this pile of wild men, and we went from going, can't wait for the weekend, it'll be super cool, there's a lot of pressure, to both being ludicrously excited about it. So it was absolutely the right choice, and I can't wait. I've also done more hobby in the week since I spoke to him than in about the last 2 months, which has been awesome.
That's good.
Yeah, it's wicked. Can't wait. Let us know in the chat if you're going to doubles. Can't wait. Larry says, when it went to the Legacies, I got Sam to pick up the last Great Beast from... I remember that happening. Frederick's got 2 unfinished Great Beasts. Matt Hudson, Hatred Men in the White Hand is pretty sweet, and 2 attacks for sure. In the context of the best army. Oh, is the White Hand's the one with the lightning, right?
Yes.
So he's saying that army's really good, and now you can put really good troops into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Larry Miller, yes, been desperate for a return of the Farakas. Yeah, maybe. It's got to be the right tournament now, you know.
I'll bring my Goblin Town for you.
We need to get Ed to bring some Felbeasts, Harrison to bring some
David Tooby's Harad.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Really, just return. Have a glorious return. The funny thing is that Ed would just get absolutely murked with them. It'd be hilarious. Matt Hudson, Thrider has gone in White Hand 2. Saruman immobilising someone and he deletes them. I used to do that. Thrider used to be a really good choice for me. He was a very popular choice. He's gone in White Hand though, not in Muster. So there's no Berserkers, but you can have Ferals.
Yeah.
There's something there, man. I'm telling you, something there. All the Dunland heroes have gone into that list. Goroth appears too. Sad face. As I said, Shurish are released. They can get to 5-5. They can get to 5-5 in an incredibly niche set of circumstances based around 2 pathetic heroes for 3 turns.
And then go Burley. Yeah.
Yeah. They could get to 5-5, but they are still absolute toilet. Let's not be. I've heard the Ranger comparison, but I think you're better off with your Rangers than the next level top tier Hobbit plan. Chris C. Traditionally, there were only 12 Sheriffs. Didn't the Ruffians expand the Sheriffs and recruit more ne'er-do-wells into their ranks? I think that does ring a bell. I think they did, because there were 3. There was 3 for each of the Farthings. So maybe you could allow more if you had Battle of Bywater, but I'm doing we're at the Shire. We're in happier times, so it should only be 12. Joe, I think the Golden King is going to be very difficult to deal with. Yeah, and then he says 5-5, 4 attacks, 4 wounds. He's a general and banner, a 6 well, you can spend to stop your enemy. It's cool. Overall, they seem to put some effort into this, and I love some of the lists as well. Harry Parker is in. Evening, gents. Would love to have been in on this one. Such a good few days for the game. Sadly, celebrating Louise's dad's 60th and my first Father's Day this weekend. Well, happy birthday, Louise's dad, who I can only assume is celebrating his 60th birthday by watching this.
Am I going to have to sing him happy birthday as well?
You are going to need to do a birthday song for a lot of people.
Okay.
So that's Louise's dad. Louise is now a Parkhill, so Oh, it can't do Mr. Parkhill. That wouldn't work. Wheezy, Mr. Wheezy.
Parkhill Senior.
But it's not Parkhill Senior, is it? It's Parkhill
Oh,
in law.
yeah.
Parkhill in law Senior. Along with.
I'll just say Louise's dad.
Yeah, along with Sam, Harry, Scott, and Mark, right?
And Richard, because he's whinging so much.
Okay, you can give it to Richard. But then you're going to get an influx of people who've had a birthday in the last month. I'm just saying. One thing that's been brought to my attention, the charioteers can only move 6 inches, while the king on the chariot gets a 10-inch move. I presume that's a typo of some sort, isn't it? Is that what's the reasoning there?
Well, it's probably because they just put a can profile and then...
The charioteers can only move 6 inches, while the king on chariot moves 10.
It probably says movement 6 next to the chariot.
Candice charioteer has a move of 6 inches. And the Candish king has... I see, so he has a move of 6, but the Candish chariot has 10. I think that's... you've got to give them 10 though, haven't you? Is that not... Is that not obvious?
I think that's a typo, yeah.
But it's not even a typo, is it? It's like the Candice charioteer has a move of 6, just like the king has a move of 6. And then you have a...
It's because the Candish charioteer, the chariot's one block profile now.
I mean, for me, that's the sort of thing that doesn't... I don't think that requires an FAQ. I think that's pretty obvious what's happened there. But some people may differ. Harry says, really happy to see the Great Beast, Candice, Golden King, Kyrian, Mirinadra, and of course, don't know what that says, particularly the Beast, Golden King, and Kyrian, which were next on my to-do list for a new edition. That's cool. Sam, gaining reroll failed wounds and +1 to wound primarily against your allies. What an idiot. Who was that? Who was that was the intelligence 8+?
The Reavers.
Reavers, yeah. Larry Miller, big buff for Army of Dunland is the Wildman options, yeah. Sam says completely missed the spears being added to Dunland. Big changes, that was their major weakness. Richard Cameron, it's a shame Orc captains have lost their warg. Yeah, I agree with that. That I think is my least favourite change in the whole new edition. I think
it's strange though, because in the Wolves of Isengard list, you still get Orc captains on Warg.
Yeah. The loss of horses from models that they don't make a model for is my least favourite thing. And you can extrapolate it to like banners and shields and stuff. It's not the spear and bow thing. I don't mind that. I don't mind that a Mirkwood elf has to have a spear or a blow. It's the just Minister of Captain can't have a horse because we don't make a model for it. I really dislike that. So yeah, right there with you. Larry Miller was about to make that joke, Chris. What joke? Chris, you made a joke. Larry was going to do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Golfing ball, 65 points on a warg for Fight 4. Yeah? Fight 4 is where it's at, mate. Don't need Fight 5. It's a waste. Get better. Get good, as the kids say. Ashley Fisher. Right, that's it for me, gents. I'm melting. And the sweet, sweet aircon is calling. Aircon? Has Ashley Fisher moved to America? Aircon in Chiswick? Unbelievable seeds. Old school Chris C. It's like Gulliver with his 6-inch fly. It says 6 in the book. He's still good. Yes. I know I'm going to sound like a terrible hypocrite. I think that one's a mistake. I think that one's going to change.
I don't think it has changed in there.
No, it hasn't changed in the book.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't change. Like this winds me up. This grinds my gears. You know, people said like the Rangers came out in the PDF, and there's been no change between them and the book, right? So you show me once in the history of this game that the temporary profiles change. So they don't change. Like that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
The time to be disappointed was when the PDF came out. Like they were never going to change, and so I think that PDF with Gulliver with 6-inch fight value is taken from the book, and someone is very well can say I'm wrong now if other rules change on him. I haven't checked. Does his other rules change?
Yeah.
Are there other changes to him? I suspect what's in the PDF is what was in the book.
Yeah.
Right, so it's just been taken from it, and now the book's out. I think it will get FAQ'd. That's my take on it. I just don't think people understand the production times of these things. I don't think the Armies of Middle Earth book has been written in the last 6 months. Do you know what I mean?
You give people like the wrong idea how quickly it takes to make such a great production because of SBG magazine. How quickly you produce them.
Yeah, that's absolutely what it is. So that's my take on it. And like I say, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's something that has been kept between the PDF and the book. I think it's that the PDF is taken from the book where the error already was, if it is an error, which I think it is. And I think the next FAQ, I think will fix it. Or maybe it won't. Sam says someone then had a go at the GHL admin for not including foreign communities in the FAQ discussion. Many people then pointing out that's exactly what is offered at the end. Yeah, it's literally like that guy on the article we were talking about earlier. It's not the GHL admin, I should say, as well. It's the GHL management committee going, we're going to do an FAQ we're going to do FAQ, and we would love to include members from communities all over the world. And someone went, why aren't you including people from communities over the world? And Harry went, we are, it says it. Oh. Larry Miller, he gives fury to himself.
That'll be for the Murder Rock Shaman. The golfing ball list.
Joe Holzman, this is what the shaman does. The shaman casts fury that won't affect golf thimble. That is what he does. People just love to hate things. They do, Andrew Stone. Joe Holzman, bonus points if he heroic channels it just to make sure it goes off and does nothing. Protects him though, right?
It does. Guaranteed objective being held there.
Yeah, it's for winners. Larry, surprised they weren't all Angmar orcs. Joe says also that wasn't leftover points. I wrote it for 700 and it's actually 40 points down. Joe says the charioteer.
As I said, he doesn't like winning games.
The charioteer is a chariot profile. If it's consistent with the other chariot profiles, they have a 6-inch move. So I think like things like Raddy's Slay and the Iron Hills Dwarf has the movement of the chariot in it. Feels like a mistake to me. Craig Hughes, have you seen Drizag in Range Beast itself? He's not a beast. I hadn't. That's good. That's a good one.
That's why he's enraged.
He's desperately trying to make himself an angry spider.
It's the bats next to him that he's trying to enrage.
He's not in here. Is he Armies Middle Earth? He's not been legacied.
He's not been legacied. He is Armies in Middle Earth, then yeah.
Is that? Oh, I mean that's a typo, isn't it? Is he? Didn't someone's in the last version? Did someone's spells and range get swapped? I wonder if that's what's happened. Have a look at his other spells. Are they right? Do you know what I mean? I'm sure someone had them the wrong way round. Might be worth a look.
Kardush had the wrong attack and wounds. He had 2 attacks and 1 wound. Might be
what I'm thinking of. Joe Holzman says, I agree, it should probably be 10. It sort of falls under the same category as Gully. Yeah, fair enough. Larry Miller says, it was where Hills Trolls came from.
Where did the Hill Troll came from when I went from the hills?
Oh, good joke. Strong joke. Joe Holzman, I seem to recall the temporary profile chain once, but I can't remember which temporary profile it was, so I guess that's not helpful. Maybe one of King, Dane, and Thorin. You might be right. I mean, we've had lots of them over the years, right?
Yeah.
But I just think, generally speaking, that this has come up quite a lot where people go, "Oh, I wonder what it'll change to." So it's not going to change. It's all the Iron Hills temporary profiles are exactly the same. Whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. Cool. Now, as much as that took a while, the good one is significantly shorter.
Yes.
Much to the ire of evil players, I suspect. Any thoughts on
I don't know.
why?
That just means that all the stuff is in the books already.
For good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I said. Much to the ire of evil players. And I presume this is because Workshop have expanded the evil factions more than the good factions because they're unexpanded in the films and books.
Yeah.
Is that there's more?
I would say so. Yeah. Evil list. There's not much variety because it's Mordor.
Yeah.
It's Isengard. And that's about it. And then you have to expand it if you want any other variety of what people want to play against.
So yeah, it sucks. Sucks if you're an evil player more. I think honestly, good players would be like, I think all being told the legacies, it's not that bad, really. Whereas I think the evil factions have been hit really quite hard.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's have a look. Banderbrass storms back, which is cool. Looks very similar to me. He's effectively got a mighty blow on a 6, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Leader of Hobbit sheriffs.
I found an error. Chris. Can I tell the internet?
Go for it.
Banderbrass Turk has hand weapon and horse and is on a 25mm base.
That's a small horse.
Take that.
Although, is that because he is on a 25mm base and horses have a separate stat, so therefore they're on a 40mm base?
But wouldn't you have to upgrade to the horse for that?
A Son of Earl is on the 25mm base and comes with an armoured horse.
The what?
Further down.
Who is?
Son of Earl.
Is that what they normally look like? Maybe I haven't found a mistake.
Maybe you owe an apology to the GW design team.
What was the Hunter Orc fiasco? Wasn't that was this, wasn't it?
Well, I think that was... Yes, Hunter Orc fiasco sounds familiar.
Yeah, Rivendell
Mirkwood
Knight.
Elf Knight has 25mm base.
I'm a fool. Rivendell. What did you just say? Which option did you?
Mirkwood Elf Knight.
Oh, I thought we'd done the same one. I went for Rivendell Knight. No, I'm a fool. It seems they all have it.
Go the took.
Rivendell Knight is 25mm base and comes with a horse. I can only apologise. Well, thank goodness I don't have to tell the internet.
Because I've got a feeling the horse has a separate profile.
Sure.
And it says 40mm.
Hashtag few. Oh, you can take sheriffs, Banderbrass. That's cool.
That's what I said before you got distracted by 25mm.
Sorry, I was so excited to tell the internet.
Anyway, next, Knight of the White Tower.
The Tower is back. No one's ever used him.
Well, before his ability was now what great weapons, two-handed weapons have. So he now gets to reroll a single d6 during a duel.
One of his 2 attacks.
He's fight 6.
You're fight 6. That's good, isn't it?
And strike. And mighty blow. That's not bad, actually.
Have you got mighty blow?
Yeah, in the White Sword of Gondor.
Yeah.
That's always been his...
Whoa, he's alright.
Yeah. +1 to win, does 2 wins.
Now, as we move on to the Ranger heroes, I heard an uncharacteristic comment from one of our most famous patrons earlier in the chat. Larry Miller said, "Is it just me or are these crap?" Which honestly, I was staring at that. Doesn't sound in any way like Larry. It's very like him to have that sort of take, but he was saying why are these 20 points more than a Ranger of the North when we know how good Rangers of the North are.
He's right. Looking at them, 40 points is a lot of points for a Ranger of the North.
With
Some
sharpshooter.
rules.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They're not great, are they?
They're nice models.
Oh, only one of them was a sharpshooter. That's unfair. Why can't Mablung be a sharpshooter? They are beautiful models. Cool.
He's too busy making funny sounds to be able to sharpshoot.
Kyrion's back. That was one of my favourite moron comments. I can't remember. I need to get the order of this right. But someone was saying, "How is it that?" So it was like, it was a meme of some sort. It was like, GW, we're only gonna the 2 books are only gonna have stuff. Sorry, the 3 books are only gonna have stuff from the films and books. Which was never what they said anyway, but includes Runish drakes. Meanwhile, Kyrian is legacied. Explain that. It's like, it's not the Kyrian you think it is. I enjoyed that a lot. Literally using a character made up by Games Workshop as evidence of Games Workshop putting book characters into legacies. Like, some of these people just need to stop or actually drink more of the Kool-Aid. But that was beautiful. It's not the Kyrian you think it is.
He's got a cool rule for against like Blades of the Dead. his courage counts as higher against them.
And he was like why? What's his? They don't get fluff, do they? These guys. Like, what was his fluff in that? Wasn't he from Shadow of the East?
He was. He appeared in the Legion later. Spoilers.
A lot of Blades of the Dead in.
There wasn't, but I think it's because they go against like terror or whatever. Cool. How weak-willed Yarn, he was always strong-willed and not afraid of anything.
I think, isn't Harry very keen on Kyrian? Wasn't he one of it? Doesn't he?
He used to be quite a good character and adding into a Minister of list because he was Fight 5.
Yeah, and isn't he in the same made-up list as like Mirren and Dra? Isn't he that kind of?
Well, you'll see that later.
Okay, I look forward to it. Man of Arms and Dollar Moth are back. Up to Fight 5.
Pretty much the same as before. Yeah, go up to Fight 5.
3 inches of Prince.
Ephemeral Hill's nearby.
Which he won't be. Grimbold! Ah, no horse. Surprising. Get strength.
Got a slight improvement because two-handed weapons are better.
Yeah, oh god, that was awful. Still only 2 attacks though. He's a mighty blow. I'm going to upgrade Helmingers, which is cool. He gets Kingdom of Rohan and the Fords of Isen, which is where you want him. You want him in the Fords of Isen. Yeah. That's the thematic one. Erkenbrand, I think, was my...
I don't know why he's not in the Riders of Theoden.
There was a good second and a half there where I thought about it. I think Erkenbrand was my biggest loss. Because I love the model and I love the theme and I was enjoying Riders of Aomer last year. Glad to see he's back in Riders of Aomer.
He's lost his might, but he's 2/2/2.
The Warhorn's a nice bonus.
I think that's the same rule as...
Yeah.
Helm has funny enough for his one.
Still got March, which is nice, on a named hero.
Double check
and
that.
Treat him as a banner. In my experience, that wasn't great because those specific models on a Cav model are often dead. I didn't get many banner rerolls out of the Red Shields when I used it, but glad to have him back. We got King's Huntsman who gets Sharpshooter because he's an archer.
Yeah, the Horn of the Hammerhand is the same rule as the other Horn of the Hammerhand.
That's cool. And
King Huntsman has got better because Sharpshooter has now sort of replaced his thing. So he only feels in the way test on a roll of a 1.
Yeah. He's cool. I always really liked him. He's one of those models that I was like, oh, I love the King's Huntsman, and never, ever took him in any army ever.
There's one sitting unpainted or half painted on my desk.
We made a point when we did the 20 issue 15 of SBG, which was it was the kind of replacing the Warg attack with the attack on Edoras. Basically, it was like a big siege. It was like the original plan for the film was where the Wargs were going to attack Edoras at night. So we did this massive siege of Edoras with wild men and Dunlendings and basically everything that wasn't an Uruk Hai attacking Edoras. It's really good fun, and we made damn sure that the King's Huntsman got like a moment. Because we were like, when the hell else are we going to... we had the King's Huntsman, we put him on a tower, and we made damn sure that he, shoots something important, write about what he shoots and write about when he dies so that we can take a photo of the King's Huntsman and have him in SBG, because he's never going to appear ever again. It was nice.
He's got a longbow now. Did he have just a bow before?
I think he had a longbow.
Yeah, that was what I wasn't sure.
Oh, the young... I think it's the same might roll. Spear Mastery. And if he loses his horse, he can use his spear on foot. That's cool. And he's got a speedy Fairlight.
Which was speedy before, but yeah.
Son of Ale's pretty cool. Up to Fight 5 within 6 inches of Ale. That's good for Rohan.
Yeah.
2 attacks.
They're elite though, so...
I
think it's only... Yeah, it's only... You can only take them with the arm now.
I presume he's legend though, so you can get up to 18 of them.
Probably.
Outriders, pretty cool. I say pretty cool. No, never takes him. Gildor and Glorian Arabish.
Should we just move past?
Don't see any point. But he's actually there's big optionality here, right? Because he's
Yeah.
in Road to Rivendell, and he can take
And
the
you
warriors.
get troops.
So that there's some interesting play there. I think. I don't know if it makes it good, but there's a big change there. I think.
It certainly expands it, so you can go a lot higher because you can get a warband of guys for them, and a banner.
And maybe I don't know. I haven't looked at it, but is there filth? What do you have? What do you have to take in Road to Rivendell? Do you have to take the 4 hobbits and Aragorn?
Whoa.
Let's have a look.
It must include Frodo.
Has to include Frodo. So Frodo, Aragorn. You don't get Glorfindel. Oh, it's Glorfindel in Armies of Middle Earth.
Yes.
He'll be in there. So I'm just thinking like Gildor, a load of Wood Elves, Aragorn, Glorfindel.
I don't think Glorfindel gets added to the list.
He must do. Come on.
Yeah.
He's literally on the road to Rivendell.
But yeah.
He must be in that list, surely.
I think because Arwen's in the list. It replaces because isn't it that they, if it's ever a contradiction between the book and the film, that they always go by the film.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. I think Harry. All jokes aside, Harry will be pleased with that because he gets his hero back and he adds some good functionality to a list that I think Harry liked. Harry and Michael took Road to Rivendell to Severstone. It's cool.
So did me and Mark Stone. Oh no, me and Larry. Sorry. That was the famous Bill the Pony.
Yeah, not this. I was like,
yeah.
No, you didn't. In the past.
Yes.
That's cool.
There's so many lists now that it was like, oh, I took that to Seven Stones. I took that to Seven Stones.
That's what people used to do, man.
Yeah. Right, Eristor.
Fight 6.
He only gets to reroll ones instead of all 2 wind rolls now. So he's got worse.
It's probably a useful hero to have, though, isn't he? In that list, to be a bit cheap.
Still useful, yeah. Fight 6.
Rivendell Stormcomber's got Cool Winds, Foil Magic, and Strength and Will. Do we rate Foil Magic? What are the competitive people saying about it? Too niche?
There's not too many other magic casters for it to come into effect. I've never used it.
Probably one of those things where you're often far better casting one of your own spells than trying to stop one of the enemies, I reckon.
Yeah. If you've lost priority and somebody else immobilises when you're big heroes, then you can get them back in, I suppose, as the...
Yeah, Immobilise must be the most useful, potentially the most useful saving of it.
Yeah.
Full
Winds is still decent.
We've got a couple of Stormcallers. Oh, the Lothlorien ones gets Enchant Blades instead of Foil Magic.
They had Enchant Blades before, I think.
Possibly, but I mean, the Rivendell one gets Foil Magic, which he can't have before. So
yeah.
I don't know if he's lost a spell, or the Lothlorien one just had Enchant Blades before.
I think they had Strength and Will and Call Winds.
Cool.
So he's gained Foil Magic, and then the Lothlorien one was Call Winds and Enchant Blades, and he's gained Writhing Downs.
Cool. Some very popular dwarfs next. Balin's back.
I think he's pretty much the same as he was before.
Reroll a single d6. He's a leader for Khazards, and he's still got Longbeard. That's pretty cool. And Floy, who has had a big change. At any point during his activation,
people stop sick FAQs for him.
Yeah, you can spend a will point to choose a single enemy within 12 inches and line of sight. For the remainder turn, friendly models within 6 inches gain a bonus of +1 to wound against the chosen model when making strikes and making sure that's really good.
12 inch makes it quite short range compared to it was just line of sight before. But Floy at certain points, some armies he had would win you the game, and other armies he was pointless.
Yeah.
At least this time you'll always have a use.
And in his living lore, whenever a friendly model slays an enemy hero or monster that Floy can draw a line of sight to, Floy may gain a will point, which he then uses on his Lore Master roll.
Yeah.
I can see those two pairing up quite nicely. Spends a will point, helps a hero kill a big thing, gets a will point back.
Or even troops, yeah.
And removes the
Yeah.
king of FAQs from the equation.
Yes. The
King's
TO committee
Champion,
will be happy about that.
with the introductory fluff. 3 models, Captain of Warband, Heralds of Followers, and they count as independents. And he's a hero. And he's a hero of fortune.
He's not really changed.
Sure. People will be playing. Same with the Shield Bearer. I think understandable sacrifices from the game. They're just they
Yeah.
feel a little bit Warhammery to me.
Yeah.
Those ideas, those types of names and stuff. But obviously for Khazad heroes, for Khazad players, great to have them back. Mirren and Dra.
Their one big change is they count as separate heroes for leading warbands.
Oh, they have their own warband, though.
Yeah, so you pay 140 points for
So
both,
there's
but they
70
can
points
each have a
each.
warband.
I reckon 70 points is going to be a bargain for these, isn't it? Fight
Yeah.
5.
Drar now has sharpshooter.
Of course he does. Got a bow. 2 attacks. 2.
Poor Mablin.
Was Mirren
Justice for
Mirren
Mablin.
never 3 attacks?
No, it's always 2.
Maybe it's not a huge bargain for 70 points, but still a pretty good profile. Oh, and then the list. So Battle of Greenfields.
This one's interesting because Rangers of the North are Fortitude.
And they increase their attacks to 2.
But that means you can have like 4 archers and 8 militia. And a ranger leading them for not a lot of points.
Was this the one that there was a ludicrous ranger list? Was it this? Did you
Yeah.
say that? With like
Yeah, so
15 rangers
it's
on it?
77 points for a ranger, 4 militia, 8 militia and 4 archers. So 13 models.
That's a great warband.
It is when you then just start spamming them after you take band brass.
You get dominant
And-
2 within 3
And if you're in your own
bandit
deployment zone, reroll 1s with making shooting attacks with hobbits.
that's to hit as well, so that's early on. That's good.
Yeah.
Bit tasty.
Yeah, because even your general's only 50 points.
Cool.
And he leads 15 sheriffs because he's the only
You
one
love
who can
to see
take
it.
them.
I'm very pro Hobbit, so I'm all for that. Fields of Celebrant. El the Young get King of Men to be the real Kyrian. Captain of Rohan has to be on horse. Captain of Minister can't have horse. It's just brutal.
To be fair, there's no Knights of Minas Tirith in this list.
It was like that. Imagine putting them next to each other. Nice horse. I mean, nothing. Rohan by Rohan, Gondor by Gondor. You got a King of Men. Has to choose the King of Men keyword. That's cool. +1 courage and intelligence tests. Friendly Gondor models. And that's not great. Excavation base.
Yeah, in Charge of El, they have to charge, but if they do, they get to reroll fail to win rolls.
Cool.
Which is not bad for
That's
a
all right.
Son of El.
How did
Reclamation of
Moria
Moria. It's quite an interesting list.
Oh, I like the objective one. That's
Yeah.
good fun. That's cool.
There is quite a lot of the Khazad-dûm rules that we've seen, but again, some other ones.
They're very good. Khazad-dûm.
+1 to win when you're broken
That's good.
can help bring it back.
Yeah,
And
really
then
help
Balin's
bring it
Last
back,
Stand. The friendly dwarf heroes, if they're trapped, get a free heroic defense.
They're really cool. They all seem quite different rules, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you don't get a Bolt Wardens or Ballistas in the list. It's just like more Rangers, Warriors.
And then finally Expeditions East, which I think is the one that Harry said he was most excited about.
It's quite an interesting list.
Yeah, so Rangers of Gondor, Warriors, Knights, Dwarf Rangers, and Dwarf Warriors, and Kirian, Mirandra, and a Captain of the Ministry of Without a Horse. Hatred, Easterling. Friendly dwarf models may re-roll to win rolls of 1 when within 1 inch of Gondor, and vice versa. And Spoils of War. Oh, I like this sort of thing. Your opponent chooses a piece of terrain, contains treasure. Friendly model ends its activation in base contact with a piece of terrain. You can search it. Oh, that's cool. An extra 2V piece. I like that. That's cool. So why that doesn't why does Kirian get a buff against Blades of the Dead?
Because he's really brave.
If he's fight, Blades of the Dead is only on go. Oh, I see what it means. So it's
Minas Morgul.
It's just saying he's really super brave. So things that affect courage don't affect him. Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. I thought it was a thematic. It kind of is a thematic thing. I see. Cool, and that's good. Highlights from good, Chris?
I quite liked the Reclamation Memorialist, I think. It's probably the main highlight, I would say.
Mm-hmm. There's no big list for me.
And Banderbrass Took, I've always had a wee soft spot for Banderbrass Took. I used to take them back in the day when you could have soup lists.
Simpler times.
Yes.
I think he just, it's not a massive shock given my propensity for hobbits at the moment, but I think having another Shire army is cool. And I'm sure that list. Oh no, that's the green. Because there's 3 now, right? You got the Shire, the Battle of Bywater, and Greenfields. So that's cool.
Yeah. It's the same for dwarfs now. You've got the Khazad-dûm list in Armies.
Yeah.
Middle Earth. You then have Reclamation and Moria, and then you also got that expedition to the east.
Yeah.
For adding those dwarfs.
I'm definitely Shire at the moment. That's what I'm painting these things up for. But then they're right here in my precious Shire army box, which is getting lighter and lighter. I've got the Scaran Shire box. So I've got the 4 Hobbit heroes. And I do have a Banderbrass Took. So I think I'm very, very. That's pretty much all that's in there now. So I'm hoping. I was planning maybe in December after Throne of Skulls. My pre-Christmas hobby was planning on being like the 4 hobbits on ponies, and I might do Banderbrass at the same time. So it'd be I've got this massive Shire army, and then I'll retune it to be Battle of Bywater, and then retune it to be Greenfields, and kind of fancy giving those a bit of a run out maybe next year.
Yeah,
it'd be cool. It'd be good fun. And I've actually got some Rangers of the North. I got for my birthday last year, and one of the projects I don't think I'm going to get to this year that I was planning on was about 10 Rangers of the North, Halbarad, Arathorn, and a new Aragorn, just to paint them up as a little project. I think I'm going to run.
I wouldn't make that terrible.
Well, I was thinking about ways. Could I be bothered to make some sort of video that I'd put on the GBHL just where I'm cleaning up Rangers of the North? Do you know what I mean? Almost like not mention it, but you know what I mean? Just be creating some Rangers of the North, like to do it. Just the sort of like bear poking that I'd like to do. Yeah. So it's pretty cool. So if I do some of those because I wanted to anyway, then I've got them for Battle of Greenfield as well. So that's for me. My only other last shout out is Erkenbrand. It's nice to have him back. I might try the Riders of Aemma list again at some point. That was super fun, and now it's better than it was. So he was a really vital cog in that list. When I used it at Throne of Skulls, like having Heroic March, giving Aemma +1 courage, was really, really good. So yeah. Shall we see what those fine BSIME nerds out there think?
Yep. Joe Holzman, I think, was it on the Dane or Thorin? Right, there we go. I think it was more that the people who complained that Rangers crap were hoping, but Racket's kidding themselves they might get buffed in the book.
What was that?
Joe Holzman, same way the Gully Cheesemongers were hoping Gully's move would get changed back in the book. Richard Clamerthorne, the third, went from 120 in the PDF to 110 in Defence in the North. Sean Clark, if you stick him on a long bench, he could fit on.
What is that? Is that
that'll be for Bad the Brassie's base, I think. Joe Holzman didn't win the WARG profiles get listed as 40mm base, and FE could back to 25mm.
I think that's what I got confuddled by. That's what I was thinking of.
Sam, Error Ware, Richard Clamer, Joe Holzman, it's fell WARGs in the Heroes of the Hobbit, which got Erraters to 40mm. Grimbold lost to Mike too.
I think a lot of them did, though, didn't they? A lot of the named heroes have lost to Mike. Three
Mike named heroes are more an exception now than the...
Which is good, because it makes the choice between one of those and a captain more of a choice.
Yeah. Sam, exciting stuff, just got the email that the GW pre-order is on its way.
I'm really genuinely excited that mine's turning up tomorrow and it's a Saturday and it's release day. That doesn't happen.
I'm sort of gutted that mine's coming Monday.
Yeah, it's
because also not as it coming Monday, but Monday I'm going to be in the office, so I'm not even going to be here to pretend to work from home.
For deliveries, that's more normal now. I think it's normally like the Monday or the Tuesday. So the idea that it's going to be, I know I said about having Father's Day on Sunday and stuff, but I don't have big plans tomorrow, so I will get a big package of toys is going to arrive. I'm going to get to open it at a day when I'm not at work, and that's going to be very exciting. Happy release day eve, everyone. Oh, happy release day.
Yeah. Sean Clark in my old Helm's Guard army, I always brought a King's Huntsman. He never did anything, but it looked pretty, as I converted it from one of the new Plastic Rangers heroes. Larry Merrill, been quiet for a moment, so I've had this spectacular milk spillage I had to clean up.
It wasn't bad, mate.
Just use the stale bread.
I don't think stale bread will work, will it?
True.
You need that nice.
It might make it more edible, though. Larry Miller, I wonder if the Rangers were supposed to be 2 attacks and wounds, as they'd be all right then. I think those ones were always just 1 wound, 1 attack. But there were a lot less points.
Oh, he's talking about the Ranger Heroes, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nobbling and Unborn.
You never know with Larry if it's satire. That's the thing. But no, I don't think they were ever meant to be that, given that they're very much in the Damrod vein. They were 1 attack, 1 wound in the last version. I don't see them getting a glow up for this version, but I can see your point that they're not great.
Larry Miller, I like to see, can only be taken road to Rivendell, so we won't see him as much. Also, his mistake with Gildor, where they accidentally gave him an elven weapon. Wood Elf Sentinels now cause terror within 3 inches of them.
Do they?
Terror
cool.
elves.
There's people scared of their music.
Yeah. Larry Miller, not sure they're worth it in Iron Hills, as 2 captains are probably better.
Mirren and Dra, presumably.
Yeah. Iron Hills captains are probably more expensive, I think. They're not cheap.
Must be about 80, aren't they? I will consult the materials.
Larry Miller, the list was 800 points, 74 models, 22 might.
Iron Hills captain, 80 points. O'Byrne knows his stuff. He's not a has-been.
Yeah, so it's cheaper to take Muir and Dra.
Yeah, take that, Miller.
If you're taking 2 of them.
Get back in your oversized box full of milk.
And Adam G says, hey guys, and gives us a wave.
Hey, dude.
Richard Clammer would like to have seen Iron Hills dwarfs on the reclamation list, but it's only because I don't have old school dwarfs. I love Expedition 3 from Larry, as it's the only thing that's really pure GW fluff and not based on anything from the books.
That's cool.
Larry Miller, to be fair, the regular dwarfs match their aesthetic more. Nothing I'm hugely excited for with good, but would like to run Expedition someday, but it's pretty low down on my priorities. Andy Stone, Chris picking the Expedition to Moria list just because it winds up people in the Scottish scene. That is true. There was somebody having an absolute rage about the Expedition list, that they get bonus points for holding more objectives, and that means they could win scenarios.
Yes. Isn't that the point?
Maybe. So I feel like I need to take that list just to wind that person up.
What is that? I don't understand. Is that...
Oh, well, it's if you break someone and they hold an extra objective than you, it would have been a draw, but instead they win.
The way scenarios are sometimes balanced, so
Yeah.
that even if you achieve all this, if your opponent achieves everything else, it's a draw.
Yeah. But it wouldn't be that way if the dwarves held more objectives.
That's the point of the rule, isn't it? It's to help you win games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't like that rule because it gave bonus VPs and unbalanced things, but then he did that earlier statement quite like the Expedition to the East list, which also has a way of gaining
I've come
extra
around to
VPs.
I didn't like that at first, but I've come around to the unique rules for gaining extra VPs. I quite like them. I think they're fun.
Yeah.
Again, it's linked to my deep desire for trinkets.
That only against Larry and
it got me
Sam Page that we actually managed to roll a 6 for the Dorks to actually get some VPs.
At the GP, it got me a draw instead of a loss. Like the VP from when I was playing an Ent army, I killed one Ent, rolled a 6, got a trinket, and got a draw because of it. Great success.
Goblin Town I captured was a wolf with Grinner.
Yeah.
And then he proceeded to run away the next turn, so I didn't get the extra VP.
I had that as well. Rot I think it was a different game. He had one bloody trinket. He was hanging on to it, and he was running away from. I think it was against Dale, and I was like, "It's all right. I've got my trinket." And he failed his courage test and legged it. I was like,
"Damn." Richard Clammer, did you finally replace your Bandy Bristle and horse?
I did.
Joe Holzman, I have a good versus evil event end of August. I tend to bring Arathorn Stand to.
Very cool.
Hopefully not planning to win any games. Larry, one of my last pre-orders I got said it would be Monday, then turned up Saturday. Sam said same as we, sweep up your milk with stale bread. And Joe Holzman, I've just received my dispatch email, and Jack Brown, me too. Somebody's busy at GW headquarters sending out
the time
emails.
I mean, we can only presume are they automated, or is that?
It must be automated, yeah.
Is that someone working through the night? I mean, I presume they do work through the night in the packing, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Maybe.
I do find it weird when the emails arrive. Yeah. And that is that. So, that's the Legacies PDF. I think it's very good.
Yeah.
I think overall, I think they're
a lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Some new Legion army lists with some cool new rules for things that didn't really have cool rules before.
I think the very fact that I've heard people today say about some things, I think it's name ring race particularly, is like, we can't use these profiles, they're too crap. And I've heard other people saying we can't use these profiles, they're too good. I think like the Great Beast of Gorgoroth and Malheur, for example, jump out. And I was like, well, that sounds pretty perfect.
Yeah.
So I think that sounds okay. They seem to have gone down very, very well with the community. They seem to have landed nicely, and people have got some more options to add them into their armies. And I think the vast majority of tournaments will be allowing them for the next 5 years or whatever. I think that's I think that's super cool.
Joe's saying that he wanted to bring Arthur and Stand because his evil army will be his hill trolls.
Oh, that's cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Dear sweet Aragorn. Arathornian. Going down to those mean trolls. Right. I think that's more than enough. I think we need to run through a Facebook page, give away a dice, and go to bed. What do you think?
I suppose so.
I may, however, go and grab a beer to get us through this. That's all right with you?
No worries. Last thing, happy birthday to people.
Oh yes, that's a good point. We have to do that.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to, I can't remember everybody, Louise's dad, Richard Clammer, Mark Stone, Harry Parkhill, and insert name here. Happy birthday to you. There you go. And the chat goes dead. yeah. Well, hope you've enjoyed yourselves this evening. Pocari Sweat. It's alright. You can have that as my brand, Larry. Caramel cola stick things also growing on me. Pocari Sweat, not so much. Don't think it'll make a good mixer with alcoholic drink either. Sean Clark, happy birthday, so much better than Scottish. I'm actually speaking English. It's just a Scottish accent. I don't think I could sing it in Gaelic though. Maybe if I watched Dot a Man again, I might be able to do that. Right, so I've done the happy birthday song.
Oh, did you sing it? Oh, that's awesome. Sam Page and Scott Newman will be delighted. They were really looking forward to that.
Oh, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to your Sam, happy birthday to your Scott, happy birthday to you. I remembered Louise's dad and Richard Clammer and Mark and Harry Parkhill, but I forgot those two.
I know, sweetie. I listened.
Oh.
And we should say a very genuine happy birthday to Scott Newman, because it's his birthday right now. It's his birthday today.
Hey!
That's a real one, so well done. It's fine, and you've just had to deal with a lot there, with like 5 birthdays or something, but it wasn't very creepy, would be my only criticism. It sounded quite nice, which isn't normally what people are into.
Well, tough.
Is that what you give? Is that
I genuinely sing happy birthday to people in restaurants when it happens.
You're subverting the Battle Streams form and having a happy take on it.
Yes.
But do you know what?
Don't worry, I'll think about them and I'll touch myself after the stream.
Oh my god, that's worse than the Make-A-Wish. Oh, where's that? Oh,
While I do that, I'll have a spunk.
I thought Steve was the problem.
It's you.
I was going to say there's 5 people celebrating, and I think it's only right that we give them a little treat. But now you've turned it into a house of filth. Happy birthday!
You're going to pop as well. Hey. Yep, I think you've reached the point. That look in your face as you're sniffing that gunpowder.
So good. So good. We're going to catch up with this before the Facebook because it is important. Sean Clark says, happy birthday, so much better in Scottish. Larry, I've yet to try mixing sweat, but I'm normally pretty anti-mixer. Adam says, happy birthday to all those who are celebrating. Larry says, gonna have to call it a night and catch up on the ends. I have to be up pretty early tomorrow. And then that comment, and I think we know what comment, got the stream, it's like, just before I go to bed. Adam, things have changed a bit since Steve was around. And Joe says, sounds like Murph, it will be the one celebrating. Oh, and inexplicably at 1 in the morning, we're going to go and have a look at some stuff on Facebook. All right. One comment. I'm going to refresh that page, or otherwise, I think we're done with Battle Streams in Middle Lab.
It was like I put the first comment and they'll leave it. That's it. Just roll down.
74 comments.
Damn it.
Better. So, all right, I need to go. Right, Facebook. Looks good to me. I'm always, for whatever reason, this one can be a bit iffy, so I'm just gonna check on the interwebs.
I've got up as well. Want me to read out and then you can make a note?
Yeah, I'm just checking it's there. I can't see our video. The good news is the comments are all there. They're not saying, the stream stopped or anything. So why can't I see our video in our live tab? Am I going mad?
Absolutely.
And that's how Trokenburn was born. Oh, there it is. That's weird. I can't see our video in our live tab. I just got up to it. Fights me going, I can't see our video in a live tab. Wonderful. Right, so it looks all good. The Facebook is up. Wonderful. So, are we ready, Mr. Murphy?
Yep.
I will pull up a note.
So,
Legacy? No, it's not Legacy, is it? What is it? Armies of the Hobbit. Armies of the Hobbit. Wonderful. And we start with Mr. Murphy in the house. Look.
Update. Painted.
Is that are you holding it up?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I'm not there. Oh, there he is. Looking good.
Got a coat of wash drying on him.
Very, very cool. And you had some spunk and you had some cola straws. Very nice.
Yep.
Mark Greentrees. Oh, Gaffer Gamgee. That is beautiful. Not been in for a while. I'll be working away on the Gaffers. A lovely model. Doesn't get
Sadly,
you in.
doesn't count though.
Doesn't get you in.
Just look at those cabbages and carrots and pumpkins and that. Mark's Hobbit holes are just amazing.
Classic Mark, just sitting there being awesome at hobby all the time. Love it. Ricky Colbert, Goblin King, and some random
I've got Jens Elmo's.
Oh, what? Really? Have I gone bad? That didn't take me long. Oh, yeah, sorry. Jens Elmo's, hopefully continuing on the Ballista started last Army of the Hobbit stream and might work on my Baron's War as well. So, Armies of the Hobbit, certainly, because it's everything for the Hobbit, isn't it? So, certainly gets in there. Jens Elmo's, lovely stuff. Baron's War stuff, don't know a lot about that, but I hope you're enjoying. Ricky Colbrook, Goblin King, and some random goblins and a test paint job for the Goblin Mercenary. You certainly get to... Yeah, Ricky Colbrook. I think he's got a comment, hasn't he? He's got an update. Oh, here we go. Oh, lovely. Oh, look at that. Taking the time to put 4 pictures in one. Appreciate that. Rather than 4 comments. Base colours and first wash apply. That's me done for the night. Time to enjoy some takeaway pizza and watch the Trust of Dream. Ah, awesome. It's a lovely skin tone. I like that.
Yeah.
Looking very smooth. Hope you can replicate that over 400 goblins. Scott Newman, happy birthday. What are these? Some sort of 3D prints devilry. Working on Gundamad Trolls. I think there's some updates.
Yes.
Good bit of progress tonight. Armour all finished. Now, Chris. We don't want to be that guy. Historically, we said they have to be workshop models to try and keep the...
Are you trying to say because it's his birthday?
Yeah, I know, right? It feels like the worst thing ever. What do you think? We can't not put him in his birthday, can we?
We could just drop him. You got a song from me in the end.
That's always been the age-old BSIME rule. He's got a lovely fell beast. This guy is now...
It's a very nice fell beast.
That's what?
It's a very nice fell beast.
It's a very nice fell beast that isn't in Armies of the Hobbit. The second fell beast finished looked very good. Oh, I dread to think what the chat are saying about this decision. Look, you're the guest host. I've always deferred to the guest host on this. What do you think?
You got a dice.
A dice for his birthday. All right, we'll do that.
4+ it's in.
All right, we'll do that when we cut to Dice Cam. Sam Page, working on some Champions of Variable tonight, including trying to finish Bofa, who I started painting on a previous stream. Very cool. And Page, didn't hear much from Page tonight.
No.
Nice nose out there, painting away. We've got a comment.
He's got a comment of updating these Birthday Cave Drake.
Both, cheeky cage Drake on a new base. Both has basically duzzed. Shouted Yara on Nori and definitely didn't get distracted by my birthday cage Drake. Happy birthday, my friend.
I first read it as birthday cake.
Oh, there it is, Joe Holzman. Look at that big daddy. Wow. I don't
And
think I've
that
had the
chocolate
pistachio
bar.
one. You what?
And that chocolate bar.
He's got a goat rider in there. I hope we get a whip on the... Oh, no. I hope we get a whip on the Big Daddy. I've done a bad.
Richard Clammer's put a reply in on Joe Holzman with his work in progress.
That's interesting. So Richard says, pistachio, got to find this bad boy in the wild myself. And then says, got this awesome beer glass for my birthday since last stream, so it was only right that it came out on stream. I'm going to rebase my Goblin Scribe, considering now as a base size, then move on to some Hill Tribesmen. My first time trying Knoppers. So he's getting in. Bit of a parasite on Joe's post, though.
Whether he replied and then went to post and has just accidentally hit on these back reply.
Joe tries to bring it back to the Holzman thread. Got the medals down the goat rider and finished my 4th werewolf. Looking very cool. Obviously some Hobbit action. Chris Cooper, the Hobbit book you say? There's only one model that Harry Parker would approve of. Gildor. He's got a Gildor. He snuck is Gildor in the Hobbit book? See?
Have I confused them and looked at giving them the wrong... Is he in that elf book, or is he in the other one? No, must be. He might be because the full Rivendell list and...
Oh, he is, you know. Gildor's right there. Well played, Chris Cooper. Look about sneaking a Lord of the Rings model in. Oh, I love it. Work to the system there. I got 3 replies. Bit of a glow up for... He's written Glorf there. Know your road to Rivendell elf heroes, my friend. Also getting very close to finishing... Oh, this will pop up. Also getting very close to finishing this army now. I'll be using them as Battle of Fornos. Ayana will be represented by Barlaman, with Rosie being a ministerial warrior with Banner. All the hill tribes... Battle of Fornos. I see Rosie. Oh, what? She's meant to be a barmaid in this. Okay, I get it. With Rosie being a ministerial warrior with Banner, all the hill tribes chaps are ministerial warriors. With either sword and cheese or dartboard, or spear and shield. Naturally, their drunken nature means they feel safer in numbers, or perhaps ignore their injuries more, representing the shield wall. At the back left, you have Strider Aranath with 4 Hobbit archers, and in the front right is Findor. So maybe that Glorf thing isn't a mistake.
Yeah.
With 5 elf archers and swordsmen, finally we have 4 done because of fun. This is a completely custom sort of prancing pony army, which is looking awesome.
I like the little Prince and Pony sign he's got on the bottom right.
How can you... It must just be a sort of open play thing, though, right? Because you can't have Rosie... Oh, no, hang on, it's a ministerial
Rosie's
warrior.
a ministerial banner.
I see, yeah, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I'm looking at them the wrong way around, if that makes sense. It looks super cool, though. I've seen loads of stuff of this that he's done. It looks wicked. Keep up the good work, my friend.
Then we've got Michael Dubley with Philly and Kelly from Thorn's Company. Plastic ones.
Right, looking lovely. Speed painting these guys for a game a few weeks back, giving them some love tonight to make them worthy of Thorin's Company. I can't do that.
He's got Thai sweet chili peanuts, is it?
I think that's a good guess at what that was. Frederick Schultz, so hot today, I had to go double drink. Don't you normally have quite a lot of drinks? Dug out a selection of assembly conversion stuff, including the only evil Hobbit era sprue I own. I feel like Hunter Orcs could become a BSIME project for me. That's cool.
Pretty nice looking drinks.
They always are.
Was it Knoppers I seen in, was it Costco the other day?
Is that it? Are you just asking me that question?
No,
So I don't know,
I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to think where it was, but I've seen them somewhere. But I think it might have been Costco. They had Knoppers on sale.
What do you think's on those salami sticks? Why are they white?
It's mould, like you get on the salami.
Is it? It's a lot of mould. We've got some updates. Homemade. Oh, we got a video. Homemade strawberry milkshake, step 1. Let's watch. Fantastic. I'm just going to go to check this is showing up. That's cool. Okay, so you put the ice cream in the blender, Chris. Then you pour, looks like milk going in. I think there's some raspberries in there or strawberries in there. Did you say it was
strawberries?
Yeah, it's homemade strawberry milk.
Strawberry milkshake. So hopefully it's strawberries.
So then the milk.
If you put raspberries in, he's made a fatal mistake.
Never for strawberry. And blender goes in. Follow me on Snapstagram for more creative recipes.
The last step was, I would never have thought of doing that.
Which bit?
Pouring it into a glass.
Oh, I thought you meant putting the strawberry on the edge. Lovely. That's new for B-side. I enjoyed that. Well done. Matt Hudson is finishing 2 Tariels tonight. Look at that. That's what we like to see. Turiel. Matt Hudson. So Matt
Although
Hudson,
I would say, why haven't you got your tutorials finished already?
Well, I think it's important that we're always continuing Tariels.
Yeah.
So Matt Hudson, the People's Champion, is in the dice draw. Can Chris Burfitt be the one to get him over the line? We have a reply. Finished. They are finished. There you go. Looking lovely, my friend. Good luck with your Tarios. Keep spreading the good word of Durdle. Tom Smith is in.
Some Mirkwood Rangers.
Mirkwood Rangers to come off the screen. Very cool. I think there's an update pick there, wasn't there?
Yes, some built ones on stilts.
Glued up and pin. Need a bit of green stuff. Do you do that? Do you do pitted?
Sometimes.
I can never be bothered.
Depends what bases I'm putting them to.
Yeah, I always think that the effort I'll have to go to fixing the occasional broken one will be less than the effort I go to pinning them. I think that's always been my take on it. But well done. Sean Clark, Alibi Max, what the heck is that?
Crispy bar with coconuts and caramel and milk chocolate.
Check out Bulk! Look at Early Bird Clark. What's your secret, Sean? I actually meant to say that earlier. I was wondering if anyone would sneak a Bulk in. What do we reckon? Looks very cool.
The fact that he's got shots of it already in a professional camera shots, I feel like he's already painted it and he's just lying to us now. I think he's had it for weeks.
Oh, yeah. He's finished, isn't he? What's going on here? Hang on. He's got a B-sign photo where he's all brown, right? But then he's got a completely fully painted bulk.
To be fair, the fully painted bulk has been posted 29 minutes ago and the other photo was 4 hours ago.
Has that all been done tonight? That's an outstanding effort. That must be the first non-influencer completed bulg in the world, I reckon. Well done, sir. I saw the
Good job as well.
I saw the photo of him that's kind of this pose. It's not quite that far. That it's on one of the articles, and it was like him side on,
up against Legolas.
Yeah, exactly. And he looked much better than he looked when the camera was front onto him. I thought, well done, Sean. Good work. Michael Haskell's there. He's fuzzed up some wargs. I've been working on my first 4 wargs in recent weeks. Been trying the fur route. And this is where they've got to. This evening I'll do the base streams and start hearts. Very cool. They look good.
Everything with static grass and furred up was good.
Is that a bit of you?
Bit of my influence, I feel.
Lovely. As a little update. Made some progress, but now come to a juddering halt. Tired eyes after 3 intense days of workshops, viewing copious PowerPoint presentations. Have a lovely weekend rest. Michael always catches up early the next morning, so I tend to wake up to some nice comments from Michael.
That's a good thing to wake up to.
Exactly. They do look really good, actually. They do look... That fur looks good. My only thing would... I think I'd be inclined to do it over all of them, rather than leave the patches.
Yeah.
I think he's put
you
it
need to be careful with the
is.
patches, otherwise it looks like a poodle.
Yeah. But the effect, I think, is really good. Ashley Fisher is in.
Oh, he's built an limited edition Radagast.
Super limited edition. Ironically, of course, it is now limited edition.
Also looks like he's got a load of Mordor Urkai in the background.
Mm-hmm. And there's a Legolas,
Shagrat.
Legolas and Tarios brew, isn't it? I think. And some Mirkwood Rangers. There's a Diane Boromir at the back. Very cool, very cool, very cool. He is very cool, of course, because he's in Chiswick where the air conditioning is.
He wasn't when he was taking those photos.
And there's his progress. Lovely stuff.
And here's the winning entry.
Josh Crosby. I only need to crack on with Roger and Variox, but we'll put some pat on the elf in the middle. Oh, lovely. He's always there, and Crosby's always there. Who got a new head from the conversion sprue. Guy on the left might be valid, made from Fimble. Yep, he would be. He would be indeed. Because he starts from a model that has a profile in the book. The versions are stunning as ever, Josh.
Interesting stickers in the background.
Yeah, he always does. Always has a nice backdrop. Lovely purple. Love it. Josh Crosby. Craig Hughes. Painting up the Gundabad troll with club. My first post. Oh, awesome. Got my tortilla chips and salsa dip. Did I do it right? Desperate to
You
be in
did.
the draw. You did it right, my friend. Oh, what you got in the cabinet? That's a Rivendell up the top? That's
Funny enough, I was
Hogwarts.
looking at the Lego sets as well.
That's a Hogwarts, isn't it? I think. I can't make out what's on the other shelves. Oh, is that a Hedwig? Is that like a Brickhead's Hedwig? Or Brickhead's Dobby, maybe? Like peering out below Rivendell?
Maybe. Don't do Harry Potter, so...
Got us on the big screen. You'd love to see it. But yeah, you're in. First post. Hopefully the first of many, my friend. Larry Miller. These are the dice I meant. Oh my god.
To be fair, they're not the worst dice I've ever seen.
That is horrible. What are the worst dice you've ever seen?
They were actually made by Dwalin for his friend Mike Henry, who's up in Scotland, and he was using them. And instead of pips on them, there were scratches, like claw marks.
Yeah.
It was fine when it was like 1 or 2, but when it was like 3, 4, or 5, it was difficult to actually tell. You like, or 6, you're like,
Didn't Workshop?
How many's on there?
Didn't Workshop go through a period of doing dice like that? I want to say like 5 years ago or something. Maybe for Age of Sigmar.
Oh,
like really
next
high...
picture from Larry's of the Elder Dice that...
Do you know the ones I mean? Like, they were really, really, really stylised dice.
Yes.
Frederick says, wow, some J-Mac branded dice. Joe says, I love them. And
J-Mac has branded dice, but
Larry
I wouldn't say the name.
these. So what are these? What's this? Am I missing something on the symbol? What is the symbol?
It's an Elder symbol, but it's got a tiny little written what the actual number is.
What's an Elder symbol?
It's some elf rune.
Oh, Eldar, like the 40k
Eldar.
thing. Sorry.
Eldari, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. When you said Elder, I thought you meant like an old, like a village elder or something.
Yeah.
Those random ones are beautiful. I think they're absolutely great. Frederick Short starts posting. Oh, this is the middle finger thing. You know when he said, "Did I just put my middle finger up?" Not intentionally. Anyway, if anything's going to get me demonetised today, it's not that. It's going to be Murphy.
Don't say anything bad.
You've said two things that were absolutely terrible.
Not foul language, though. So.
No, with non-offensive words, you're right. Steiner Carlson, I'll be working on Azog here in New Zealand. Stream snacks consist of black coffee. Oh, isn't it?
Oh, we personal cafeteria, very fancy.
Wasn't it crazy early there? Wasn't Wellington at... I feel like... Was Wellington 5 a.m? Maybe that was Sydney. That was 4 hours ago, so... Must be nice. It's lovely. It really does warm my heart to think there's people on completely other side of the world starting their day with this. It's cool and very humbling.
He's got a work in progress shot. That's a very nice looking Azog.
He's also got what looks like Jurassic Park outside his front window. Well, that is a tropical rainforest he's got out there. Very cool. Love it. Love the triple screen approach. Let's go and have a look at your whip. I always struggle with whites. It is tricky. Oh, it looks great, man. It is tricky. That's like a bit like doing Gandalf the white, where everything's effectively white, but the whites have to be different. I think you've done a great job, dude. Right, Julian Hammond. Julian Hammond's in. He's been quiet. Hoping to finish these Gundam Berserkers tonight. Looking very cool.
He's been working a lot on Azog's Hunters.
Yeah,
I think.
He was putting up like a Hunter Orc a day, wasn't he? That's really cool. So here we go. Oh, look at that lovely work on the big one on the close up. Some small progress made. Long hair done. Weapons undercoated black. Very cool. They look great. They're lovely models. They take me back to the very happy there and back again days. Matthew Butler decided to pull out Army of Thrall. I'm going to get them built. Means I can use Smaug in some narrative scenarios. Very cool. This is what we want. Digging stuff out of the back. Oh, Christ.
Oh, you alright?
Yep.
Have you lost all the names of the notepad?
No, I dropped my phone into my bottle of beer, but fortunately it has a very small engine, so it just banged off the top and nearly went into my cup of tea. But all is well. Matthew Butler is getting in with the Army of Thrall. Lovely stuff. And I think there was some... Yeah, he's got a comment. Here we go. Heroes built, revisiting Finecast was not fun. Really makes you appreciate the new plastic. But it does look like Thrall's sword and shield have both survived.
The one that I was looking at is the Grimhammer Captain's axe.
Mm.
It is. I've seen bits of flash thicker than the handle of it.
Well, I know Thrall's sword is famously snappy, but the worst one is his shield. That I've seen people have shields that aren't complete. You know, the shield is hollow.
Yeah,
it's been so thin. It's not something that I had, but I know people struggle with it. Thor, of course, I think still being my favourite model in the entire range. Chris, you've probably never been asked that on here. Favourite model in the whole range?
Oh, Never really thought what my favourite model is. The original Ellington Elry here. No.
I don't believe you mean that. I think you're being cheeky.
Yes. I think. Yeah, I've never really thought on Smaug.
Fine. Yeah, Smaug. Such a cop out. Jake Pollard working on Iron Hills tonight. Base coats and washes done earlier today. Working on highlights tonight, and hopefully get into the banner. But we'll see. Looking very cool. It's not a house I recognise. It's not a setup I recognise. It's always nice to have a little peer at people's lounges. We've got some whips all done. Just need to blend the shields, but that's a job for another day. Looking very cool. And a finished test. Oh, look at the shield. That blue and red's different, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's cool. Nice to see people.
It's also got like a blue effect on the armour of the dwarf as well.
Very cool. You love to see it. Oh, look, it's Cuthers. Cuthers is in. I think, is it 6 dice Cuthers at the moment? Our second place dice owner. I feel like he might have been absent from the last one, possibly. He's here to try and catch up with Crosby. Working on a bit of Bofa with who's the is that a Lady Thor? Is that Natalie Portman?
That's Lady Thor. Yeah.
Is that what her name actually is? Is it Lady Thor?
No, it's Mighty Thor.
Mighty Thor. I'd have just guessed that. That would have been spectacular. But it's Natalie Portman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. Oh, it says it right there between Thor and Mighty Thor. Very cool. Very cool. No whips. Larry Miller. Late to get started tonight, but dug these guys out. Also found some Jaffa cakes I bought a few days ago. I forgot I had.
I think those Jaffa cakes were probably found in the same box as those warbats and have been there for years. I
don't know why. I'm sure it's very fun, but just because it's Larry, that box just makes me feel a bit ill. You know, just a box of warbat pieces. It looks like there's quite a few warbats in there, right?
I know they have lots of bits, but yeah.
And I just ice in
I think he was planning a warbat army because he wanted to play
with bows.
Bats versus birds.
What's ice in a mug? It's just everything's wrong. He's got a whip. Oh no, it's not. Julian Hammer says that's where all the stock went. Mark Greentree, progress prick. Nope. Progress pick. This is the first mini.
Now you're getting yourself cancelled.
Yeah. First mini since I've painted since those Rohan Warriors at Christmas. Thanks for getting me out of slump. Oh, I'm very happy to. And sorry it's not going to get you a dice. Hopefully you can find your way back in it. I've been in a bit of a hobby slump in terms of doing things rather than wanting to do things. I wouldn't call it a slump, but I've just found myself doing the magazine and doing 7 Stones. Took a lot of my time out, so I haven't been painting. But I'm back on it with the Hobbits. Richard Clammer, somehow put my first comment as a reply to Joe. You did indeed. Progress so far. Waiting on the Sterling mud to dry before I try and spray this as an undercoat. So we've already got Richard Clammer, so we don't need to add him in. And we've got some updates from Richard. Sprayed and based the wood dryad bark and magnetised the scribe so I don't have to change my transport foam tray. Cool.
Good idea. It's a bit annoying. I'd always had my goblin scribe on a base.
Was it the wrong
one? It's a 40mm base, so I'm going to still have to rebase it.
Richard. Richard says, I'm calling this done, but probably should clean up the bones. I've got no idea what colour the original wood was, but tried to match it as best I could. Oh, you've done a good job, man. Rory Campbell, which BSIME dwarf to paint? Oh, look at the gold dwarfs.
There's nothing strange about seeing them in gold.
Mm. If it was me, I would go for Oin, because I think the plastic Oin is one of the best models in the whole range. Chris?
I do think it's a good model, but I think I quite like the plastic Bilbo.
It's not a dwarf.
True. He's on that sprue though.
It says which BSIME dwarf.
The dwarf's then Bofer.
Both. Well, that was 3 hours ago, so let's hope he's not waiting for our decision. He's gone for Biffa. He's choked. He's choked. He went for Biffa. Disaster. Why does he not listen to us? Base colours on the dwarf and some progress on Santa helm. Oh, that looks lovely. That helm model looks amazing, dude.
Yeah.
I love the green. It's wicked. Sam Earnshaw, working on a Beorn, Radagast, and a whole bunch of hobos. Well then, my friend, you can have the chance of winning a dice.
That bear needs static grass on.
cover it PVA glare. Jack Brown, things from Goblin Town box to assemble, and old Jamaica ginger beer. Very cool. Got an update. What's he been assembling? Looks like it's the Thorin's Company. There's a bit of Thorin's Company love going on tonight.
And a Radagast as well, limited edition.
Super limited edition. Stephen Ryan won my first ever wooden spoon a few weeks ago. Wow, well done.
Well done.
Meaning I have my first Thorin's Company, a generous price for the real wood. That's a good price. That's a cool price. And
nice Bilbo as well.
Gets you into the draw. That's not Bilbo. That's Punchy Hobbit. Remco Keystra. Well, this has been a while. Getting caught up with my Papa Greenleaf army tonight. Is that Thranduil's?
There's a bit of a flex.
I know, right? I just saw it. I just had this black dice lying around, you know. I like that he keeps it close to him on BSIME nights. Is that 2? He's got 2. There's another.
The other one's just.
There's another cheeky one sneaking around that old.
Sneaking past that old pot of bleach bone.
Yeah. Love to see it. I'd like to see more black dice in the whip progress photos. Mark Green. Oh, look at that! Completed during the stream. I think that's the first meet. Amazing work. Well, then cross that off. Oh, you can't cross it off. I was going to say cross it off of your BSIME hobby bingo, but it has to be an on-theme model. That is completely paint an on-theme model during a single Battle Streams in Middle Earth live stream.
Oh. That Hobbit hole is beautiful.
Back up. It is, as ever. It is stunning.
Yeah.
The fence, the tough, so good. I know you've done so many of them over the years. I wish this was all in one big display or a board that you could play over or something. It'd be amazing.
It's like Christine is a member of the GBHL but doesn't really pay much attention to it. But one thing she always comments on is when Mark ever posts one of his new Hobbit holes up.
No, really.
It's like, have you seen it? I was like, yes.
So good. Larry Miller, too hot, and I was mostly painting some Space Marines. Mostly, but got 2 bats built. Well done. As a response here, not done the bases. I plan to change these up a little from Zorro. Right, fair enough. Tom Turtle was pulled out a Palace Guard captain. Very cool. This is one of those classic things where it's just a man holding a model. It's not even near a desk. But we will take.
To be fair, Craig had his desk to the left.
Yeah. It
was next to the settee, I think.
We'll take you at your word, Tom, and put you in. Craig Hughes made some progress, which must mean Craig is already in. Yeah, very, very cool.
Yeah. And that's requested the work in progress of the Big Daddy.
Oh, you've got to finish that now, Joe. There's no. Yeah, once you're past halfway, there's no point saving it. Good luck with the rest of that, my friend. And that's where the comments end for me.
And for me,
We said 74. Oh, it's 75 now, so I'm going to refresh. Woo-hoo.
still on 75.
It's still 75, so unless that one extra has appeared down the bottom, I think we're golden. No, that was the last one, so that is where we are.
Any emails?
We'll go and check. Let's get Facebook off. Well done to everyone for joining in. A lot of love for the Hobbit out there. Any highlights for you there? Anything jump out to you?
Mark Greentree's Hobbit Hole, as always. I have to say Sean's Bolg.
Yeah, Sean's Bolg is it's getting it on the grounds of being super cool.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So I'm back in the chat. Adam G, one of these days I'll be. Is there an Adam G? Is there an echo in here? Echo. Is that when I started the stream? Was it? I'm not sure. Jack Brown, I love seeing the Hobbit Hole in your week, Mark. Really inspiring. Sam, oh no, I'm going to have to go to bed. So I'll give a pre-recorded commentary. Player A kicks us off and starts an instant sprint down the field, but it's tackled by player C, who passes over to player B. It's a bold move, as this is not a team sport. Player B takes advantage of this mistake and takes a shot, but it's a save from an unintended child who's wandered onto the pitch, and penalty is awarded to player C because of reasons. He lines it up, takes a deep breath, sends it home to claim the dice. Oh God, I hope this matches up what actually happens later. Joe says the rules are there to control the fun. I think that's in reference to Scott. I shall provide one momentarily. Jack Brown says, I can, you can, milkshake. Adam G says, a pin-up job. Fuzzy Wuzzy Wags, how adorable. And Sean Clark says, favourite model, recently been pipped by the new Hera model. What's favourite model? What does he mean? Which was his favourite model that's recently been pipped?
Roar, maybe.
Possibly. So, the only response to the Newman question was one saying that he shouldn't get in.
Joe's a spoil sport though, so I still think roll a dice.
Okay, we'll roll a dice.
Pluses in.
As we do normally, not because we're GW shields, but just to keep the threat, to keep some sense of, I don't know, constraint to the models that go into it, I guess, rather than just open the doors to every fantasy-looking model under the sea. We have always said Games Workshop models, because otherwise, I do feel pretty good about this. Otherwise, like on an Orc week, just any fantasy Orc can come in, right?
Yeah.
So I think it has that, but I think because it's his birthday, we give him a roll.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll check that out first.
Imagine if he wins the dice. The outrage.
But on the other hand, if he gets in and someone else wins the dice, they will win the dice because he was in. Because the numbers changed. So...
Well, it's just Crosby who win because...
So effectively, yeah, if he gets in and Scott or Josh win the dice, there'll be outrage. If anyone else wins the dice, they should be thanking Scott. Alright, so what are we saying?
4 plus he's in.
4 plus he's in.
Yep.
BSIME dice turns up for Scott on his birthday. And I like that you picked 4 plus, believing a BSIME dice would never roll a 4 plus.
I just feel 4 plus is the way you would do it.
No, I don't know. I think you've betrayed your inner I don't want Scott to get in. I think that's what's happened.
If I didn't want to get in, I would have just said no.
Right, let's count up what we got.
Because if I really did want to go best of 3.
It's pretty good. We've got 29. 29 this week, including your fine self. I have checked the emails, and there were no emails. Nothing from Mr. Achille tonight. Nothing from Eric. Adam G has said that would be awkward.
Awkward battles. That's all.
For children. Right, I have a D10. Okay. Comes the big thrilling denouement. God's sake.
Right, player kicks. He kicks us off, I believe.
Are you gonna read the commentary?
Yep.
That's only for the final, obviously. It's only for the final.
All right,
As
okay.
of yet, we don't have a player A. Remember, this is for the glorious black BSIME dice that only rolls twos.
Unless it's to get Scott in.
Absolutely. That's the prize. That's the prize we're fighting for. So, our first group of 10, we're rolling a D10, and as we have decided over many years, the 0 is the 10. Group 10, it kicks things off with you, Chris. You're searching for a 1 to get yourself in. 1, so Chris Murphy, Jens
There can only be one.
3, Ricky Colebrook, Scott Newman, Sam Page, Joe Holzman, Richard Clammer, Chris Cooper, Michael Dublé, and Frederick Schultz. So the big names here, we've got Joe in there. Joe's to get back in the race.
Ancient.
Whenever you're ready.
Go. Yes.
No way!
Screw you, Joseph.
That is outstanding. Chris Murphy is in the final. Oh.
Wait, did player A win? Am I player A?
What? Oh, I see.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm looking at the commentary.
does player A
I don't
not
think
win
I'm winning it.
Group 2, Matt Hudson, the People's Champion. Another 1. Tom Smith, Sean Clark, Michael Haskell, Ashley Fisher. I think is 5 dice Fisher at the moment. 4 dice Fisher. 9 dice Crosby, Craig Hughes, Steiner Carlson, Julian Hammond, and Matthew Butler.
So what number's Crosby?
Crosby is 6.
6.
Are you trying to put him in? Do you think you can take him?
No, I'm just thinking there was like, because they Scott Newman in, there was like, are we going to get Crosby in the final because Scott got in?
Yeah, because Scott was in the first group, so
so he would have
he
been a
has
5.
impacted the draw.
Go.
It's a 10. It's a 10. It's a Matthew Butler.
It's not Crosby. Crosby's out.
Crosby's out. All right, and the final group, which is a group of 9. So we're re-rolling the zeros here. We have Jake Pollard. We have 6 dice Cuthers, the closest to Crosby. Larry Miller, Rory Campbell, Sam Earnshaw, Jack Brown, Stephen Ryan, Remco Keystra, and Tom Turtle.
Go.
It's a big 6. It's Jack Brown. It's hero of the BSIME people, Jack Brown. He'll be able to tell you how many times he's been in the draw. at least in the first 40 episodes.
So does that mean the 3 finalists have never won a dice?
I don't believe Jack Brown has. I will. It's obviously a great question. We need to know what's riding on things. As Butler. I need to sort this now. Matthew Butler has not won a dice.
And I'm
Brown
a 2-time
has
winner,
not
but I've
won
never
a
won a
dice.
dice.
This is unheard of. I believe we have 3 no dice finalists. This is incredible. It's great for the sport, of course. see new talent coming through.
I need to have a drink of sweat here.
So, are you going to do a dramatic reading of Sam Huddy's commentary?
Yep.
Who is Sam predicting wins?
Well, we can't tell you that.
Okay, sure, fair enough. So we have player A by Sam's naming system, which is on 1, Chris Murphy. First time we've ever had a guest host get themselves into the draw. Player B is Matthew Butler, and player C is Jack Brown. As ever, in the final, it's the best of 3. No, it's not. It's the first of 3.
Okay, so player A kicks us off. So myself with an instant sprint. No, that's
he's screwed it. Sorry.
It's rubbish, Sam.
It's nonsense, Sam. It's gibberish. Matthew Butler has taken the lead on 1. I callously rolled that. There'll be a steward's inquiry without your call because you were reading the commentary.
Oh, well, I don't think it counts then.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't re-roll that. There'd be more of an outcry.
Go.
You can storm back. Oh, here comes Brown. But where's Murphy in all this?
I'm reading commentary that's not even making sense. Go.
There he is. What have we had from the commentary so far?
Player A kicks us off, starts on its sprint down the field,
Did not
tackled by
happen.
player C, who passes it to player B.
So the C,
That hasn't
the
happened.
C did happen.
Player B takes advantage.
So it should be player B now.
Yep.
All right. So we're on 1-1-1. Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He does not know what he's talking about.
Yep.
But, Chris, I can't believe I'm saying this. You've moved yourself to match point.
At this point, if I'm become player B in this narrative, an unattended child wanders onto the pitch.
Do you know what's wonderful from my point of view? I've never seen the reaction of someone win a black dice before.
Oh, I'll switch my camera off so you still win.
This is a first for BSIME. We could see someone get their first black
You
dice.
can see the reactions of somebody not winning as well on camera.
Start smashing the place.
And the lack of disappointment is a politely clap.
I think you've got a huge advantage here. You've got this chance to win it with no one can catch it. This is a free swing for you. No tension.
Go for it.
Oh, he's done it! He's done it! Murphy's done it! Oh, look at that! It's live black
It's fallen
dice.
off. It's fallen off.
Oh my goodness! What a time to be alive! Chris Murphy, you have won this dice. Look at that! 3s, 2s, 1s. Oh my goodness!
Wait, 1 moment.
You're going to tell Christine. Oh, I thought you were going to go and tell Christine. Go wake her up. She'll understand. She'll want to.
I realised I couldn't spin my chair all the way around because I've got too much junk around it.
Oh, this is lovely. This is beautiful. And obviously, completely different rooms, different hands. There can be no accusation of cheating there. Can you imagine? Here you go. Let's see what happens. Punching black dice. Dare to dream.
Wait, do I have a B-side dice here? And get a purple one. Give me a chance.
Oh, God.
I've got a black dice. Ooh, there we go.
Really?
It's arrived
We
already.
can't both. That was rubbish. Oh, Chris, how'd you feel?
I don't care, it's rubbish. I've got a black dice.
Yeah, how'd you feel? We've never
Good.
been able to do a player interview before.
It was a tough match.
Yeah, it was. Well, it wasn't really. You won. 3-1.
Commiserations to the others, Matt and Jack. You can mark that down as a loss for him. Put that in your stats. Yeah.
Oh, boom.
What did black dice do to you? You just become obnoxious.
Put that in your stats is dark from Murphy.
Is it darker than anything else I've said today?
That is your third darkest thing. And it was the 13th, wasn't it? It was Friday 13th. Ooh. And the winner was remarkably Chris Murphy.
That's because I waited till the 14th
That is
to do
two
it.
host winners in a row. It's just that Larry won it last week, but he wasn't hosting.
So I'm a 3-time winner now, but
yeah, because you got
the 1 dice
the early priority counters
that I gave away, I think, for
I
raffles
think you
at
put one in the
some
raffle or
stage.
something. Normally, if so this is NA because we're not on an issue. The theme was Armies of the Hobbit.
I look forward to seeing you at Ardacon then.
Yeah, pick up at 7 stones.
Just looking at the comments, the live chat. Craig Hughes, that's wild. Sean Clark Crosby's out. You'll have to see it. Josh Crosby, Scott did me dirty. Sean Clark, come on, Chris. Congratulations. Well played, Chris. BSIME history. Well done, Chris. How'd you go back to normal life after this? I don't know. It's been an emotional night.
It's nice that the crowd haven't turned on you. You know, that they're congratulating you.
There's a lot of people quiet, so they're just plotting.
I mean, there's only 14 people left. If that helps. So
yeah.
I think to be getting
I'll wait till the comments tomorrow. I'm going to have to give the stream a like now.
Josh framing it on Scott is lovely. Oh, it's nice to see Jack Brown saying well played, Chris. There, like magnanimous in defeat. You'll have to see it.
Sorry, Jack.
I don't think he means that. Oh, I love it, mate. Black dice for you. Wow, what a time to be alive.
I like dice, and I like having unique dice.
Well, there you go.
I guess it's like I want to use it in games, but I'll also need to put in my wee dice.
Yeah, you need to keep it
picture
super safe.
Yeah.
But then people like using it. They like using it for doomed rolls, like rolls of 1 or 2. And you, my friend, become one of 43 people to have 1 dice. That's ONE. 40 people to have 1 dice, not 43 people to have 1 dice. In fact, a magnificent 64 people have 1 dice, but only 43 people have 1 dice.
That's quite a few people on multiple.
Quite a lot of few people what?
On multiple wins.
Yeah, about 20, right?
Yeah, and especially when you consider there's 9 dice and 6 dice winners out there.
We've got 45 to 58, so we've got 13 people on 2 dice, and then it gets into a real elite club. Only 2 people on 3 dice: Sam Earnshaw and George Galloway. Ashley Fisher on 4 dice, Joe Holzman on 5 dice, Ryan Cuthbert on 6 dice, and Joshua Crosby somehow, inexplicably, on 9 dice. And we're now up to 101 dice that have been given away. Crazy scenes. So do. I think it might have done that. I think it might have done that frozen-y thing again. We're still live. I think the video on the streaming software looks like it's frozen, but I think we're all good. But
it's still scrolling at the top.
Yeah, and we're back. So that was mid sentence there. I can't remember what I was going to say, but
I think you're about to.
I think I was
say goodbye.
I think I was about to say something about giving it to you at Ardacon, I think. The last thing I have to do, Chris, before we leave, is show you the results of Punchy.
Punchy McGee.
So you may remember that Punchy was on an oversized box, and his hand, I thought his hand was alright, but you told me his hand was rubbish. I give you the new Punchy McGee on a bench.
Oh, that is so much better.
With his come at me bro pose.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great shout, Chris. It definitely works better, and it kind of works. And the most magical thing is there's no green stuff. I cut it off just below the hand.
Yeah.
I haven't put any green stuff on it, and I don't think I need to.
No.
But I do think it works as a... You can see the sort of angle there. I do think it works as come at me bro, doesn't it?
I feel though you're going to have to paint maybe with a white tunic.
Oh, do him as
Ryu. A black belt.
You want me to do him as Ryu? I think Ryu or Ken maybe. I think the red of Ken might be better for a Hobbit. But yeah, I do. Yeah, Ken vibes. I think I could get well on board with yellow hair and a red. So, but yeah, I quite like
Yeah.
this. I'm pleased with how he came out. So yeah, that is awesome. Like in terms of a turnaround, from thinking that this is so close. I was like, I think this is a really good idea, but I just don't quite like it. And the bench has changed, and the hand position has changed, and I now think he looks awesome. There we go. And I did all the green stuff needed on my other hobbits as well, which I'm not going to show you. You just have to wait.
I look forward to watching that video at a later date.
In 10 years. And there we go. Jack Brown, relatively close final by recent standards. 3 of the last 5 have been won without a point scored by the 2 losers. I think he's just saying that because he was in it. He's just trying to make up for it. I'll tell you what, Jack. What I should now start doing to save you a job, I will now send you the text file. I'll send you the note so that you don't
That's
ever
a
have
good
to.
idea.
You don't have to watch this one back. I can do that for you, my friend. I can do that for you, my friend. And Adam says, you said that without moving your lips, which is impressive, presumably we froze. And Adam G then goes, Hobbitkin! Which is very cute. And I think that's us, my friend. Just a quick 5 3/4 hour for tonight. But thank you, Chris. It's been a delight having you back. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I have. Been because I won the black dice.
Well, exactly. How could you not have enjoyed yourself after that?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a delight. It's been wonderful to have you back. Thank you, as ever, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you to all our loyal viewers out there. Oh, Jack's already done it. He doesn't need that.
Oh, he's a professional.
He is a professional. I don't know what I was thinking. What I was thinking. Thank you to all our wonderful viewers. I know there's only sort of 13 out of you out there now, but we were back up to about 40 today, which was good. And all our lovely patrons and lots of people who watch on catch up. So thank you to everyone who's going to watch this at a later date as well. It's been awesome. It's been a delight. And yes, we will return in a couple of weeks, and it will be an Armies of Middle Earth special. Chris, I presume you'll be watching at the very least. Have you got any ideas of what you might work on?
Oh, something from the Armies of Middle Earth book.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No idea.
Wonderful. Do you know what I'll be working on?
Hobbits.
I would have thought so.
You've got them done by then.
These ones, no, I won't have got them done by then. These ones all count as militia, which is fine. But I at the very least, I've got Folko Boffin was the only named hero that I didn't get painted for Throne of Skulls, so he'll definitely be coming along now. So yeah, I'll be working on some painting some hobbits as and when that comes along. So yeah, that's us. I hope you can join us for the next one. Thank you for joining for this one. Enjoy release day. Enjoy the new toys. We hope
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Absolutely, and hopefully there is a wonderful Hobbit-filled, hobby-themed weekend of you ahead, and you'll get some deliveries of some new toys, or you'll go to your local shops and buy some new toys, and we can all get really excited about a new wave of stuff coming for our favourite game. But I think that's it. Beyond that, thank you all so much, and we'll see you very soon on Battle Streams in Middle Earth.
Bye-bye.